Chapter 15:21. The commander tent was silent. Qin Yu met everyone's eyes and nodded. Yes, before Yi Wangu died, I was present. He paused for a moment and looked at Yi Sangdu, his eyes sharp. When I was in the imperial capital, in consideration of Marshal Yi Bohu's face, there were some things I couldn't say. But today, I'll have to ask General Yi to pass them on. If Yi Wangu is dead, then he is dead. Do not mention this matter again. If anything else is drawn out, I fear it will tarnish his reputation after his death and bring shame to the Yi family. Ho! Good heavens, Qin Yu's words clearly had a hidden meaning. His attitude was tough and threatening. Yi Sangdu's complexion changed. With a loud bang, he slammed the table. General Golden, you cannot speak nonsense. Just what do you mean? Qin Yu glanced at Wu Shuai, who was still calmly watching from the sidelines. He sneered inwardly. Not long ago, I was ordered by the Emperor to enter the Western Savages. This matter shouldn't be a secret to everyone. When I left the Western Savages, Yi Wangu coveted my treasure and tried to kill me to steal it. Thus, he exposed his aura and attracted the bitter barbarian cultivators. Qin Yu was expressionless. He stared at Yi Sangdu. So, what I mean is that Yi Wangu died to the bitter barbarian cultivators because he brought this upon himself. The commander tent was in an uproar. General Golden Ning Qin had actually revealed such a shocking news. In an instant, everyone believed him. After all, saying these words was the same as tearing off all pretense of cordiality with the Yi family. This was simply seeking death. It was because of this that there was no possibility of Qin Yu lying. What nonsense! Yi Sangdu roared. With a loud cracking sound, the table in front of him shattered. General Golden, my Yi family's reputation cannot be tarnished. Looking at the pale-faced Yi Sangdu, Qin Yu remained expressionless. If Wu Tongtian continued to act like a bodhisattva, then don't blame him for dragging everyone into the mud. This was the Yi family's secret. Touching it would be troublesome. At that time, no one would have a good time. Enough. Wu Shuai suddenly spoke up. He frowned and swept his eyes over Qin Yu, a warning in them. You are all generals of the army. How can you harm the friendship between you because of a dispute of tongues? No one is allowed to speak of what happened in today's tent. I will not forgive anyone who disobeys. Yes, Marshal. Everyone stood up to receive the order. Wu Shuai naturally wasn't happy that Qin Yu had forced him to stop this battle. He lightly said, in the future, everyone will have plenty of opportunities to get closer to each other. Military affairs are urgent, so let's directly discuss the accounts. A soldier quickly stepped forward and tidied up the mess, setting up a new table for Yi Sangdu. He snorted coldly, bowed to Wu Shuai, and sat down with a frosty expression. After retreating to the edge of the commander's tent, a group of military affairs counselors carefully returned. They set up the sand table and prepared the information. Yesterday, powerful warriors from the barbarian tribe tried to break through the third battlefront. Our camp was ambushed and suffered some losses. According to the statistics, the intensity of the barbarian tribe's attacks has been increasing for the past 7 days. We have reason to suspect that the internal strife within the barbarian tribe has died down. The specific cause is unknown, and we are still trying to find out. The black-robed man who appeared in the Berserker tribe's camp in the battlefield has been confirmed. He's a black shaman berserker of the Berserker tribe. The condition of the wounded barracks is basically stable. However, there aren't many medicines left to treat the barbarian's poison. We need to prepare them as soon as possible. Piece after piece of information was delivered to everyone. The generals in the commander's tent judged the situation and then made adjustments to the war situation. But none of this had anything to do with Qin Yu. He had just arrived at the Western Border Army and was completely ignorant of the battlefield situation. To him, these pieces of information were completely useless. The army was at war and the military situation was urgent. The commander's tent became busy, and no one bothered with General Jinwu, who had appeared out of nowhere from the imperial capital. Qin Yu was like an invisible person. As everyone began to discuss, this feeling became increasingly clear. An invisible repulsive strength surged within the commander's tent, isolating him from the outside. If it were anyone else, they feared they would feel uneasy, embarrassed, or annoyed. But Qin Yu didn't. He had already prepared himself. What was happening in front of him wasn't anything at all. At the very least, he was still sitting in the commander's tent. As long as he didn't want to leave, no one could make him leave. Night fell and the camp was brightly lit. There were people coming in and out of the commander's tent from time to time. The handling of military affairs had finally come to an end. Wu Shuai ordered some people to serve tea. After moistening his throat, he finally thought of Qin Yu. He smiled and said, "The military situation is urgent, so I have neglected General Jinwu. If you feel bored, you can return to your tent and rest." He paused for a moment and said, "Once the war situation stabilizes a little, I will make some adjustments and see which part of the military affairs General Jinwu will be in charge of." In terms of position, Qin Yu's current position was fourth in the Western Border Army. He had occupied Jiang Chengzi's previous position, giving the Western Wasteland Great Emperor enough face. But this position was just an empty shell, without any real power. After delaying for a while and waiting for the war situation to ease, Qin Yu could be casually sent to some corner to eat dirt. This would be enough to make him a laughing stock in the border army. For a general to rush to the border army to end up sitting on a cold bench, this was a sign of incompetence. Wu Shuai stood up. "Leave. According to the plan, we will launch a counterattack tomorrow, have the barbarians return to where they belong." "Yes, Wu Shuai." The generals all stood up. "Hold on." Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. Facing Wu Shuai's sharp gaze, he cupped his hands together and bowed. "I don't understand the current state of the war, so it's not good for me to intervene. But, His Majesty has ordered me to lead the army to the western border, so it's not good for me to just hide in my tent and enjoy my leisure. Ning Qin earnestly requests Great Commander to temporarily hold the position of a counselor in the army so that I can participate in the daily military accounts. This is also in preparation for my future arrangements. I ask for Great Commander's permission. Neither servile nor overbearing. Polite and courteous. By bringing up the Western Wasteland Great Emperor, he was also giving Wu Shuai face. The dignified General Jinwu, on the surface, was the fourth highest authority in the border army. He didn't participate in actual military affairs and only needed the position of a counselor to participate in the accounts. If he rejected this, it would be too excessive. Although the western border was far away, it was still under the attention of the imperial capital. His Majesty would not be happy. Wu Shuai nodded. "Good, then let's do it like this." The generals left the tent. A cold snort sounded out in Qin Yu's ears. He looked up at Yi Sang. He approached and lowered his voice. "Ning Qin, there are some things you should have been warned about. It is best not to speak about them." Qin Yu said, "If no one forces me, I naturally won't say anything. After all, if I stir up trouble, it won't be easy for anyone to clean up." Yi Sang turned and left. Looking at his back, Qin Yu frowned. Today, it seemed as if he had easily broken through this Yi family general's difficulties. But the truth was that Qin Yu had used the Yi family's secret to force Wu Shuai to appear. This had already left him unhappy. And Wu Shuai's attitude was undoubtedly the key to whether or not Qin Yu could stand firm in the army. This Yi family general might have already calculated this point. With a small loss of face, he had created a difficult situation for Qin Yu. What a good plan! "General Jinwu, I still have military orders to carry out, so I won't speak with you any further. In the future, you and I will be closer." Chen Xiling faintly smiled. He cupped his hands together and left. Although he seemed polite, he was actually distant. It had to be known that providing help in the hour of need was always better than adding flowers to embroidery. Qin Yu was currently in a difficult situation. If he really wanted to befriend him, he wouldn't have this sort of attitude right now. This person was unreliable. Jiang Qingzi straightened his back. In the Western Border Army, he was an old general who had walked step by step to where he was today. His prestige was extremely high and he had countless trusted aid. If he had his help, Qin Yu would be much more relaxed. But today in the commander's tent, besides the greetings at the start, he hadn't said a single word. Something seemed to have gone wrong with the Skyrise monarch's plans. Qin Yu didn't know what had happened, but the only external force he could rely on had most likely failed. Returning to the tent, True Saint Baiyu anxiously welcomed him. "General, the 100,000 soldiers in the camp have been transferred to the front lines." Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. "I understand." True Saint Baiyu bitterly smiled. "General, they were brought to the western border camp by you." He didn't finish his words. Originally, these 100,000 soldiers were the foundation that His Majesty had given them. But now, before they could do anything, they had been removed. This was the same as removing the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron. It had directly cut off Qin Yu's foundation. With no soldiers under his command, how could he have a place in the army? Qin Yu said, "This is Wu Shuai's will." Today, Wu Shuai had invited him into the commander's tent and had transferred the entire army, leaving him without a single person under his command. It seemed that Wu Shuai was indeed dissatisfied with his actions. True Saint Baiyu took a deep breath. "General, I will go now and pay a visit to Uncle Jiang." Qin Yu didn't stop him. He watched as True Saint Baiyu left the tent, his expression calm. He wasn't optimistic about the results of True Saint Baiyu's trip. Jiang Qingzi's silence today had already expressed his attitude. Towards Qin Yu, he maintained a neutral attitude. He wouldn't suppress him, but he wouldn't help him either. In truth, the current situation wasn't friendly to Qin Yu. If he wanted to turn things around, he couldn't even see an 80% chance of success. If he couldn't turn things around, the imperial capital would surely be disappointed. This wasn't beneficial to Qin Yu's future plans. He needed to borrow strength from the western wilderness. The only good news was that Wu Shuai still cared about face and didn't stop Qin Yu from attending military affairs. He had the qualifications to attend the meeting. What he needed to do was wait for a turning point to appear and blaze a new path, to break out of this situation. True Saint Baiyu hadn't returned for the entire night, but Qin Yu wasn't worried about his safety. Even without Jiang Qingzi, there shouldn't be anyone who wanted to offend the sky-bearing Heavenly King. After tidying himself up and putting on his armor, he went straight to the commander's tent. "General Jin." Outside the commander's tent, the weather-beaten young general frowned. "At sunrise, the commander's tent meeting will be held on time. You came late." Qin Yu said, "I will pay attention next time." He looked up at him and arched an eyebrow. "Did Wu Shuai order me not to enter the tent?" The young general's complexion changed. He coldly snorted and drew back. Qin Yu didn't bother to lower himself to his level. He stepped into the commander's tent. The meeting had already begun. The one speaking was Yi Sangdu. As he saw Qin Yu enter, he only glanced at him but didn't stop speaking. Qin Yu bowed to Wu Tongtian and sat down to listen. The so-called military counselor was a general term for those who assisted with military affairs. But Qin Yu didn't have any specific responsibilities in his hands. When he participated in the meeting, he could only bring his ears. He didn't have a chance to speak. As night fell, Qin Ning left the commander's tent. He looked up at the starry skies above his head. This time, no one spoke to him. Chen Xiling only nodded and hurried away. Qin Yu's lips curved up and he turned to leave. True Saint Baiyu returned. He had an awkward expression as he saw Qin Yu. "General," before he could speak, he was interrupted. Qin Yu said, I believe Jiang Qingzi must have his own difficulties. I can understand. True Saint Bai Yu let out a long breath. Thank you for your understanding, General. But what should we do next? He had been sent by his uncle to follow Ning Qin into the army. The two of them shared weal and woe. If Ning Qin's performance was outstanding, he would receive credit for it. Otherwise, he would also be implicated. Qin Yu said, I have obtained Wu Shuai's permission to participate in the meeting. I'll wait for a period of time and grasp the situation of the war before making any further plans. True Saint Bai Yu bitterly smiled. That's all we can do. After sending him away, Qin Yu sat down and drank some tea. His calm eyes revealed a thoughtful light. What he said just now was of course only an excuse. He wasn't really waiting for a period of time. True Saint Bai Yu was likely trustworthy, but he still had to guard against him. Of course, Qin Yu also had to use True Saint Bai Yu's attitude to send a signal to the outside that he was trapped. Only by doing so would he be able to make some people relax and not pay too much attention to him. In the following half a month, Qin Yu, this golden general, truly became a transparent person. He punctually attended the meeting every day, but he never had the slightest chance to meddle in military affairs. The gazes that fell on him became increasingly few and far between. Even when they occasionally looked at him, most of them were filled with ridicule and pity. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before a reprimand from the imperial capital arrived. Then, this golden general would have to leave with his tail between his legs. Qin Yu's expression was calm, as if he were tacitly agreeing to all of this. No one knew that countless pieces of military information had gathered in his mind. In terms of the right to know, Qin Yu, who participated in the meeting, was at the highest level of the Western Border Army. Qin Yu peeled away the silk of a cocoon, constantly deliberating and calculating, finally grasping some things. If his guess wasn't wrong, then he should be able to confirm it tomorrow. This was the turning point he had been waiting for. At night, the sounds of battle shook the heavens and earth. A terrifying aura soared into the heavens. A barbarian army had launched a sneak attack, breaking through the Western Desolate's front lines for 3,000 miles. Nether Radiant City had fallen. The ninth sun hadn't risen yet, but the commander's tent was already brightly lit. The cultivators in the army all had heavy expressions, worry in their eyes. After Nether Radiant City was broken through, our army immediately responded and fought with the barbarian army in an attempt to retake the city. But the barbarians are extremely stubborn and have fought for an entire night without retreating. Both sides have lost over 30,000 soldiers. Intelligence shows that the barbarians are still reinforcing. There are over 100,000 barbarians stationed in Nether Radiant City. Nether Radiant City is less than 1,000 miles away from the mine. The goal of the barbarians is self-evident. We must retake Nether Radiant City. The mine cannot be lost. The front lines had been defeated. In the commander's tent today, besides the several leaders of the Western Border Army, there were also many frontline generals present. Everyone's opinion was clear. The reason the barbarians had attacked Nether Radiant City was because of the mine. They had to mobilize the army as soon as possible to repel the barbarians. The barbarians have reinforced Nether Radiant City and their attitude has been extremely stubborn. I fear it will not be easy to retake it in a short period of time. Jiang Chengzi suddenly spoke. The voice of this old general caused everyone to quiet down and look over. He stood up and cupped his hands together. Commander Wu, the mine is of great importance and there cannot be any mistakes. In order to avoid any accidents, we must send our best generals to guard the mine. The commander's tent became even quieter. Mine to the Western Border Army, this was a nearly taboo existence. No one was willing to guard this place, even if it occupied a vital position in the strategic map of the Border Army. To guard the mine, to them, this was the same as a dead end. Once they stepped in, there was no turning back. They would be locked in that bitter and barren land for the rest of their lives. A sharp light flashed in Wu Tongtian's eyes. General Zhang's words are correct. The mine cannot be lost. He swept his eyes around the tent, as if he were considering who to send. Yi Sang suddenly stood up. Commander, the mine is of utmost importance. In the current situation, we need a general with a high enough rank to be qualified to guard it. He lifted a hand and pointed. General Jinwu has rushed to the western border under the Emperor's orders. He has yet to be assigned a specific position, but he is qualified to do so. Shua, countless eyes gathered on Qin Yu. Qin Yu's complexion was ugly. He frowned and said in a low voice, Commander, I do not know the details of the mine. If I rashly go, I fear there will be an accident. I ask that Commander carefully consider this matter. I indeed do not have full confidence. Yi Sang said, General Jinwu, there is no need to be so modest. You came here under the orders of the Emperor's mausoleum, so I naturally believe in your ability. He turned and cupped his hands together. General, the military situation is urgent. The barbarians may attack at any moment. We must decide on a general to guard the mine as soon as possible. Wu Tongtian slowly nodded. General Jinwu, heed my order. Qin Yu revealed a look of grief and indignation. Subordinate is here. I order you to lead your personal guards and immediately rush to the mine to guard it. You must leave immediately without delay. You must ensure the safety of the mine. Yes, Commander. News spread through the entire border army camp like a gust of wind. General Jinwu, Ning Qin, had been ordered to guard the mine. Once he left, it was likely he would never return. Tragic, this was far too tragic. Chapter 1522. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. A hero leaves, he wants to return home. My name is Baizu, and I come from a branch family of the Western Wasteland. Because my uncle is trusted by His Majesty, I was given the title of Sky-bearing King. My status is decent. Basically, even if I don't do anything, I can still live a carefree life as a wealthy young master. But if a person doesn't have any goals, how are they any different from a salted fish? So, I followed the orders of my uncle, Sky-bearing King, and followed General Jinwu to the western border army camp. I originally thought that I would be able to obtain some good fortune here and rise in the army, fighting for a bright future for myself. But things are hard to predict. General Jinwu will be rejected by the border army and exiled to a mine to guard. I will also follow him as his trusted aide. How heartless the heavens and earth are. Tears flow down my face. Every step I take I turn back 3 times, but the turning point has yet to arrive. The border army camp gradually moves further and further away, and all I can hear is the howling of the wild winds. My future is bleak and without light. Border army camp. At this moment, countless eyes were looking at the 2 departing figures. That's right, there were only 2. This was because as the commander's orders were passed down, the generals responsible for taking care of daily matters immediately ran away without a trace, afraid that they would be implicated. The 12 Imperial Guards didn't hesitate to stay out of this. With their special statuses, the border army camp tacitly agreed to this. Only true Saint Baizu, who was Qin Yu's trusted aide from the start, didn't even have a chance to leave. Of course, there were still people responsible for escorting them. This was to prevent any accidents from occurring and prevent General Jinwu from smoothly assuming his position. And the one responsible for this was a young general with a weather-beaten face. His expression was cold and he didn't hide his arrogance at all. This was the one stationed at the commander's tent and could be considered an old acquaintance of Qin Yu. Commander, General Jinwu is not ordinary. I fear His Majesty won't be happy with your arrangements. The counselor revealed a worried expression. Wu Tongtian had a light expression. His Majesty doesn't like me to begin with, but as long as the Western barbarians don't retreat, I will be as steady as a mountain. Although the foundation of his rise to power was his own merits, the Yi family had contributed greatly in the process. Of course, in return, he had guaranteed the Howie family's influence and authority in the army. During these years, the emperor clans had tried to intervene in the army, but all of their arrangements had failed. This was no secret. The counselor smiled bitterly. Even so, this is still too obvious. Wu Tongtian put down his teacup. If your majesty is dissatisfied, you can go and find trouble with the Yi family first. After all, I'm just taking advantage of the situation today. His eyes flickered as he pondered. Jiang Qingzi, this old general of the border army, was close to the bloodline of the sky-bearing king. It was indeed unexpected that he would make a move. Yi Sangdu had some tricks up his sleeve. This was the only and most logical explanation. Congratulations, great general! You have banished General Jin Wu and exiled him to guard the mines. From now on, he will never be able to rise again. His subordinates congratulated him loudly. The corners of Yi Sangdo's mouth curled up, revealing a pleased expression. Of course, he believed that all of this was due to his own scheming. Since Jiang Qingzi was so smart, he would definitely give him some benefits in the future. As for the possible consequences of this matter, His Majesty in the Imperial Palace would soon be embroiled in trouble and would not have the energy to find trouble with him. What's more, the dignified House of Yi was one of the two great forces in the army. It was not a force that could be touched casually. Even the emperor clans had to show them a certain amount of respect. This was the balance obtained after countless conflicts and compromises between the military and the emperor over the endless years. After entering the mines, Ning Qin's future path would be severed. After a period of time, he would gradually be forgotten by others, and then he would be able to find a chance to make a move. Yi Sang understood his cousin's intentions. Ning Qin, on the other hand, Ning Qin would definitely die. Jiang Qingzi had a solemn expression. He stood at the entrance of the tent, looking into the distance with a calm expression. General, this subordinate cannot understand this matter. Behind him, a lieutenant furrowed his eyebrows. Jiang Qingzi waved his hand. I have my own reasons. There is no need to speak further. Yes. The lieutenant bitterly smiled. But soon, the day of the letter will arrive. How should we explain this to the sky-bearing king? His highly regarded nephew had been sent into the mines by his own general. Although this was only a side effect, this was still the truth. How could the sky-bearing king not be angry? Jiang Qingzi said, I will write the letter. There is no need for you to worry about it. You may leave. This subordinate bids his farewells. The lieutenant turned and left, his face full of confusion. Yi Sangdo indeed had some information that could be used against the general in the past. However, this was not enough to make the general, who had always acted calmly and with a sense of propriety, suddenly make such an abnormal move. There must be another reason. As the footsteps faded away, the surroundings quietened down. Jiang Qingzi took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He shook his head and a bitter smile appeared on his face. In truth, he did not know why Ning Qin made such a request. Moreover, he had brought up His Majesty and the sky-bearing king, so he had no choice but to agree. However, there was one thing that could be confirmed. Ning Qin was the one who led them to the mines. In other words, everyone in the camp today was wrong. The future might not be as they had imagined. Who knew what would happen, but what was Ning Qin planning to do? The young general, who did not speak or smile and had traces of hardships on his face, brought along a group of subordinates who also had an ice-cold temperament and were clearly keeping people at arm's length. This caused the air pressure in the group to be extremely low, and even breathing became extremely difficult. In the carriage, True Divine Bai Yu's face was slightly pale. He barely managed to maintain his calm. General, you have a plan, right? You must have one. Qin Yu glanced at him. True Divine Bai Yu was about to cry. Brother Ning Qin, my general, please don't be so stubborn. We cannot go to the mines, we absolutely cannot go there. Otherwise, you and I will be finished in the future. Qin Yu said, the commander has already given the order. Unless we disobey it, we have no other choice. He paused for a moment and continued to say, as for the consequences of disobeying orders, I don't need to tell you. I believe that there are many people in the camp waiting for us to do this. True Divine Bai Yu's body shook. He understood Qin Yu's meaning. Disobeying the commander's order was tantamount to rebelling. At that time, all they needed to do was send out a single order and an army would arrive and turn them into mincemeat. True Divine Bai Yu didn't doubt the terrifying strength of the Empire's army. His eyes widened and his face turned blank. Then we will accept our fate. I want to go home. Qin Yu closed his eyes. He could understand the despair in True Divine Bai Yu's heart. Mind's information about this place surged into his mind like a tide. Although it was called a mine, the truth was that it wasn't accurate. Strictly speaking, this place was a massive mineral mining area. The products here could be used to forge all sorts of military equipment and make up for the endless losses on the battlefield. It was an important area where military resources were stored. According to common sense, being stationed in such an important area of military supplies was a lucrative job. Not to mention some private transactions, just the benefits offered by various parties was enough to make one's mouth drip with oil. After all, who wouldn't want more military supplies and the better the quality? There were other reasons why the mines had become a place that everyone avoided and was a taboo existence in the Western Border Army. A long time ago, this mineral-rich area was ruled by the barbarians. But in a great war, it was occupied by the Empire's army. As for the specific details of that war, Qin Yu had already used his status as a counselor to look them up. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a meat grinder. The Western wilderness and Western barbarians had lost at least 1 million people in this area. It could be said that in this massive mining area, every inch of soil, every piece of ore was stained with blood. There were even 2 peak sovereigns who perished together with a barbarian tribe grand shaman. And the change in the fate of the mines was related to this. Before the barbarian shaman died, he used the terrifying deaths of millions on both sides to display the barbarian curse. This place was ominous. The aura of the barbarians shrouded this area, and any human cultivator that stepped into this area would be corroded by this aura. The consequence of this was that the human cultivators stationed here or those who entered the mines would be barbarian. Their bloodline would no longer be pure, and they would become half human and half barbarian. They would become an alien species that both sides rejected. Besides the first batch of people who fought for the qualifications to station in the mines, when the barbarian curse erupted, this place became a plague that everyone avoided. Abandon, of course, they couldn't. The Western wilderness had suffered countless casualties and consumed countless war resources in order to seize this area. This was all in order to forge military supplies here and reduce the loss of resources to the Empire. Mining had to be carried out and there had to be a garrison. But those who were corroded by the barbarian curse would forever remain here without a chance of leaving. After all, the military also wanted phase. This sort of scandal had to be suppressed. Violating military rules, committing grave mistakes, losing in battle, all sorts of military cultivators were sent here to guard the mines for the Empire and continue to provide minerals. And this was the hot potato that Qin Yu was about to take over. It was also because of this that true Saint Bai Yu was in such despair. Once one stepped into the mines, they would be corroded by the barbarian curse. There would be no light to speak of in the future. But in reality, was this a problem for Qin Yu? He was the new barbarian emperor. He didn't need to worry about the barbarian curse. This was the taboo that everyone in the Western Border Army camp avoided. But, in Qin Yu's eyes, this was a turning point. This was an important area for military supplies and was responsible for providing nearly half of the army's military supplies. As long as he could control this place, he would be able to gain a firm foothold in the army. The Western Wilderness Army has dispatched a team to the mines. A team of barbarians was hiding underground. In the darkness, one could see a ruthless and cruel light surging in their eyes. The Black Sorcerer's plan hasn't been smoothly carried out yet. We have to stop them to prevent any accidents from occurring. A barbarian roared. His words soon gained the approval of everyone present. Kill them! With a roar, the barbarian team left through the exit. With a whistle, the earth began to shake. With a loud rumble, heavily armored barbarian war horses wildly galloped over from the distance. One by one, the sturdy and well-built barbarian warriors leaped onto their mounts. Kill! With a roar, they rushed out like a raging flood. Within the carriage, Qin Yu opened his eyes. He frowned, a bit of helplessness on his face. Just as he was about to smoothly enter the mines, an accident had occurred. Outside the carriage, there were already roars. The elites of the Western Wilderness Army had clearly sensed that something was wrong. Defend against the enemy! A young general with a face covered in frost roared out. He drew his sword and stared at the distant horizon, at the barbarians howling towards him. War horses! The strongest barbarian soldier type, the kind that could fight 10 enemies at once. The High Commander was right. The barbarians' goal was indeed the mines. Whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, a signal flare shot into the skies. But in order to avoid a surprise attack, the border army camp hadn't set up a transmission array. Even if they saw the signal, it would take time for reinforcements to arrive. Facing the strongest barbarian war horses, they might not be able to last. As his thoughts raced, the barbarian war horses had already arrived. Kill. Chapter 1523. Qin Yu was currently the Golden General, so it was definitely inappropriate for him to attack the soldiers of the Western Wilderness. But as the barbarian emperor, it was even more impossible for him to lay his hands on the barbarian tribe's warhorses. Thus, Qin Yu chose to watch from the sidelines. Outside the carriage, the roars of battle were like a tidal wave. From time to time, the mournful screams before death could be heard. True Sage Bai Su's face turned pale. General, what should we do? Although he was a saint and his strength was quite tyrannical, he still did not have the slightest confidence in facing a formation of brute race cavalry. Qin Yu glanced at him. You want to help? True Sage Bai Yu nodded instinctively. Although he was dissatisfied with the people of the Western Border Army, he still had to unite against the barbarian tribe. Moreover, after these border soldiers were killed, it would be their turn next. Qin Yu nodded. All right, you can go. True Sage Bai glanced at the calm Qin Yu, unable to guess what he was thinking. Gritting his teeth, he turned around to push open the car door. But just as he turned around, his vision suddenly went black, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Qin Yu glanced at the fainted True Saint Bai too, and his lips twitched. In the end, Zhang Xian was still unable to control the power of the palace lantern well enough. He had only intended to knock Zhang Xian out temporarily. Who would have thought that in a moment of carelessness, he would nearly smash his head into pieces? He coughed and wiped away the embarrassment in his heart. Then, he rubbed his chin. Outside, the slaughter was still continuing. But it was clear that the border army was already in a state of being surrounded and slaughtered. Before long, they would all die. At that time, he, the new Berserker sovereign, would be forced to come out. Of course, this result was unacceptable. Killing these war riders wouldn't be difficult for Qin Yu, but his status as the Goliath sovereign wouldn't allow him to do so. This involved the brand of the Berserker's bloodline. What a headache! Qin Yu took a deep breath. If he really couldn't do anything, then he could only reveal a trace of his aura and force these cavalry to retreat. Then, he could think of a way to erase this hidden danger. The sounds of fighting gradually stopped. Just as Qin Yu was about to attack, his eyes brightened. He sensed a familiar aura. It was him. His thoughts raced and he immediately came to a decision. With a loud bang, he kicked open the door. General Jinwu of the Western Desolate is here. Barbarians, prepare to die. The shout was like thunder, spreading far and wide. The surrounding brute race cavalry instantly locked their cold and bloodthirsty eyes on him. However, right at this moment, the ruthless leader's expression changed slightly. Retreat. Rumble. The brute tribe cavalry carried the corpses of their brethren and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. The young general, who had fallen to the ground with blood spurting out of his mouth and nose, his face full of traces of hardships, stared at the scene before him with wide eyes. To think that the Golden General would possess such might! Before he could finish his thoughts, he fainted. Qin Yu's eyes seemed to inadvertently sweep over somewhere in the distance. He grabbed True Saint by two and then brought this young general with him. Whoosh, he soared into the sky and headed straight for the mine. The war riders that had retreated from the killing field respectfully knelt on the ground. In front of them was a barefooted ascetic cultivator. A terrifying scar ran through his face and tore open his scalp. Although it had already healed, the reddish-purple color was still sinister. Great ascetic cultivator, why did you stop us from killing General Jin Wu of the Western Wilderness? Although he was extremely respectful towards this person in front of him, the war rider couldn't die for no reason. He needed an explanation for his dead brute tribe comrade. The ascetic cultivator's eyes were warm and gentle, completely different from his fierce appearance. I will give you an explanation for this matter, but not now. He waved his hand. Go. Take away Black Shaman and end the matter of the mine. The war rider leader frowned but didn't dare to speak. Yes, my lord. Rumble, rumble, the earth shook and roared. They howled far away. The ascetic cultivator let out a deep breath and his eyes brightened. He never thought that the Golden General who had suddenly risen up in the Western Wilderness Army would be that young man. Could all of this be related to His Majesty the Brute Sovereign? The ascetic cultivator turned and left. He had to bring back what happened here as soon as possible. My name is Ironstone. That's right, I am Ironstone with a heart of stone. Ever since he joined the army, he had followed at the side of the commander and participated in hundreds of battles. What sort of scene had he not seen? He had long since tempered himself into a tiger's courage. He had never feared death. For a soldier, dying on the battlefield was the best ending. I, Ironstone, have always been waiting for this day to come. But now I have to admit that I am afraid. Because in this world, there are many things that are even more terrifying than death. For instance, I was actually brought into the mine. Because of my injuries, I have no idea how long I have been unconscious. Although there are no changes on the surface of my body, I can already feel some changes within me. I have been tainted. I am no longer a pure human, but a half-human, half-barbarian creature. I was terrified. I couldn't imagine how I was going to survive in the future. What accompanied this was endless anger. If looks could kill, Golden General Ning Qin would have already been riddled with holes. After forcing back the barbarian war riders, shouldn't you have waited for reinforcements from the main camp? Even if you wanted to leave the battlefield, you could have just chosen any direction. Why did you have to run all the way here? Taking a step back, if you wanted to come then come, why did you have to bring me along? If I could choose, then I, Ironstone, would rather die on the battlefield. Woo 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 woo. A strong man made of iron was crying in grief. Had he ever seen such a scene before? True Saint Bai Yu's face was filled with grief. He looked at Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged not too far away. His eyes were extremely complex. The barbarian war riders had been intercepted and Golden General Ning Qin and his subordinates had been severely injured. They no longer had the strength to guard the mine. What a good reason, what a perfect opportunity. As long as he pushed the boat along with the current, he could escape from this nightmare. But Golden General Ning Qin refused. Not only that, but he even took the initiative to lead him and Tai Shi, who was now crying like a little wife, into the mine. Everything was settled. I, by you, have the bloodline of the Emperor clan flowing through my veins. I am a youth with great ambitions. But in the end, I ended up in this situation. I was trapped here for the rest of my life, with no chance of leaving. Farewell, imperial capital. Farewell, all my beauties. He thought about how many years later, as the curse of the barbarians worsened, he would slowly show signs of turning into a barbarian. He was neither a human nor a ghost. At this moment, from deep within the mine, he could hear the constant sobbing. True Saint Bayou's eyes were wet. Don't even think about interrupting my plan. The mine would be my base. I would stand firm and take control of the military. This was the starting point. Qin Yu could feel True Saint Bayou's gaze. This boy's eyes were filled with bitterness and resentment. But that didn't matter. Soon, he would learn that this so-called hopeless situation was meant to be broken. Shuar Qin Yu opened his eyes. He heard footsteps. Someone was coming. The general stationed in the mine greet Golden General Ning Qin. A low and deep voice rang out. As the blades of armor rubbed against each other, the dim and cramped mine was suddenly filled with a much more somber atmosphere. As mentioned before, the people stationed in the mine could be summarized as the losers of the border army. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been exiled here, filled with despair and unwillingness, passively suffering the corrosion of the barbarian's curse. It wasn't easy for him to get over his mental breakdown. Then, he struggled to gain some power in this mine. But suddenly, the border army issued an order. A golden general Ning Qin appeared out of nowhere and became the true controller of the mine. Who would be willing? Therefore, it was understandable that he was filled with rejection and hostility. When Qin Yu turned around, True Saint Bayou had already stopped. He warily looked at the people in front of him. They were tall and their skin was dry and rough. Some of their bodies were even covered in scales of different colors. Their pupils were pale green or blue, and they were no longer perfectly round. Instead, they were vertical and flat like some savage beast. This was the transformation of a barbarian. The function of the barbarian curse wasn't to turn humans into barbarians. Otherwise, the result would be that many spies from the Western Desolate would appear within the barbarians. What was terrifying about it was that it could corrode the human bloodline and forcefully twist and transform them. This caused the cultivators who entered the mine to fall into a state where the human and barbarian bloodlines coexisted but couldn't merge. That was why their appearances had changed so strangely at this moment. As the saying went, a twisted appearance often gave birth to a twisted soul. True Saint Bayou could feel thick malice from these people. He couldn't help but take several steps closer to Qin Yu. Although saints were strong, the half-human barbarian aura was terrifying. This was especially true for the one standing in front, the one with the black scales covering his forehead. Ruler. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful existence that wasn't too far away from becoming an absolute being. Even such a powerhouse wasn't able to resist the corrosion of the barbarian curse. If this person were to attack him, he would only need to casually strike out and he would be turned to powder. Rise. Qin Yu glanced at True Saint Bayou. Seeing his pale complexion, he knew that he had been frightened. Then, he could only take the stage himself. I am General Ning Qin, conferred the title of General Golden by the Great Emperor. I have come here on the orders of Great Commander Wu Tongtian to guard the mine area and prevent any surprise attacks from the barbarians. So, Qin Yu took a step forwards. There was a loud thud on the ground. From today onwards, I have the final say here. Bang! A powerful aura broke out from his body. It was like a mountain crashing down, suppressing everything within. When he was at the Western Desolate Border Army camp, Qin Yu had some scruples in his heart and had no choice but to endure. But now that he had entered the mine, he didn't want to waste any more time in this chaotic and lawless land. He didn't need any plans or schemes, nor did he want to obtain the loyalty of these half-human barbarians. It was enough to suppress them and have them submit to him in awe. After a brief silence, the black-scaled half-human barbarian was the first to kneel on the ground. Walala, everyone prostrated themselves on the ground. The mines of this forbidden land were dark and cruel, far from what the outside world could imagine. For them to rise up and become rulers of power, this was because their strength and methods were all top choices. Even so, these people could only kneel on the ground and acknowledge Qin Yu's status. This was because he was strong enough. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that the aura that Qin Yu released caused them to instinctively feel a deep sense of fear. It was like this was a strength that could easily control their lives. With just a single thought, he could doom them to eternal damnation. In fact, the half-human barbarians hadn't sensed wrongly. As they bore the barbarian curse, what they sensed was the aura of the palace lantern. Qin Yu really could use the palace lantern to control the curse in their bodies and instantly wipe out all life. Lord Blackscale, are we going to submit like this? The half-human barbarian with an enchanting figure and rough skin asked. Snake Woman, he is very strong. I don't have the confidence to win. Blackscale slowly said, his attitude clear. The Snake Woman screamed, this mine is our mine. He is just an outsider, and yet he wants to take away all our right. I can't accept this. Blackscale glanced at her. If you can't accept this, then you can think of a way yourself. I am tired. The Snake Woman clenched her teeth. She twisted her enchanting figure and left. Blackscale, if you think it through, then come to the snake cave and look for me. Humph. Blackscale coldly coughed, a cold light in his eyes. That cheap Snake Woman, she actually tried to provoke me into confronting General Jean. She's trying to provoke me into going against General Jean. She's sending me to my death so that she can reap the benefits. General, it's true that the Snake Woman is ruthless, but the authority over the mine should have been yours. Are you really going to hand it over like this? A subordinate angrily roared out. Blackscale sneered. General Jean is very strong and I am not his match. If he wants authority, then I can only hand it over. But the mine isn't truly a place without control. If he grasps authority but cannot maintain the operation of the mine, there will definitely be problems. General, are you talking about the sinners down there? Go and tell them that the person in charge of the mine has changed. If they don't want to be purged, they should know what to do. A sharp light flashed in Blackscale's eyes. General Jean Qin was indeed strong, but the mine was a place where people would be eaten alive. Western Border Army Camp. Wu Tongtian frowned. He looked at the weak and helpless girl in front of him. Ruru, I have already sent word to the Night Demon Sect Master. He will arrive soon and take you back to the sect. No, I want to go to the mine. The girl who sounded like Ruru but was actually called Ruru revealed a determined expression. She blushed and bit her lips. I am already his woman. Of course I want to be with him. This reason was strong enough. Wu Tongtian's frown deepened. The mine isn't an ordinary place. Are you sure about this? Ruru nodded. I want to go. Wu Tongtian waved his hand. If that's the case, then don't blame me. The Devil Sect was the leader of the world's sections. Although they didn't have an Emperor Realm cultivator, their foundation couldn't be underestimated. As the general of the border army, he wanted to give them some face. Since they didn't appreciate it, there was no need to pester them. When he thought of the mine and Qin Yu, a trace of hesitation appeared in Wu Tongtian's eyes. He vaguely felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. However, the barbarian curse was formed by the sacrifice of millions of lives and injuries. Even an Emperor Realm cultivator couldn't resolve it. What could Ning Qin do? The barbarian curse was harmless to the barbarians. Moreover, Qin Yu, the new emperor of the barbarians, actually made him feel comfortable. The power in his body became more active. The mine was a terrifying forbidden place for the cultivators of the western wilderness. But for the barbarians, it was a sacred place for cultivation. It could speed up their cultivation. Qin Yu opened his eyes and exhaled. A sharp light flashed across his eyes. He could vaguely feel a strange fluctuation deep underground. And these fluctuations seemed to have sensed Qin Yu's existence. It was calling to him. No, to be more precise, it was a cry of joy. Qin Yu didn't feel any malice from it. He thought of the barbarian curse and the terrifying great shaman. Perhaps it had something to do with him. It seemed that he had to find a chance to go underground and take a look. But now, he had to take care of some small matters to prevent them from being depressed. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Invite True Saint Bai Yu here." After suppressing the barbarians, Qin Yu changed his residence. Although the conditions of the mine were simple, the ruler could still enjoy luxury. At the very least, this cave abode that was built underground and inlaid with countless illuminating gems was full of extravagance. "General, you were looking for me?" True Saint Bai Yu walked in and bowed. He tried his best to appear calm, but he couldn't hide the bitterness in his eyes. Qin Yu glanced at him and took out a pill. "This pill can suppress the mutation in your body. It will protect you from being corroded by the curse for a period of time." True Saint Bai Yu suddenly looked up. His eyes were wide with joy and disbelief. He impatiently swallowed the pill and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and sensed the changes in his body. As a warm current swept through his body, he could clearly feel the terrifying changes in his body rapidly vanish. He had become pure again. Shua True Saint Bai Yu opened his eyes and laughed. "Brother Ning Qin, I knew that you would have a backup plan. You wouldn't be so easily manipulated by others." Qin Yu sneered. "I feel that you have cursed me countless times in your heart these past 2 days." Having his thoughts seen through, True Saint Bai Yu revealed an embarrassed expression. Qin Yu was disinclined to argue with him. He threw out another pill. "Take this to Ironstone. Otherwise, I'm worried that he will drown my mansion in tears." For such a strong man to cry like this, it was clear that he was heartbroken to the extreme. True Saint Bai Yu caught the pill with both hands. He awkwardly said, "General, this, in his opinion, a pill that could suppress the changes in his body and resist the barbarian curse was incomparably precious. Although he had eaten one, if it lost its effect in the future," Qin Yu immediately saw through his thoughts. He frowned and said, "If I tell you to go, then go. I still have more pills, but only the 3 of us can know of this matter." A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Tell Ironstone that if he dares to reveal anything, I will throw him into the mines to do hard labor." "General, rest assured." True Saint Bai Yu strode away. He was confident that he could make Ironstone keep his mouth shut. After all, a pill that could suppress the changes in his body and temporarily isolate the curse only existed in Qin Yu's hand. If anyone dared to disobey him, their fate could be imagined. In Ironstone's heart, as long as there was a tiny bit of hope, he would know what to do. The so-called pills were in truth only some ordinary pills used to restore one's strength. It was only because Qin Yu had poured in the aura of the palace lantern that they had such an effect. With this aura protecting them, as long as Qin Yu didn't take it back, True Saint Bai Yu and Ironstone wouldn't have any problems. In order to open up the situation and gain a firm foothold in the army, it was unrealistic to rely on a single person. Qin Yu needed helpers. True Saint Bai Yu was one of them. Ironstone could be considered a test. His body was marked with the mark of the mines, and he was destined to be abandoned by the commander tent. It would be best if this boy listened to orders, otherwise Qin Yu had 100 ways to instantly kill him. Chapter 1524. Deep underground, in a pitch-black mine, there were some special crystals that emitted a dark green light. They barely managed to outline pairs of icy cold and terrifying eyes in the darkness. "There's a letter from above. They say that the border army has sent a general who has taken over authority over the mine. They want us to do something to let this general know that the mine isn't something he can control. In the deep and low voice, every syllable seemed to have been soaked in blood for countless years, emitting a thick and pungent smell of blood. Looking at his features, he was a man. But beneath the dark green light, one could faintly see that he didn't seem like a human at all. He had 3 arms, 2 on the left and 1 on the right. On his shoulders were 2 heads, one large and one small. The one who spoke was Big Head. Just as his voice fell, Little Head coldly sneered. "Do you think those bastards above will obediently hand over their authority? It seems that this newcomer has some strength." Another voice sounded out. "To have us cause trouble is to use us as a knife. With empty words, do they think we are stupid?" Big Head looked at the faint mountain of flesh in the darkness. He slowly said, "They have agreed to send 500 women down." Gulp. In the darkness, there was the sound of gulping. Normally when we ask for them, they refuse and refuse. Now that they are so generous, it can only mean that Mr. Littlehead is right. The new general is very strong. Being enemies with him might not be the right choice. That's right. We underground rats have barely managed to survive to this day, so it's best if we don't take risk. Littlehead screamed. "How about we give the choice to the new general? If he can give us better conditions, then we will recognize his rule. Otherwise, he can't blame us for not giving him any face." Big Head slowly said, "That is a good idea." Soon, the sinners in the darkness reached a consensus. As for their demands, there was certainly a way to pass them to the higher-up. In fact, these underground sinners were extremely efficient. Chinyu saw a letter on his desk in his residence. But he didn't know where this letter came from. After opening it, the content was extremely respectful. It simply summarized the contents of the matter, but within this respect, there was also an unyielding attitude. If you agree to the conditions, then everything can be discussed. I guarantee that you, the Guardian General, will be able to complete your tasks on time every month. Otherwise, of course, everything would have to be changed. Putting down the letter, Chinyu rubbed his chin and sneered. It seemed like some people still didn't understand the situation. Since that was the case, he would make use of this matter to let them know. In the mine, he had the final say. Be it above or below ground, no one had the right to bargain. Causing trouble would only lead to death. Half an hour later, the barbarians stationed in different areas hurried to General Jin Wu's residence. They looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Clearly, they did not know what was going on. After waiting for a while, they were finally allowed to enter when their hearts gradually became anxious. "Greetings, General." Black Scale, Lamia, and the others knelt on the ground. Since they had already submitted, they naturally didn't lack superficial skills. "Since you've come, then kneel." His words made the half-human barbarians' hearts tremble, and their eyes revealed uneasiness. The air fell deathly silent. After several breaths of silence, Hei Lin took a deep breath. "General, may I ask what has happened?" Chinyu glanced at him. "Good question. I have a letter in my hands, but I don't know how it grew legs and ran into my room." He held it between 2 fingers and flung it forward. With a light puff, the letter cut open the ground and stood straight up. Hei Lin opened the letter. As he swept his eyes over it, his complexion changed. "How insolent! These underground sinners deserve to die. They dare to threaten the general. I ask that you give the order to severely punish them." Chinyu faintly smiled. "Of course there will be punishment. But what I want to know is, who gave these conditions to the underground sinners?" There was silence. "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Women aren't ores that can be casually hidden away. As long as we search them, there should be some harvest." "Hei Lin, you were the one in charge of the mine, so where do you think we should start searching?" Hei Lin furrowed his eyebrows. He slowly said, "General, I believe that this matter was deliberately provoked by the underground sinners. So, you mean that I shouldn't investigate?" Hei Lin nodded. He wanted to say something but was interrupted. But I have already investigated. Qin Yu's eyes swept over everyone. When you left, Advisor Bai Su had already left. I hope that your subordinates aren't too impulsive. If something happens to Advisor Bai Su, I will not be happy. Schwa, a cold sweat appeared on He Lin's forehead. He cursed inwardly. These underground sinners actually dared to play such a trick. Once he passed this hurdle, he wanted to see just how he would deal with these trash in the future. It's fine, it's fine. Those women have been imprisoned in secret places. True Saint Bai Su has just arrived, so it is impossible for him to find them. Just as this thought appeared, there was the sound of footsteps. True Saint Bai Su walked in and bowed. General, I've found them. He Lin fiercely looked up, meeting True Saint Bai Su's finger. They have been imprisoned by He Lin in a secret mine. At this time, his first thought was that there was a traitor. Then, he couldn't admit it. He Lin's thoughts raced. He roared out, slander. This is naked slander. Advisor Bai Su has just arrived at the mine and isn't familiar with the terrain. How could he possibly find those women in such a short period of time? True Saint Bai Su sneered. You don't believe me? They have already been brought back. I can have these women identify who imprisoned them at any time. His eyes revealed an icy cold light. After all, according to what they said, He Lin, you have already enjoyed several of them in advance. More and more beads of cold sweat appeared. He Lin's eyes revealed a trace of anger. His last bit of hope vanished. They had really been discovered. Looking at General Jin's methods and his previous expression, something bad was going to happen. Something bad was going to happen today. He Lin took a deep breath and stood up. General Jin, how despicable of you. In order to thoroughly control the mine, you actually used such a method to harm me. He turned and roared, everyone, today I, He Lin, have had bad luck. Now it will be your turn. If you don't want to be killed one by one, then follow me in rebellion. The half-human barbarians behind him began to breathe heavily. What He Lin said was what they were most worried about. Now it seemed that this really was a chance. Although General Jin was strong, if they joined forces, they might have a chance. As for the consequences of this, what the border army camp wanted was a steady monthly supply of ore. As for their internal killing and struggles, they wouldn't care about them at all. Humph! Qin Yu suddenly sneered. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. He lifted a hand and pressed his fingers forwards. Dong! There was a loud explosion on the ground and cracks spread outward. He Lin was casually pushed to the ground. The air fell deathly silent. All of the surging impulses, ruthlessness, and killing intent vanished without a trace. All that was left over was fear and trembling. Even someone as powerful as He Lin, someone who had long since reached the ruler realm, had been casually suppressed. General Jin was inconceivably strong. At this time, True Saint Bai Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. He knew that since Qin Yu had acted, he would surely have a way. But he never imagined that Qin Yu would have such a formidable strength. Was there some good fortune in the trip to the western savage lands, or had he been hiding his strength all this time? But no matter what the reason was, this was good news for True Saint Bai Yu. His future was already tied to Qin Yu's. It was good to enjoy the shade of a great tree. The stronger he was, the better. At this time, in the eyes of everyone, Qin Yu was like a great mountain shrouded in clouds, unfathomably profound. But in truth, he wasn't that strong. The reason he could casually suppress He Lin was because of the curse power of the barbarians within his body. But Qin Yu wouldn't explain this. He wanted to rule the mine and make it his base. The more these barbarians feared him, the better. He Lin dripped with sweat. He never imagined that Qin Yu would be strong to such a degree. If Qin Yu could suppress him with a single hand, then even if all the barbarians joined forces, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. It was impossible for them to join forces to resist General Jin. No one was willing to die with him. General Jean, you cannot kill me! He Lin roared. There are a portion of the sinners underground that obey my orders. If you kill me, the sinners will riot. At that time, the mine will stop mining and we won't be able to produce enough ore. You will be in deep trouble. Qin Yu nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Bang! With a dull thud, He Lin's entire body seemed to be grasped by a giant invisible hand. His entire body twisted into a ball. Blood gushed out from every orifice of his head, and his aura vanished from sight. Like this, a powerful ruler-level barbarian had died on the spot. Fear flooded the hearts of the other barbarians. If someone as powerful as He Lin could be killed just like that, then what about them? General, please spare us. We know nothing about this. General, please investigate this. The snake woman slumped to the ground, her enchanting body constantly shivering. Not too long ago, she had instigated He Lin to fight General Jean. But she never imagined that this would be the result. Before He Lin could do anything, he had been killed on the spot. As she thought of this, the fear in her heart deepened. As she looked at the person in front of her, endless fear gushed out from the depths of her heart. Before, I said that I had the final say in the mine, but it seems you didn't take my words to heart. I hope that this matter will help you remember better. Qin Yu waved his hand. Take this corpse and leave. If anyone dares to offend you again, this will be the end. The group of barbarian powerhouses trembled as they picked up He Lin and left in panic. In normal times, when He Lin was killed, the first thing they would think of would be to divide up the territory he left behind. But now, no one dared to act rashly. This was because from today onwards the mine had a true master. Everything had to follow his will. General is invincible. True Saint Bai Yu's face was filled with excitement. In the future, this subordinate will be loyal and devoted. I will support the general with all my strength and accomplish great things in the army. Qin Yu glanced at him. Stop flattering me. For these next 2 days, I will need to deal with some matters. Help me pick up someone and make arrangements for her. Calculating the time, Ruru should have arrived by now. When he left the camp, Qin Yu had already made preparations. True Saint Bai Yu respectfully bowed. Yes, General. Underground mine. Dark and icy cold. The air surged with restlessness and restlessness. He Lin had died. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had been killed on the spot by the newly arrived General Jean. It was said that the entire process had been extremely easy and he hadn't been able to resist at all. The little head mister screamed, "This is a provocation to us." There was silence in the darkness. By killing He Lin, the General Jean had used such an unyielding attitude to reject their conditions. There was no way this matter would end peacefully. Of course, what was more important was that this General Jean was far stronger than they had imagined. Everyone, what has happened has already happened. How should we respond? The big head slowly spoke, his face calm. Humph! The mountain-like shadow coldly sneered. General Jean is truly awe-inspiring. He killed He Lin and at the same time tore off our faces and trampled all over us. You and I must respond to this matter. Otherwise, it will be difficult to convince the masses and it will be difficult to maintain our own interests. That's right. General Jean is indeed strong, but I fear he doesn't know that the foundation of this mine is in our hands. The little head Mr. Ning Shao revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. Then, let us join forces and teach him a ruthless lesson. The sinners underground went on strike. There were guards stationed in the mine, but more importantly, there were people who had to go deep underground. They had to dig out the ores needed to forge weapons from the dark and dirty mines and then transport them to the surface. Before, it was said that the guards stationed in the mine were a plague that everyone avoided in the border army camp. But compared to the sinners underground, these people were already in a much better situation. Most importantly, it was said that the great shaman of the barbarians had set up a curse altar underground. The deeper one went, the more terrifying the power of the curse became. Emperor realm experts had once descended in the western wilderness in an attempt to eradicate the effects of the curse. But in the end, they had no choice but to retreat after going tens of thousands of feet underground. The losers of the internal strife of the empire, the criminals who had committed the most heinous crimes, the rebels who had been suppressed and captured. For countless years, they had been continuously thrown into the depths of the mine. Nobody knew just how many miners, who were generally known as sinners, had after years of accumulation and reproduction. But according to the Emperor realm expert who had gone deep underground, the layers of tunnels intertwined like a dense spider web. They had long since formed dirty cities hidden underground and in the darkness. It could even be called the country of the sinners underground. General, the sinners have rioted. The ore production has been halted. The barbarians were sweating profusely, their faces filled with fear. They weren't worried about Chinyu. They were only afraid that they would be implicated in their anger. In fact, when He Lin was killed, they knew very well that this moment would come. But they didn't expect the sinners to react so quickly. It seemed that they wanted to take this opportunity to teach General Jin a harsh lesson. Although the mine was the territory of the western wilderness and was guarded by the border army, its true owner had long been the sinners underground. The border army and the sinners had only reached an agreement that they would provide an endless supply of ores and the border army would provide supplies. But the sinners had long accumulated resources. Even if they were locked in supplies, they could still last for a long time. Eating people was a very simple matter for them. But if they lacked ores and couldn't supply the army with weapons, it would be a great disaster. All of them would be burned to ashes by the anger of the military. Chapter 1525. I understand. Qin Yu laid down his teacup, his expression calm. Looking at General Wu Jin's current appearance, the barbarians thought that he didn't know the horrifying consequences of the sinners going on strike. They began to sweat profusely. General, things have gotten out of hand. The sinners have already put forth their conditions. We must satisfy them 3 times as much as before we can resume mining. The barbarian wiped away his cold sweat. We do have some reserves in our hands for emergencies, but compared to the mine's output, this is nothing more than a drop in the bucket. In another 3 days, the sinners refuse to cooperate with us, so there is no way we can gather enough. Blackscale's death as well as Qin Yu's extraordinary strength left them with no way to complain. The snake woman clenched her teeth. General, the only way is to agree to the sinners' conditions. Qin Yu swept his eyes over them. He lightly said, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Since the sinners are going on strike, let's suppress them. The barbarians were stunned. Their eyes widened in panic. Their first thought was that General Wu Jin wanted to use this chance to eliminate them all. Simple. As long as he ordered them to bring people into the mine to suppress the sinners, they would never be able to return. Simple, straightforward, and effective. Their complexions were deathly pale and sweat streamed down their back. All of them felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a mocking smile. Don't worry, I won't send you to your death. I will personally suppress the sinners' strike. General, True Saint Baiyu anxiously said, the depths of the mine are filled with unknown dangers. With your status, how can you take such a risk? We need to consider this matter at length. As he spoke, he winked at the barbarians. He was well aware of what the situation beneath the mine was. It was a sinkhole that would bury anyone who entered. He couldn't figure out why Ning Qin would suddenly make such a stupid decision. Qin Yu glanced at him and waved his hand. It's decided. You can all go back. I will make up for the ore within 3 days. The barbarians respectfully bowed and drew back. As long as they weren't suppressed underground, they could do whatever Qin Yu said. Moreover, deep in their hearts, they were hoping that Qin Yu would die beneath the mine. At that time, this place would become their world again, and they wouldn't have to live in fear like they did now. As soon as the half-human barbarian left, True Saint Bai Tu growled, "General, the underground of the mine is a den of demons. Even the Emperor realm experts sent by His Majesty couldn't solve the problem. You must not go." Qin Yu said, "There is no need to speak any further. I know what I am doing." He got up and walked outside. "Remember, don't forget what I told you before." A moment later, Qin Yu appeared outside a mine that led underground. Looking into it, the light quickly dimmed. Soon, all that was left was pitch black. It was like a large mouth that was choosing people to swallow, and also like an abyss that could swallow everything, causing fear to arise from the bottom of one's heart. Most of the soldiers stationed at the border showed signs of turning into berserkers. At that moment, shock appeared in their eyes as they watched the scene before them. The Jin Wu general, who held great power, actually wanted to enter the mine alone to suppress the sinner's strike. He was simply courting death. The snake woman licked the corner of her lips and said respectfully, "General, according to our investigations, this mine leads deep underground, but we are unable to determine where it leads to." She paused. "This subordinate must remind you that the mine is like a maze, and there is a powerful barbarian curse. You must consider this carefully." Qin Yu glanced at her. "Although that's what you say, in your heart, you must be very anxious to see me walk in, isn't that right?" The snake woman's expression changed greatly. She immediately fell to the ground. "General, this subordinate wouldn't dare." Qin Yu sneered and didn't look at her again. He strode into the mine. "Tell them that I will return in 3 days." The footsteps went far away and soon disappeared. The snake woman looked up at the quiet mine. Even though she had seen Qin Yu step inside with her own eyes, she still felt a strong sense of disbelief in her heart at this moment. General Jin, did he just take the initiative to enter the underground of the mine? The snake woman took a deep breath and steadied her mind. A cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. If an Emperor realm existence couldn't solve this problem, then so what if the Jin Wu general was strong? He was digging his own grave by entering the mine. When the sinners spread the news that the Jin Wu general had been killed in 3 days, her arrangements over the years would be put to good use. He Lin was dead, and the Jin Wu general was dead. She would become the master of the mine. The border army team that had escorted Ruru had stopped in the distance. No one wanted to taste the barbarian curse. "Miss Ruru, this is as far as we can go," a commandant said in a low voice, a trace of pity in his eyes. In his opinion, Ruru was too kind. She was clearly being taken by the Jin Wu general, but she was still willing to follow him. But he had no right or position to persuade her otherwise. The carriage was pushed open from the inside and little Meaty stepped out. Suddenly, she frowned imperceptibly. There was movement on the other side. "Alert!" the commandant roared. News of the barbarian cavalry killing the Jin Wu general had reached the camp. But soon, they were sure that it was a false alarm. The person who had come was a guard of the mine. His appearance was very obvious, and he had stopped when there was still some distance between them. True Saint Bai smiled bitterly. "Miss, I'm here on the general's orders to receive you." Ruru said. "Ning Qin went underground?" True Saint Bai thought that the camp had received the news and nodded. "Yes, the sinners underground are on strike. The general has gone to suppress them alone." On the other side, the faces of the commandant who had escorted Ruru and his subordinates were extremely interesting. The news quickly spread to the camp. Wu Tongtian frowned, a pensive look in his eyes. He felt more and more that he couldn't see through Qin Yu. Was this the person who had made Yi Bohu suffer a loss, and the emperor had chosen him to join the army? No matter how he looked at it, Qin Yu didn't deserve it. The underground of the mine was a terrifying place. Even if the Jin Wu general was strong or had a trump card, he was doomed to die. Whatever, it was his own choice. Even if he died, no one would blame him. This was good news for him. "Boy, you're courting death," Yi Sang sneered. Was the underground of the mine a place that anyone could enter? What a pity. He had originally planned to wait until he was no longer noticed before killing him. But he had given him a quick death. Otherwise, if he had fallen into his hands, he would have begged for death. Soon Yi Sang's attention returned to the military report in his hands. Ning Qin would undoubtedly die. After the sinners killed him, the conditions would be met and the ore supply would be restored. The storm would then dissipate. These things were no longer worth his energy. Jiang Chengzi sighed. He began to wonder if his previous actions had been too thoughtless. Ning Qin was finished. Qin Yu walked in the underground mine. He didn't know that in the eyes of the people outside, he had already become a corpse. Of course, even if they knew, they probably wouldn't care. The truth triumphed over everything. It was dark and cold. Besides the sound of his own footsteps, there was only the howling of the wind. It was like the howling of a monster, making one's scalp tingle. But Qin Yu was very calm. It wasn't just because he had the palace lantern in his hand, but because darkness was one of the fundamental strengths he controlled. Light and darkness were one. Walking in the darkness at this time was no different from a fish in water. There was no discomfort at all. Everything in front of him was as bright as day. Another fork in the tunnel. Deep underground, after countless years of mining, a massive amount of ore had been mined. Indeed, a maze-like mine tunnel had formed. At this point, Qin Yu had already passed nearly 100 forks of various sizes. But every time, he was able to quickly make a choice. This time was no exception. Schwa, with a turn of his feet, Qin Yu stepped into the tunnel on the right and continued forwards. Suddenly, he frowned. A bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Someone was watching him. Were they the sinners underground? The aura was indeed strange. It was different from that of humans and barbarians. It was more chaotic, violent, and difficult to control. But Qin Yu didn't care about it. He allowed this aura to follow him from afar as he continued deeper into the darkness. The Imperial General Ning Qin had broken into the underground tunnel alone, wanting to suppress the sinners. When the news came, the sinners only treated it as a joke. But now, the joke had been confirmed. Ning Qin had really come. Moreover, he continued forwards, moving deeper and deeper underground. The several leaders of the sinners, the true rulers of this filthy city of sin, gathered together once more. The Imperial General Jin has arrived. He has been targeted by the demon eye. On the shoulder, the big-headed man slowly said, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The little man screamed, "What are you waiting for?" He delivered himself to our door on his own initiative. It's been a long time since I've eaten pure human flesh. A deep laugh echoed out from the mountain of flesh. Kill the Imperial General Jin and swallow his cultivation and strength as an apology to us. That's right. Since he is seeking death on his own initiative, how can we not help him? Sneering, in the eyes of the sinner leaders, Qin Yu was the prey that had been delivered to their mouths. 3 arms, the 2 strange leaders roared out, "Crow, I'll leave this matter to you. Release the dried bones." In the darkness, a deep and vicious laugh echoed out. "Of course. My babies have long been starving." Blackscale's death was enough to prove just how strong the Imperial General Jin was. They certainly wouldn't personally act and give the Imperial General Jin a chance to counterattack. Deep underground, there were many things that could kill. All they needed to do was wait for the fragments of his corpse to be sent over. Qin Yu stopped walking. He tilted his ears and heard some strange sounds. It was like something hard was rubbing against the surface of ore. What followed was a putrid stench, like a coffin that had been buried underground for many years being opened. Roar, roar, loud roars spread into his ears. Qin Yu finally saw what these things looked like, a bunch of skin and bones. In simpler terms, their flesh and blood had disappeared, leaving behind only a layer of dry skin that tightly wrapped around their bones. Their pitch-black eye sockets emitted endless cruelty and bloodthirst. They opened their mouths and roared, revealing jet-black teeth. They were sinners that had died underground. Their corpses had been corroded by a curse, and over the years, they had mutated and turned into terrifying monsters. Dried bones were the most dreadful predators of flesh and blood in the mines. Even the sinners below the ground were their prey. At this time, as they smelled the scent of fresh flesh and blood from Qin Yu's body, countless dried bones rushed towards him. The terrifying aspect of dried bones lay in their indestructible bones, their astonishing speed, and their infinite strength. Besides that, they also had a most astonishing aspect. That was, they could ignore defenses to a certain degree. While they were alive, the sinners' hearts were filled with hatred and resentment. After they died, they produced a rich death energy, and they absorbed and accumulated a thick curse power. All of this piled up, causing a mutation to occur in the corpses, causing the dried bones to possess a horrifying slaughter attribute. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, if they were surrounded and killed by a horde of dried bones in the dark and narrow underground mine tunnels, unless they were strong enough to break through all methods and forcefully crush everything in their path, all that awaited them was death. But the problem was, how many people in this world possessed such strength? At the very least, Qin Yu was still far from it. But he was the Goliath sovereign, and he controlled the rare treasure of the Goliath race, the palace lantern. The curse left behind by the Goliath great shaman in the past was a great help to him. So at this time, looking at the ferocious and terrifying dried bones rushing towards him, Qin Yu only lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Bang bang, there was a dull thumping sound. It was like a giant stone was suddenly shattered to pieces by a strength that erupted from within. The dried bones that rushed forwards, although they no longer had any consciousness, their empty eye sockets still revealed a bit of astonishment. Their chests had already exploded. Their hearts, which were as shriveled as walnuts and protected by their hard ribs, had been shattered into countless pieces. Under normal circumstances, a dried bone in such a state would not have a heart, and it would not have mattered at all. But now, as the walnut hearts exploded and flowers bloomed on their chests, the flow of time around them seemed to accelerate by 10,000 times. The fingers that reached out, the jaws that were wide open, the black teeth that were exposed to the air, all of this began to rapidly disintegrate and dissipate. Although all of this took a long time to describe, it actually happened extremely quickly. As Qin Yu lifted his hand, stretched it out, and grasped it, everything fell silent. There was only dust that covered the entire mine tunnel, as if it were telling him something. Deep in Qin Yu's eyes, a cold light burst out. "I've caught you." He lifted a hand and pointed out a finger. In the place where the sinner leaders were gathered, the figure that grinned in the darkness could clearly feel the excitement of the dried bones. They had already found their prey and would soon complete the hunt. He never doubted this at all. The dried bones were his most powerful method, and also the foundation that allowed him to obtain his current status. The bright red tongue was dazzling beneath the dim green light. It slowly licked its lips, revealing a look of excitement. According to the rules, he could directly obtain half of the prey that the dried bones caught. To be able to directly kill the black-scaled golden general, the flesh and blood of such a powerhouse was the best tonic for him. Suddenly, the bright red tongue licking the corner of her mouth and the surging greed and desire in her eyes all froze at this moment. Ah! In the darkness there was a mournful howl, filled with endless resentment and anger. But soon, the second half of this howl was mostly filled with panic and fear. Dong! There was a dull thumping sound on the ground. The figure in the darkness shot backwards. "Found you!" The air trembled, emitting a sound of its own. Calm killing intent circulated within. Puff! A bloody hole appeared between the eyes, piercing through the back of the head. Thick red and white blood splashed out. Chapter 1526. The sinners underground had long since been tainted and distorted, turning them into monsters that weren't human. Their brains exploding was a serious injury to them, but it wasn't fatal. But at this time, with the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, the figure that fell into the darkness had its aura completely dissipate. A sinner leader, one of the true rulers of the filthy and evil underground kingdom, had been killed like this. A cold chill instantly struck their hearts, causing the air to freeze. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. But without a doubt, this was the truth. The dried bones sovereign, the most terrifying existence underground, had died. And the one who did all of this was without a doubt the owner of that voice just now. In other words, it was the Golden General that they had sneered and believed would surely die. Ning Qin. Demon Eye, what happened? The big-headed man roared out from his shoulder, trying his best to remain calm. The little man angrily howled. Immediately investigate, we want to know the truth. Outwardly fierce but inwardly cowardly. But at this time, no one laughed at the little man, because the sinner leaders were all shrouded in fear. Crossing through space, the Golden General could kill the dried bones sovereign with a single strike, but he could also kill them. Soon, a giant eyeball with countless crimson veins wrapped around it appeared in front of the sinner leaders. Or with a tremble, the eyeball shot out light. In the dark underground space, a picture appeared. They couldn't hear anything, but this didn't stop the sinner leaders from soaking their clothes in a cold sweat. The picture was extremely clear. This was the special ability of the Demon Eye. They could clearly see Qin Yu's appearance. They saw him raise his hand, clench his fingers, and kill the overwhelming dried bones sovereign. Then, he sneered and said something. Then, he lifted a hand and pointed a finger. Found you! This was probably the sound that came from the air shaking just now. Then, there was no need to mention what happened to the dried bones sovereign. What left the other sinner leaders feeling even more fearful was the Golden General's eyes when he killed. He looked straight ahead, he killed the dried bones sovereign, but it also seemed as if he was covering them all. In the silence, the little man screamed, "We have no choice, or do you think that the Golden General will let us go?" Surrender. In truth, this thought had already swelled up in their mind. For the leaders of the sinners, the change in the person in charge didn't affect them much. As long as the mind wanted to operate normally and produce ores continuously, their existence was needed. As for lowering his head and embarrassing himself, he didn't even consider it. He wasn't even human anymore, so why would he care about his face? However, Mr. Littlehead's words ruthlessly shattered the fantasies in their hearts. The dry bones sovereign king was directly killed. Straightforward and efficient. There was no room for negotiation, nor was there any chance for him to show his subservience. In truth, this was already an indication of Qin Yu's attitude. The huge mountain of flesh suddenly trembled. Layers of flesh surged up, and pairs of hidden eyes opened. Jin Wu wants to kill us. Of course, we can't just wait to die. Countless eyes flashed with a cold light. Not to mention that Emperor Realm cultivators had no choice but to retreat when they descended into the underground. I don't think the Golden General is stronger than an Emperor Realm cultivator. Big Head's eyes flashed. You mean to say that General Jin Wu killed the Bone Sovereign with the help of an external object? That's right. Rosen sneered. This is the only and most reasonable explanation. In the darkness there was silence. The fear and terror in the eyes of the leaders of the sinners slowly dissipated. If that was the case, then General Jin Wu was still terrifying, but not to the extent of making them despair. Borrowing external force seemed terrifying, but there was a limit to it. We need to test it, another sinner leader said in the darkness. Mr. Littlehead screamed, Then, what are we waiting for? Let's begin. Qin Yu was once again surrounded in the depths of the mine. This time, a strange worm appeared. It was the polar opposite of the dried bones. The former was all skin and bones, while this worm was extremely swollen. It was like a ball of boneless fat that could twist at any angle, and their only method of attack was to get close to their prey and self-destruct with a bang. The suicidal attack seemed extremely stupid, but when they saw the crimson liquid that sprayed out sizzled and sizzled as it fell into the mine, white smoke billowed out, and the terrifying corrosive marks it left behind, they couldn't bring themselves to laugh. In the beginning, the sinners underground used these insects to mine ores. The liquid in their bodies had a terrifying corrosive ability, causing the production of the mine to increase by leaps and bounds. Later, it was used in wars. Before the territory of the sinner leaders was clearly divided, it was the nightmare of countless sinners. It was unknown how many corpses were corroded by the crimson liquid. Qin Yu frowned. With a snap of his fingers, all the worms that rushed over exploded. The crimson liquid instantly submerged them. White fog rose up, corroding a large hole in the underground mine. 3 times. The trouble Qin Yu encountered was the sinners underground. This was the first time he saw the sinners with his own eyes since he entered. They were fierce and terrifying. Compared to the border guards who showed signs of barbarism on the surface, they didn't have the appearance of a human anymore. It was as if a monster had been born from the darkness in the underground. Their crimson eyes were filled with cruelty and killing intent, and there was nothing else. They didn't know fear, and they didn't fear the aura that Qin Yu emitted. Roaring and howling, the sinners rushed over. They tried to use their corpses to submerge Qin Yu and suppress him. But in the end, they failed. Bang! With a dull sound, the corpse of the last sinner exploded in front of Qin Yu. He frowned, a gloomy light in his eyes. He looked down and saw a wound on the back of his hand. This was a mark left behind by a powerful sinner just before he died. Around the wound, the flesh and blood had turned jet black. Black lines that looked like spider webs were spreading outward. With a deep breath, Qin Yu stepped over the mountain of corpses and continued to move deeper into the mine. Then, the 4th time. The 5th time. The gathered sinner leaders all paled. They never imagined that Qin Yu would possess such a terrifying thing. Luckily, the first one to attack was the Bone Sovereign, otherwise the one to be killed would be one of them. But fortunately, external forces would eventually be consumed. Through the images transmitted back by the demon eye, they had already come to a clear conclusion: Qin Yu's strength was weakening. Or, to be more precise, his trump cards were about to be exhausted. The sinner leaders who had been shrouded in fear and cowering like cowards suddenly revealed fierce and ferocious expressions. On their shoulders, big head and small head roared, "General Jinwu is at his wits' end. It's time for you and me to send him on his way." In the naked eye, thousands of pairs of eyes surged with an icy cold light. In the darkness, thick killing intent rippled endlessly. As the rulers of the underground kingdom of sin, although they were bugs crawling in the filthy land, they were free and unfettered. It had been a long, long time since anyone had given them this feeling of fear and despair. General Jinwu had to die, and he had to die in the most miserable and terrifying way. Only then could the resentment in their hearts be slightly dispelled. "Wait a moment," the sinner leader in the darkness said in a deep and fearful voice. "I feel that General Jinwu isn't easy to deal with. We should wait a little longer to avoid being schemed against." The mountain of flesh fell silent. Fear and hesitation gushed out from its countless eyes. The sinner leaders had a deep hatred towards Qin Yu and an equal amount of fear. It wasn't impossible for this to be a trap that was deliberately luring them out. Whoosh! A demonic eye flew over. It shot out a beam of light that formed a picture in front of the sinner leaders. General Jinwu was retreating. Even though it was difficult to determine the direction in the mines that were as dense as a spider's web, the leader of the sinners who lived here could tell with a single glance that General Jinwu was retreating to the surface. He was running away. At this moment, all the hesitation and restlessness in the sinner leaders' hearts were swept away. "We cannot let him go. If he dares to intrude into the underground world, then don't think of leaving alive. Kill him." With loud howls, the sinner leaders rushed out. In fact, they all wanted to know just what card Qin Yu had in his hand. It was actually able to cause such terrifying damage to the underground life forms. They were like chickens and dogs in front of him, unable to resist at all. If they could kill General Jinwu and seize this treasure, Then from now on, this underground kingdom of sin would have a true master. Qin Yu was helpless. He discovered that the leaders of the underground sinners were far too cautious, far too steady. When he killed the dry bone sovereign, his performance could be called perfect. Although his acting skills didn't explode, he didn't make any mistakes. Now, his performance was so pitiful, but the sinner leaders still hadn't done anything? Qin Yu couldn't help but regret killing Sovereign King Withered Bones a little. If he knew this would happen, he would have restrained himself a little. Shaking his head, Qin Yu swept his eyes around. He had already used his final move. If these sinner leaders didn't come, then he could only wait for him to finish what he had to do and then suppress them. But this would waste time, especially underground. The tunnels were as complex as countless overlapping cobwebs. Once the sinner leaders were frightened and tried to hide, it would be far more difficult for Qin Yu to wipe them out. At this time, as Qin Yu was retreating from the tunnel, his eyes flashed with a bright light. Then, he revealed a look of relief. It wasn't easy. Using this retreat in order to advance move, he had finally hooked them. Rumble, rumble, the sound of breaking air mixed with the tremors of the tunnel flooded into his ears. Qin Yu stepped forward and took the initiative to rush over. The sinner leaders had arrived and he was really afraid that they would run away again. It was best to take the initiative. The sinner leaders had fierce expressions and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, they were scared witless. General Jinwu had used up all his cards and was about to flee underground, so how could he still dare to rush towards them? The little headmistress screamed, "Don't be afraid, General Jinwu is at the end of his tether. He is deliberately trying to trick us." He seized control of an arm and threw out the ore in his hand. "Watch as I smash him into meat paste." After the mutation, he had 2 heads and 3 arms. His talent was infinite strength. This wasn't a simple description, but true strength that could shake the heavens and shake the earth. The stone silently tore through the air. It wasn't that there was no sound, but that it was simply too fast. It was so fast that after it tore through the air, there was only a shrill sound. It was impossible to catch up. Bang! With a loud explosion, Qin Yu was forced backwards. Blood tumbled in his chest. If it weren't for the fact that his mortal body had been tempered to a high enough degree, his arms would have been broken and a giant pit would have been smashed into his chest. A numbing pain swept through half his body. This feeling, it was quite refreshing. Qin Yu glanced at the sinner leaders across from him. When he had killed the Bone Sovereign, he had glanced at them. It was good that they were all here. However, Qin Yu's thoughts had undergone a massive change from before. The sinner leaders were still tyrannical in strength. He had personally experienced it when he caught the large stone with one hand. If he killed them like this, it would be a bit of a waste. If he could control them, that might be a good choice. Moreover, there was another point. If he really killed them all, there would be a vacuum of authority in the underground world. This would inevitably lead to struggles and unrest. This wasn't a result that Qin Yu wanted to see. As the foundation of the mine, stability was the #1 priority. The production of ore couldn't be reduced, otherwise it would affect his chances of opening up the army. Qin Yu stepped forwards. Above his head, a lantern quietly appeared. Flames quietly burned within the lantern. The light that fell down wasn't too bright, but it was enough to illuminate the figures of the many sinner leaders. "Ah!" Sad and shrill cries rang out. The flames of the lantern were the sinner leaders' natural enemy. Beneath the illumination of the light, their bodies began to rapidly decay. Moreover, the most horrifying point was that the sinner leaders discovered that they had lost control of the strength within their bodies. Their entire bodies had turned into wooden stakes and crushed stones. They were imprisoned where they were, unable to move in the least. Suddenly, the flames within the lantern gently flickered. The sinner leaders' pitiful screams rose up once more. Their incomparably tough bodies that were harder than iron and stone began to rot and fall to the ground. Black skeletons that had been corroded by the power of the curse were revealed. A thick aura of death and destruction completely covered them. The Sinner leaders finally realized what cards General Jean held in his hands. It was just that the price of discovering the truth was far too great, so this really was a trap. Mr. Big Head screamed out, "Ah! It hurts so much! It hurts so much! General Jean, I am willing to submit to you. Don't kill me!" Mr. Big Head and the other Sinner leaders wished they could tear him to shreds. "Bastard! You were the one who said you wouldn't let them go, and now the first one to beg for mercy is also you." General Jean had finally managed to scheme against them. How could he let go of this chance to catch them all in one fell swoop? Begging for mercy was nothing but a dream. "Fine." A calm voice entered the Sinner leader's ears. The pain and injuries brought about by the lantern's light lessened by a great deal. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a smile. Light swirled in his eyes. "Give up resisting and let me leave a mark in your souls. Then you can continue to live." In the face of life and death, this was a question with no other choices. The Sinner leaders who had been rescued from the brink of death tightly grasped onto the straw of hope that Qin Yu had handed them. "We sinners greet General Jean." The two-headed and three-armed Sinner leaders all knelt to the ground. Their posture was humble and respectful. The mountain of flesh wanted to cry. No matter what he did, his current form was basically the same. He could only desperately flatten himself. "General, I have no legs." Qin Yu's lips twitched. He waved his hand. "Get up." He didn't expect that the sinister-looking Sinner leader in front of him would have such an outstanding talent for making jokes. "I have been ordered to guard the mine. In the future, I will hand over the production of ores to you. Remember, I don't like trouble. You must work hard." The Sinner leaders let out a long sigh of relief. "Yes, General." Although they had lost their freedom and their lives were in the hands of General Jean, at least they were still alive and could retain their rights underground. Compared to a moment ago when they were almost roasted and melted alive, this was much better. At this point, the suppression of the Sinners' strike had been completed. For Qin Yu, the newly crowned emperor with the palace lantern, things were this simple. But this was originally only a side part of Qin Yu's plan. His real purpose in entering the mine this time was to find the source of the fluctuation. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He wanted to know what the great barbarian shaman who laid down this curse had left for him. Chapter 1527. In the deepest part of the mine there was a huge cave. It was different from the surrounding areas that were intertwined with man-made tunnels. From the traces here, it seemed to be formed naturally. Faint traces of black fog constantly seeped out from the cave entrance, disappearing into the air. As the Sinner leaders saw this from afar, their complexions paled and their eyes filled with fear. "Gulp," the little man gulped. He said with a trembling voice, "General, you want to enter the Ghost Fog Grotto?" Qin Yu nodded. "All of you wait here." As his words fell, he stepped forwards. "You cannot." A Sinner leader cried out in panic, "General, the Ghost Fog Grotto is incomparably terrifying. For countless years, no one has ever returned after entering." The Big Head said, "That is indeed the case. The Ghost Fog Grotto is incomparably terrifying. I ask General to reconsider." The Sinner leaders certainly weren't. Because they were subdued by Qin Yu, they were worried about his safety. This was because Qin Yu's mark had been left in their souls and they were bound together with him, sharing weal and woe. In simpler terms, if Qin Yu died in the Ghost Fog Grotto, they would also be buried with him. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a cold sneer. He didn't turn his head. "I have already made up my mind. There is no need for you to say anything else." With several steps, his figure vanished from the cave entrance. "It's over." The mountain of flesh howled in grief. From within its layers of fat, pairs of eyes opened and tears of pain flowed down. They originally thought that it would be difficult for them to survive, but who would have thought that General Jean would be such a brute? Ghost Fog Grotto. This was the Ghost Fog Grotto, the most terrifying place beneath the mine. Once one entered, no one would be able to come out alive. The little man screamed, "I don't think so." He swept his eyes over the crowd. General Jin's will is extraordinary. Since he dares to rush in, he must have confidence he can escape unscathed. Although his previous actions had left them feeling disdainful, the Sinner leaders still felt a little more at ease upon hearing these words. The big head slowly said, "Now, you and I can only wait." Besides this, there was nothing else they could do. It would be best if General Jin came out alive. But if he died, all of them would be buried with him. As he stepped into the grotto, fog filled the air. The name Ghost Fog Grotto was quite appropriate, and the reason Qin Yu appeared here was because he had sensed an aura fluctuation. The source was here. Traces of ruthlessness gushed out from the bottom of his heart. Like tenacious vines, they gradually filled his heart and occupied his entire mind. The most terrifying thing was that the entire process was extremely abrupt. Within the fog, he could clearly feel the ruthlessness in his heart, and he could also feel it slowly increasing. His mind was restless, but he could suppress it and overcome it. Everything was still within his control. But suddenly, as if he had crossed a certain boundary, the ruthlessness that filled his heart erupted like a volcano, sweeping out in all directions. His mind fell, and his vision turned blood-red. His ability to think disappeared, and all that was left was the desire to destroy. The palace lantern suddenly appeared and hung above Qin Yu's head. The flames within gently danced, and the blood-red color in his eyes rapidly faded away. Qin Yu regained his consciousness. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He finally understood why this place was called Ghost Mist, and why the leaders of the sinners outside were extremely terrified of this place. As the new emperor of the barbarian tribe, he did not fear the corrosion of the curse. His will was strong enough, but he had fallen into a trap unknowingly. If he did not have the palace lantern in his hand, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Of course, taking a step back, if it weren't for the palace lantern in his hand, Qin Yu wouldn't have rashly stepped into this place. He would have made some preparations. Qin Yu's eyes flashed and he looked deep into the fog. The fluctuations of aura became increasingly clear. They were coming from this direction. With a thought, the dancing flames within the palace lantern suddenly brightened. At this moment, the invisible power was like flowing water, quietly spreading out. The fog that covered Qin Yu was slowly pushed aside, revealing an empty area. Before this, he had suddenly fallen into a trap, causing Qin Yu to feel a bit of dread. Perhaps what the barbarian great shaman had left behind in the past might not have been good intentions towards him, the new barbarian emperor. But no matter what, being a bit more cautious wouldn't go wrong. Qin Yu stepped forwards. Like a stream of water being pushed aside, wherever he went, the fog would retreat. The area of this cave hidden deep underground was much larger than he had imagined, but it wasn't just that. Faintly, Qin Yu could feel some weak spatial fluctuations in the fog. Although it was weak, that didn't mean it was weak. It was possible that it was a powerful concealment. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. This was because he discovered that the ruthlessness that had been completely crushed and expelled, ruthlessness appeared in his heart once more. As he approached, the strength hidden in the fog outside seemed to become increasingly strong. Humph! With a cold snort, the palace lantern above Qin Yu's head brightened once more. In his ears, he could faintly hear a short and painful scream. A cooling sensation spread out from Xiao Chen's forehead, looking like a drop of dew. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the fog in front of him. It was much thicker and slowly flowing, like the slowly wriggling tentacles of some large mollusk. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It seemed that his worries and cautiousness weren't unnecessary. In the past, although that barbarian great shaman was a barbarian, he didn't have any good intentions towards the new emperor. He looked up at the palace lantern above his head. After a moment of hesitation, he continued forwards. Although this lantern was only an imitation of the little blue lamp, since it was the most precious inherited treasure of the barbarians, it shouldn't disappoint him. Moreover, besides this, Qin Yu had other choices. Her Excellency ruler, it was too late to hide. Before he figured out how to explain to her about the Emperor tomb, Qin Yu didn't plan on disturbing her. The mysterious existence hidden in space-time could be considered a grasshopper on the same rope as Qin Yu. Everyone had a close relationship. If there was trouble, he could look for him. Towards this mysterious existence, Qin Yu didn't have a complete and clear understanding. But there was one thing without a doubt: he was strong, and not just ordinarily strong. For instance, when the human cultivators tracked him down, he was actually able to temporarily isolate him. Although, according to him, he had paid a tremendous price. But no matter how Qin Yu looked at him, he was still alive and kicking, without any signs of strain. In short, Qin Yu had full confidence in this mysterious existence. As long as he took action, whatever ghost fog grotto, it wouldn't be difficult at all. With this thought in mind, Qin Yu continued forwards. Perhaps it was because he could feel his firm thoughts. Then, after taking a few steps, the extremely dense fog in front of him suddenly disappeared. That's right, like this, they completely vanished. Qin Yu could clearly see the appearance of the ghost fog grotto. It wasn't too large. To be more precise, it was much smaller than he expected. It was around 1,000 feet in size. A stone pillar shaped like a water droplet hung down from the ceiling of the grotto. There were black chains wrapped around its surface. Or, it could be said that they extended out from the inside of this stone pillar. Scattered throughout the grotto, there was a dried-up corpse at the end. Their mouths were wide open, their expressions fierce. The chains had pierced through their mouths and drilled into their bodies. Although their flesh and blood were withered, one could still see the cruel and crazed expressions on the faces of these dried-up corpses. There was no pain, no fear. It was like they were the murderers and not some pitiful worm that had been killed by the chains. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. His eyes swept over the many dried-up corpses in the grotto, and he suddenly said, "You should know that since I have come here, there is no need for you to hide." After several breaths of silence, there was a faint sigh in the grotto. "Your Majesty is right." A face appeared on the water droplet-shaped stone pillar. Its eyes were calm and peaceful, like a calm lake without any waves. The aura of the barbarians emitted from the stone pillar. Qin Yu said, "I still don't know your name." The face hesitated for a moment and then slowly said, "Your Majesty, you can call me Lost Tracks." Qin Yu nodded. He looked into the face's eyes and said, "Great Shaman Lost Tracks, after what happened in the past, no one should have imagined that you would still be alive. It was an accident." A bitter smile appeared on Mystery Track's face. Walala, the chains that drilled into the mouths of the dried-up corpses suddenly vibrated. "Your Majesty, do you know that these chains were originally laid down to prevent accidents? I personally arranged them to suppress myself?" Qin Yu said, "It seems that Great Shaman Lost Tracks' preparations weren't sufficient." Lost Tracks was silent for several breaths of time. He nodded. "Your Majesty is right. I underestimated this place. I never thought it would possess such an astonishing strength." A bit of confusion appeared in his eyes. "Does your Majesty believe me? A dead person was actually able to come back to life. Moreover, I am well aware that I am still me." A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. "You came back from the dead, so you don't want to die again?" "Yes." Lost Track sighed. "Without personally experiencing it, no one can imagine what death is like. It is lonely, dark, and cold. After it descends, it deprives all senses and crushes all life. The world turns gray and silent, no longer related to me. That is an extremely terrifying taste." On the stone pillar, Lost Tracks looked up at Qin Yu. There was a bit of fear and guilt in his eyes, but there was also a bit of heat surging deep within. Qin Yu lightly said, Although I have never truly experienced death, I can understand what you are saying. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lost Tracks respectfully said. A sharp light exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. So, you can make your move now. The teardrop-shaped stone pillar gently trembled. A mass of light flew out from within. Your Majesty, if I can live on, I will do my best to help my people restore their past glory. On the other hand, if I die once more, this mass of light will contain everything you wish to know. Qin Yu nodded. Good. Bang, bang, within the stone cave, dried-up corpses exploded into pieces. Countless chains howled towards him at an astonishing speed. They were like thick spiderwebs that wrapped around Qin Yu. In the blink of an eye, the chains wove together, turning into a giant ball, as if it were a constantly wriggling digestive organ. Outside the ghost fog cave, faint traces of fog continued to drift outward. The two-headed, three-armed, and other sinner leaders silently waited outside, their expressions heavy. Thinking about it, no matter who it was, their life and death were tied to the shoulders of others. Moreover, the shadow of death could descend upon them at any moment. None of them would feel relaxed. 2 hours had already passed. The good news was that they were still alive. The bad news was that no one knew how long this mental torture would last. Suddenly, a divine light exploded in the big-headed's eyes. He looked up. The arm that drilled out from his chest lifted up and pointed between his eyebrows. Puff, with a dull sound, the flesh and blood between his eyebrows ruptured and dark red blood flowed out. But there was no pain on his face. There was only confusion, as well as endless excitement and ecstasy. This wasn't an illusion. He had already determined that the mark left in his soul had disappeared. In other words, the connection between him and General Jean had been removed. Happiness came so suddenly and without reason. Even with the big-headed man's composure, he still did something that seemed like a crazy demon. He withdrew his hand and wiped away the blood on his face. He grinned and said, "We are free." Suppressed roars came from the sinner's mouth. They looked towards the entrance of the ghost fog cave, awe in their eyes as well as a bit of ridicule. Don't believe in so-called loyalty. In this world, the most reasonable thing was always the fist. Although they didn't know what had happened, there was no doubt that General Jean had died. Only like this would the mark left in their souls suddenly disappear. As for why they weren't implicated in General Jin's death, although it was strange, the most important thing was that they were able to survive and obtain freedom. Everything else wasn't important. Thank General Jean, thank him for being an arrogant brute, thank him for his impulsive and arrogant actions. How could a puppet that was controlled by others, whose life and death was in their hands, be compared to the free rulers of the underground kingdom? Rosen hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Should we investigate?" He was really worried, and in his heart, he couldn't believe it. The powerful General Jean had died just like that? As soon as he finished speaking, he knew that he had said something stupid. As expected, the gazes of the people around him were filled with concern for the brainless adults. This was the ghost fog cave. Was General Jean strong? He was a fierce character that could easily suppress all of them and control everything. It was because he wanted to go in that he died inside that they regained their freedom. Investigate? How could they investigate? Whoever went would die. Humph! Rosen coldly snorted. Pairs of eyes opened and fiercely stared at them. It was as if he was angry out of humiliation. Mr. Bighead smiled and said, "All right, today is a joyous day for you and me to regain our freedom." He cupped his hands and said, "Everyone, General Jean is dead. You and I still have things to do." Mr. Smallhead's laughter was sharp and ear-piercing. He controlled his arm and pointed above his head. "Don't forget, there are people outside waiting for our news. 1,500 women. No, I want 3,000, not one less. In addition, I want 10 times the amount of flesh and blood to compensate for our loss." In the darkness, a deep laughter sounded. Mr. Smallhead, you are absolutely right. The Sinner leaders took one last look at the entrance of the ghost fog cave, which was as quiet as before. They laughed and turned to leave. General Jean was dead. This result couldn't be more wonderful. Chapter 1528. General Jinwu Ningqin had died underground. Deep in her heart, she had been eagerly waiting for this news. But when it truly came out from underground and turned into words on the jade slip, the snake woman still felt as if she was in a dream. Her many years of preparation was about to become a reality today. The strongest of the half-human barbarians, He Lin, had been killed by General Jinwu. And now, General Jinwu had also died underground. There were no more obstacles in front of her. The mine would become her mine. Come! Snake Woman shouted in a low voice and strode outside. Since she could make preparations in the underground sinners, the other half-barbarian opponents might have made the same arrangements. If she wanted to act, the faster the better. One day later, besides the dead He Lin, the other 6 half-human barbarians guarding the mine all submitted to the Snake Woman. The jade slip that recorded the news of General Jinwu's death underground was sent out of the mine and sent to the border army camp at the fastest possible speed. Looking in the direction of the messenger, the enchanting Snake Woman's face flushed red. Her heart was filled with excitement. Now, she only needed to obtain the approval of the camp, and she could become the new ruler of the mine. But before that, there were still some small problems that needed to be dealt with. For example, the people that General Jinwu had brought, as well as the little girl that had chased after them. A cold light flashed in the Snake Woman's eyes. Women, especially beautiful women, were hidden dangers that could not be ignored no matter where they were. The Snake Woman knew how she had risen step by step to where she was today. So, she would not give her other self any chance. Commander's tent. All the generals had gathered. The accounts were being discussed. Suddenly, the commander's tent was opened from the outside. A young general hurried in with a dignified expression. Wu Tongtian frowned. The war had stabilized and the barbarians showed signs of retreating after a wave of frenzied attacks. Just what had happened? He actually wanted to interrupt the ongoing accounting discussion. Zhao Chong recognized that the one who had broken into the commander's tent was a highly regarded officer under Wu Tongtian. He smiled and returned to his seat, not showing the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. "What is it?" Wu Tongtian asked. The young general respectfully bowed. "Greetings to the commander, greetings to the generals." He took out a jade slip and held it above his head with both hands, an urgent report from the mine. Yi Sang-do's eyes flickered and he revealed a cold smile. He thought to himself, here it comes. Ever since he received the news that Ning Qin had barged into the mine alone, he knew that this day would come. That boy had probably become food for the sinners in the subterranean world. Wu Tongtian reached out and the jade slip flew into his hand. He sent his divine sense into it and withdrew it after a few breaths. His brows furrowed and his expression turned serious. He swept his eyes around the tent. A report came from the mine. General Jean Qin went underground to suppress the sinners, but he unfortunately died on the spot. It was a solid hammer. Zhao Chong lowered his head slightly. Although his face seemed slightly gloomy, he was actually sneering on the inside. The first princess had indeed sent him a message, asking him to give Ning Qin some convenience. But what happened in the imperial capital, for this border army general, wasn't a secret at all. Of course, he knew that the first princess's letter was full of reluctance and compromise. Thus, from the bottom of his heart, Zhao Chong wasn't close to Qin Yu. In fact, he was quite happy to see Qin Yu being pushed aside and suppressed. Now Ning Qin was dead. Disregarding everything else, the first princess could at least remove a hidden danger. Jiang Chengzi was expressionless. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that this old border army general's sitting posture was a bit stiff. General Jean Qin had died. In truth, this was completely different from the outcome he had expected. But saying these things now was meaningless. As General Jean died, true Saint Baia's fate could be imagined. This time, he feared he had really misjudged. As he thought about the sky-bearing monarch in the imperial capital and the contents of the letter he had just received from the imperial capital, Jiang Chengzi felt a headache coming on. Ning Qin had misled him. Wu Tongtian had a calm expression. He quietly took in everyone's expressions. General Jean died in battle underground. This commander is quite distressed. I will report this to the imperial capital and ask that General Jean be given a posthumous title. As he spoke to her, his eyes flashed. It's just that the mine is an important place for military supplies and there are still sinners rioting. We must arrange for a successor as soon as possible. Yi Sang stood up and said, Marshal, may I ask who sent this news? Wu Tongtian said, It was a general guarding the mine. Yi Sang laughed coldly. This general beseeches Commander to immediately descend. I implore Commander to immediately kill this general and take his head to the imperial capital. He turned and swept his eyes over everyone. General Jean Qin hasn't been in the Western Border Army for long and his knowledge of the mine is limited. How could he recklessly charge underground and lose his life? There must be someone who instigated this matter with malicious intentions. This is why General Jean Qin died. This general must be the murderer. A trace of appreciation flashed in Wu Tongtian's eyes. Thus, in the commander's tent, all the generals participating in the discussion understood that these two were shifting the blame. General Jean Qin was someone chosen by His Majesty. He had planned to increase the authority of the imperial families in the army. But now he had just arrived, and before he could do anything, he had died a violent death underground. As the number 2 figure in the Western Border Army, what would His Majesty think? Although His Majesty's thoughts couldn't easily shake the position of the commander of the Border Army, but history had already proven that His Majesty was a person who held grudges. Being remembered by His Majesty was still an extremely dangerous thing for them. Thus, the Border Army camp needed a scapegoat, or more accurately, a scapegoat to bear His Majesty's anger for them. This was also necessary for the generals in the tent. No one wanted to leave a shadow in His Majesty's heart because of this. After all, the Western wilderness was controlled by the imperial families. If they wanted to live comfortably in the future, they had to be clear about their position. Great General Yi is right. The general guarding the mine must be the mastermind. Zhao Chong sneered as he spoke with certainty, as if he already had concrete evidence in his hands. That's right. Commander, please give the order to immediately kill that general and take his head to comfort General Jean Qin's soul in heaven. Another general said. Everyone expressed their stance. Why should they stop something that was beneficial to them? Killing a general, especially a half-human barbarian who had been corroded by the barbarian race's curse, could save them some trouble. Of course, they were happy to do so. Wu Tongtian nodded. His eyes swept across the people below and suddenly said, Jiang Qingzi, I will send you to capture and kill the mastermind. With his status as the commander of the Border Army, this sentence was the final verdict. It was a death sentence for the snake woman. What a pity! This stupid and vicious woman was still dreaming of becoming the ruler of the mine. Jiang Qingzi stood up and bowed. Yes, Commander. I will set off immediately. He turned around and left. Looking at Jiang Qingzi's back, Yi Sang's expression did not change. He glanced at Wu Tongtian and cursed him for being an old fox who didn't know how they felt about each other. Wu Tongtian wanted to use this matter to gain Jiang Qingzi's favor and increase his influence in the Border Army. This was also what Yi Sang had been trying to do. As the number 1 and number 2 figures in the Border Army, their vision was naturally higher. True Saint Bai Tu was a nephew favored by the sky-bearing king, but compared to the power of the powerful families in the army, he was not even worth mentioning. No matter what the reason was for General Jean Qin's death, Jiang Qingzi, who suggested him to guard the mine, could not absolve himself from the blame. With this matter, the relationship between Jiang Qingzi and the sky-bearing king would be shrouded in a shadow, and this would give them a chance. Yi Sang frowned. He was thinking about how to ease the relationship between him and Jiang Qingzi. After all, when Ning Qin first came to the border army, he had secretly used some trick. Jiang Qingzi would definitely be dissatisfied. In the mine, little Meaty looked at the snake woman who had broken through the door with a sneer on her face. She sighed softly with a hint of helplessness. Men, capture them all. Kill anyone who dares to resist. True Saint Bai Tu had a dazed look on his face. He already knew that General Jin Qin had died. His heart was filled with hesitation. He was angry that Ning Qin did not listen to his advice, but he was also confused about the outside world because of his death. There was also a violent anger that came from the depths of his heart. True Saint Bai Tu had never told anyone that when he was with General Jin Qin, he would unconsciously feel a sense of closeness. It was as if this person was an old friend, a good friend. But now, he was dead. Seeing the snake woman and the others break through the door, True Saint Bai Tu suddenly looked up. But before he could explode, a light sigh sounded in his ears. Just tell them who you are. It was little Meaty. She met Bai Tu's gaze and rolled her eyes. What are you looking at? General Jin Qin is not dead. If you resist now, you will just be throwing your life away. True Saint Bai Tu's eyes widened. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by her rolling her eyes even more. Then, he discovered that no one else could hear little Meaty's voice. As he thought about how Qin Yu didn't hesitate to suppress the demonic sect in order to snatch her away, True Saint Bai Tu's heart was filled with excitement. I knew that General Jin Qin was not someone who would truly lust after beauty. There must be a reason why he did this. Perhaps there was a connection between General Jin Qin and little Meaty that he hadn't noticed. In other words, little Meaty's words could be trusted. True Saint Bai Tu took a deep breath and shouted, "Stop! My uncle is the current sky-bearing king. If you dare to touch me, you will all die." The complexions of the barbarians that rushed over changed. They turned to look behind them. The snake woman hurriedly raised her hand, her complexion uncertain. "Is this true?" True Saint Bai Tu sneered. "This matter isn't a secret in the border army camp. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask." The snake woman had heard of the sky-bearing king's reputation before. He came from a branch of the imperial bloodline and was deeply trusted by the desolate emperor. He was a high-level figure of the empire and held great power. If someone killed his nephew, the consequences could be imagined? The snake woman took a deep breath and revealed a smile. Her vicious face became charming and charming. Why didn't Advisor Bai Tu say this earlier? This is all a misunderstanding. Someone, please allow Advisor Bai Tu to rest. Her eyes fell on Ruru. Although her body was explosive to the extreme and possessed a soul-stealing charm, the snake woman couldn't help but feel disgusted when she saw the soft and weak face in front of her that could easily arouse a man's desire to protect. She couldn't help but feel disgust in her heart. This face should be torn apart and covered with maggots. Ruru sighed for the third time. This time, the snake woman heard her. Her eyes were soft, but the words she said were very harsh. "Sister, didn't you find it strange that I only came to the mine later? Moreover, I was escorted by someone from the marshal's tent." The snake woman's expression changed slightly. Ruru lowered her head slightly. "I'm from the demonic sect. To be more precise, I'm the adopted daughter of the Night Demon Sect Master. Of course, I'm closer to him than my own." True Saint Bai Tu nodded. "I can prove this." His eyes fell on the snake woman and revealed a mocking expression. "Moreover, the Night Demon Sect Master is the chief of the demonic sect and has a peak sovereign cultivation." The snake woman's pupils shrank in fear. Below the Emperor Realm was the peak sovereign realm. In the desolate domain, the Emperor Realm was a peak power that could intimidate others. The peak sovereign realm was the strongest existence one could come into contact with in the ordinary world. Just this point alone made the sovereign realm's deterrence not below the sky-bearing kings. Ruru waved her hand. I know you're not satisfied. Then hurry up and investigate and see if I'm right. The snake woman left in a sorry state. She gritted her teeth the whole way. She had just had a beautiful dream of becoming the ruler of the mine when she turned around and was slapped in the face. Her heart was filled with anger and resentment, but she didn't dare to turn hostile and make a rash decision in a fit of anger. She couldn't afford to offend either the sky-bearing king or the night demon sect master. Go. Contact the border army camp and confirm whether what the two of them said is correct or not. True Saint Baitu laughed coldly as he watched the snake woman and the others leave. But before he could say anything, he suddenly shivered. Baitu, I feel that you're the kind of person who can keep secrets and won't say much, right? Ruru said. Her eyes were soft and her expression was gentle. She gave off an aura that said she was easy to bully. But at this moment, True Saint Baitu felt that the blood in his body was about to freeze when he met her gaze. His face quickly turned pale, and as time passed, there wasn't a trace of blood left on his face. Ah, I'm sorry I scared you. Ruru stuck out her tongue, an apologetic expression on her face. I'm used to it. I will pay more attention in the future. True Saint Baitu felt as if he had been fished up from the depths of an icy cold lake. He gasped for breath in great gulp. Beads of sweat covered his forehead and his clothes stuck to his body. He felt terrible to the extreme. As he looked at Ruru, there was a lingering fear in his eyes. You don't ask what you shouldn't ask and don't say what you shouldn't say. Just these 2 points. Ruru blinked her eyes. Do you understand? True Saint Baitu shivered and quickly nodded. Ruru revealed a satisfied smile. She waved her hand. All right, you can leave. After True Saint Baitu left, she sighed. She reached out and hugged the chicken overlord that was lying at her feet. Her fair, delicate, and soft little hands gently stroked its feathers, her expression extremely leisurely. Little chicken, you also need to be obedient. Otherwise, I'm also very good at charcoal roasted chicken or spicy diced chicken. The chicken overlord shrunk into a ball, trying its best to remain motionless. Its small eyes were filled with endless longing as it looked outwards. Qin Yu, hurry and come back. This situation. I can't handle it alone. Chapter 1529. Since the dried bone sovereign was dead, the territory he left behind would certainly be divided up. After the two-headed, three-armed and other sinner leaders passed through their initial ecstasy, they soon regained their composure. The mountain of flesh was the first to speak. His deep voice revealed an unyielding will that didn't back down. My domain isn't near the dried bone, but I still want to take a bite of this fat piece of meat. The larger the area they ruled, the higher the ore production would be and the more authority they would have when communicating with the surface. When it came to his own interests, he certainly wouldn't back down. After an intense struggle, they argued several times until their faces flushed red and their roars nearly overturned the underground stone houses. But the sinner leaders patiently endured and didn't truly turn hostile. Everyone's strength was about the same. If a conflict were to erupt, it would only benefit others. Ever since the last sinner leader destroyed his own foundation and died, this sort of foolish thing had never happened again. After the division was basically finished, there were only some small problems that could be erased with the massive amount of compensation that would soon arrive. Then, it's settled. The little mister screamed, an anxious look on his face. The snake woman said that she will offer down an extremely beautiful woman. But first, she is mine and no one is allowed to steal her from me. There was a burst of laughter and the fat on his body jiggled. In this aspect, who here can compare with me? I can control dozens of them at a time. In the darkness, the sinner leaders all revealed smiles. But at this time, as if a pause button had been pressed, the underground cave suddenly quieted down. All the sinner leaders froze where they were. Their eyes widened with shock and fear. Because at this moment, they could clearly feel that the mark left in their souls had been restored. Ghost Fog Cave. Kacha, a light sound rang out. In the silence, it was particularly clear. Countless black chains intertwined with each other, forming a huge ball that suddenly shattered and turned into powder. Qin Yu's figure was revealed. He paused for several breaths of time and slowly opened his eyes. Light flowed within, transparent and bright. It gave off a mysterious feeling as if he could see through everything. Above Qin Yu's head, the lantern quietly floated. The light that sprinkled down bathed his body. It was like a layer of golden light had been inlaid around his body. The sphere of light floating in the air shattered and dissipated. Because Qin Yu already knew everything, there was no longer a need for it to exist. He raised his head and looked up. The face of the lost witch on the water droplet-shaped stone pillar had long disappeared. After a brief silence, Qin Yu said, "Great Shaman Bewilderment, it looks like I am the one who survived to the end." He cupped his hands and bowed. This bow was not because the lost Grand Shaman was strong enough, nor was it because of the harvests he obtained from this matter. Instead, as the new emperor of the Berserkers, he had acknowledged and respected Great Shaman Lost's attempt to go against the heavens and change the fate of the Berserkers. The front lines of the Western Wastelands and the Western Barbarians, the lands shrouded in curses, the border army camps were unable to hide. Who would have thought that all of this was just a disguise? Who would have thought that such a secret would be hidden in the depths of the earth that was covered by the boundless terrifying curse? And this secret was right in front of Qin Yu. It was this teardrop-shaped stone pillar, or, to be more precise, it could be called a spirit embryo raised by the heavens and the earth. It was born with the Saint Tao, and this was just its nascent state. In the endless years that followed, it continued to grow and awaken, its strength rising with it. It crossed the Saint Tao and stepped into the ruler realm. And now, the spirit embryo had the laws of space and time gathered within it. This was the reason why Qin Yu had stepped into the cave. In fact, if it weren't for the wisp of Great Shaman Bewilderment's remnant soul being inadvertently sucked into the spirit embryo and then gradually resurrected, perhaps the spirit embryo had already given birth to true self-awareness. Then it had truly come back to life. Suddenly, a subtle fluctuation spread out from within the spirit embryo. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He could clearly feel that as the lost Grand Shaman died, the spirit embryo had begun the process of rebirth. It happened with incredible speed. Even as the thought flashed through his mind, a weak will appeared within the spirit embryo. He could hear the sound of crying in his ears, like a new child being born into the world. This cry was filled with endless pleading. It actually had the ability to recognize the outside world. It begged, hoping that Qin Yu wouldn't do anything to stop it from forming. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before composing himself. His eyes were as clear as water and he lifted a hand. His fingertip fell on the surface of the spirit embryo. A great tide of his divine sense instantly rumbled within. War in his ears, the cry was loud and clear. It was filled with despair, unwillingness, and resentment. In the next moment, it completely dissipated. This was the initial form of consciousness. Even if it was born from the spirit embryo of the heavens and earth, it was still far too weak. It simply couldn't withstand the impact of Qin Yu's divine sense. Like this, it vanished into thin air. "I'm sorry, but this is the lucky chance of the barbarians. I cannot allow you to be born." Qin Yu lifted a hand and touched between his eyebrows. His complexion paled and his body shivered. With a light cracking sound, a crack appeared between Qin Yu's eyebrows. Radiant light surged outwards. This was the light of his own soul. Inside, wrapped in layers of light, was a soul fragment. Breaking apart the soul, even if he did it on his own initiative, was still extremely damaging. Moreover, what Qin Yu was doing now involved completely severing his source. This would cause his soul to be incomplete and a gap would appear. But this was precisely the result that Qin Yu wanted. Shua, a cold sweat instantly poured out. Beneath the light of the soul, even more colors were reflected. Qin Yu forcefully grabbed this soul fragment and pressed it towards the spirit embryo. Without encountering any resistance, the soul fragment instantly fused into the spirit embryo. Qin Yu let out a deep breath. He took 2 steps back and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to restore his soul. 1 day later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. His complexion was still slightly pale. This was the blood damage caused by the splitting of his soul. It wasn't something that could be repaired in a short period of time. It would take a long time for him to slowly restore it. He looked at the spirit embryo. He could clearly feel the connection between him and it. The soul fragment that was sucked in felt pitch black. But this was normal. It was like a seed that had been buried in the ground. It needed time to grow and wait before it could break through the soil and sprout. At that time, Qin Yu could be considered to have truly grasped this spirit embryo. Even so, because the soul fragment had fused into the spirit embryo, Qin Yu could already feel its gift. Even so, because the soul fragment had fused into the spirit embryo, Qin Yu could already feel its gift. Or, to be more accurate, Qin Yu was together with the spirit embryo, sharing the nurturing of the heavens and earth. The spirit embryo was born from the heavens and earth. As time passed, it would gradually grow stronger and stronger. Now, Qin Yu had also obtained the care of the heavens and earth. And this was the key reason why he didn't hesitate to shatter his own soul and even sever his source in order to plant a soul within the spirit embryo. Now, it seemed that he had succeeded. The air trembled. The phantom of a stone pagoda appeared. Its voice trembled, revealing an unconcealable excitement. It couldn't hide its excitement and joy. "Congratulations, Master! Congratulations, Master! You have successfully planted the spirit embryo and will receive the support of the heavens and earth. Your cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds." Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. The stone pagoda's words revealed the entire truth. From then on, he and the spirit embryo would receive the support of the heavens and earth. Their road of cultivation would be unimpeded. In the past, great shaman Bewilderment had discovered this spirit embryo underground. This was the reason why he had desperately defended the mine. Thus, this led to a long and terrifying war between the Western Wilds and the Western Barbarians. Both sides had suffered over 1 million casualties. The Western Wilds always believed that the reason the Barbarians fought to the death was because of this mine with an astonishing amount of resources. After all, mining and weapon manufacturing had always been the Barbarians' weaknesses. But they never imagined that this was only a facade of concealment. Great Shaman Bewilderment determined that he couldn't defend the mine with his own strength. Thus, at the cost of his own destruction, he borrowed the millions of dead soldiers on the battlefield to lay down the most terrifying curse of the barbarians. His goal was to protect the secret of the spirit embryo. It was likely that before he died, he already had a certain degree of understanding towards the spirit embryo. Great Shaman Bewilderment laid down those chains in an attempt to lock down his own remnant soul. Or rather, he wanted to lock down the spirit embryo itself. As for what happened during this period of time, it was impossible to find out. Great Shaman Bewilderment's remnant soul smoothly survived and occupied the leading position of the spirit embryo. He discovered that Qin Yu was the new barbarian sovereign and deliberately released fluctuations of his aura to lead him here. This was a test for Qin Yu and also for himself. If he won in the end and controlled the spirit embryo to swallow up Qin Yu, fusing the strength of the two together, he would inevitably become the strongest barbarian sovereign in the history of the barbarians. He would truly have a chance of leading the declining barbarians to restore the glory of ancient times when the barbarians ruled over all living things. On the other hand, if he was killed, the barbarian emperor would also obtain the spirit embryo, and it would still be a fortuitous encounter that belonged to the barbarian race. As for how the barbarian sovereign would deal with the spirit embryo, that would be his own choice, and Qin Yu's choice was to split his soul and plant a soul within the spirit embryo, sharing the nourishment of the heavens and earth. This was the method he decided on after much consideration. Otherwise, if he wanted to completely possess the spirit embryo, he would have to abandon his own soul and possess it, just like the lost shaman. But doing so would cause one's soul to fuse with the spirit embryo. It would take a long period of time for one to slowly grow stronger. This was very safe. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to find a spirit embryo hidden underground. Back then, when the Western Barren Imperial territory entered the underground, they returned empty-handed. That was the best proof. Qin Yu didn't have that much time. He still had many matters to attend to in the outside world, so he asked the stone pagoda and made the choice of planting a soul. There were pros and cons, but since he had already made his choice, he would not regret it. Qin Yu looked at the spirit embryo. For the following period of time, he would need to protect it. At the very least, before the soul seed sprouted, it was still very fragile. Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu turned and walked out. With a snap of his fingers, a great fog gushed out once more. It was incomparably thick and soon covered the entire cave. Fluctuations of the space and time laws were released once more, quietly fusing into the surrounding space. However, to Qin Yu, none of this could harm him in the slightest. Because this place had already become his domain. The cave entrance appeared in front of him. Qin Yu didn't stop and stepped out. A sneer appeared on his lips. He stood where he was, his eyes looking down from above. Bang, 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 there was the sound of people falling to their knees. 2 heads, 3 arms, mountain of flesh, and the other leaders of the sinners fell to their knees without a word, their faces pale and sweat streaming down their bodies. Chapter 1530. There was a deathly silence in the underground space. The sinner leaders were tormented, their faces filled with fear and dread. They didn't know what kind of punishment they would receive, but without a doubt, if General Jin wanted to kill them, all of them would die. This is the first time and also the last time. Just as their minds were on the verge of collapse and they couldn't bear it any longer, Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Then, all the sinner leaders were overjoyed as if they had escaped from death. Thank you, General. We know we were wrong and will never do it again. General's magnanimity is far from what we can compare with. I swear that I will be loyal to you in the future and will willingly go through mountains of blades and seas of fire for you. They kowtowed again and again, their voices loud and clear. Their words were sincere and sincere. Qin Yu sneered. These words were good to hear. As long as he was strong enough, these sinners wouldn't dare to do anything. Conversely, it was the same. I will go into seclusion underground for a period of time. Send out a message and have True Saint Bai Yu temporarily manage the mine. Qin Yu didn't say much about the strike or the ore production. He believed that as long as these sinner leaders didn't want to die, they would know what to do. Yes, General. The sinner leaders bowed together. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. After a long time, 2 heads, 3 arms, Roshan, and the other sinner leaders wiped away their cold sweat and slowly stood up. Everyone let out a long breath. They glanced at each other, bitter smiles on their faces. Their moods were like a roller coaster, rising and falling in the blink of an eye. This was the most perfect description of their current experience. The Golden General had actually come out alive. Not just that, but the feeling he gave off was even more terrifying than before. As for what exactly was terrifying, they couldn't say. They only felt that he was becoming more and more enigmatic. Suddenly, in the darkness, a sinner leader sucked in a breath of cold air. This is bad. Everyone was startled and hurriedly looked at him. This person wiped away his cold sweat. Everyone, we seem to have forgotten something. He lifted a hand and pointed upwards. 2 heads, 3 arms, Roshan and the other sinner leaders immediately understood. Their complexions changed, revealing looks of panic. They had thought that General Jean had died and had sent out news of his death. It would definitely cause a tremor in the ground. The sinners underground had been dealing with the border guards on the surface for countless years. They were very familiar with each other. General Jean Wu had brazenly killed He Lin and seized control of the mine. After his death, those half-human barbarians guarding the border would definitely retaliate. If, because of this matter, General Jean Wu's trusted aides and family were killed, the sinner leaders sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. They had already used up the chance to avoid death. If something were to go wrong again, they had no doubt that Jean Wu would have the courage to kill them all. Quick! Immediately send a message to the surface. Big Head's lips trembled. He hoped that those idiots hadn't done anything irredeemable. As for Qin Yu, he only said that he would go into seclusion underground and then left. No one knew where he had gone. Thus, it was naturally impossible for them to tell him what had happened. In the mine, the border army had made many attempts to deal with the barbarian curse. Although they couldn't completely resolve it, they could still temporarily isolate it by paying a certain price. Jiang Qingzi led 100 of his personal guards into the mine with a gloomy face. This old general of the border army had experienced countless battles in his life. At this moment, his heart was filled with malice, and his whole body was emitting a murderous aura. Even the half-human barbarians, who had always prided themselves on being ferocious, showed fear on their faces. Without stopping, he rushed straight into the mine's guardian department. This was the organization with the highest authority here in name. The Snake Woman had just grasped power and was currently immersed in it. She didn't want to give it up for even a moment. At this time, she just happened to be in the Guardian Department. She was training several half-human barbarian powerhouses that had just submitted to her. Hearing that someone had arrived from the border army camp, the Snake Woman was startled. She hurried out to greet them. Outside the gates of the Guardian Department, the two sides encountered each other. Seeing Jiang Qingzi, the Snake Woman's complexion changed. She didn't dare to reveal the slightest bit of charm. She stepped forwards and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, old General Jiang." Within the Western Border Army camp, the 4th-ranked general had actually personally come to the mine and even risked his life to enter. Something had happened. There must have been an accident. The Snake Woman immediately thought of General Jean, who had died underground. Cold sweat seeped out of her back. However, she couldn't understand. All the information she had received clearly indicated that the border army camp was hostile towards General Jean. Otherwise, with his noble status, there was no way he would have been sent to guard the mine. The group of half-human barbarian powerhouses also paled. They all knelt on the ground. Although the mine was at the edge of the border army, it was almost isolated and abandoned by the border army camp. But as long as the big shots of the border army wanted to, they could sweep the mine clean at any time. They had the strength to do so, and Jiang Qingzi absolutely had the qualifications to do so. Are the people who followed General Jean to the mine safe and sound? Jiang Qingzi asked in a low voice. The Snake Woman's heart relaxed. She hurriedly nodded. Reporting to Old General, Advisor Bai Su and Miss Ruru are safe and sound. They are resting in the cave dwelling. She secretly rejoiced that Bai Su and the others had directly revealed their identities. Otherwise, she would have been in big trouble. Jiang Qingzi's heart relaxed. True Saint Bai Su was still alive. This was already a great blessing in misfortune. Although he had stayed here for too long and had probably been corroded by the power of the curse. But it was better to be alive than dead. Jiang Qingzi's gaze fell on the Snake Woman. This old general of the border army looked old, but her eyes were like sharp arrows that could pierce through a person. You are Shimei? You were the one who sent a message to the camp to report General Jin's death? The Snake Woman instinctively felt uneasy. She hesitated and said, Old General, I am Shi Mei. I am powerless to stop General Jin's death. As she spoke, she observed his expression. Her thoughts turned quickly, trying to find the source of the uneasiness. Jiang Qingzi sneered and directly interrupted her. Men, take Shi Mei down. Behind him, several personal guards rushed out. Old General! Shi Mei screamed. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Why did they take her? General Jin had gone underground on his own initiative. Even if he died there, he had brought it upon himself. Looking at the guards rushing over, she could feel the coldness in their eyes. Shi Mei's mind was shrouded in fear. They want to kill me. With a loud cry, she turned around and fled. A cold light flashed in Jiang Qingzi's eyes. He lifted a hand and punched out. This old general of the border army always gave people a feeling of extreme old age. Moreover, he rarely fought in front of others. Many people didn't know just how strong he was. At this time, his fist came crashing down. It was like a collapsing mountain, instantly pressing down. He wasn't a ruler, but this fist contained the endless slaughter of his army and the terrifying slaughter energy condensed within it. Its might wasn't any weaker. Bang, Snake Woman, who had fled a certain distance away, suddenly stopped screaming. Her body was directly smashed into pieces, and only her head rolled on the ground with a gurgle. Her eyes were wide open, filled with fear and deep confusion. Even as she died, she still couldn't understand why she had been killed. Jiang Qingzi drew back his fist. His eyes swept over the shivering half-human barbarian. He coldly said, "The mine guard, Shi Mei, conspired to assassinate General Jin. She was put on trial today and attempted to escape. I killed her on the spot. Did any of you participate in this matter? General Jin's death was Shi Mei's plot? This lascivious hussy actually had such a trick up her sleeve?" The half-human barbarians felt it was strange, but seeing that Jiang Qingzi didn't seem to have any intention of venting his anger on them, they didn't dare to hesitate. "Old General, all of this was done by Shi Mei alone. We were forced by her and had no idea at all. I asked the old general to investigate clearly." Jiang Qingzi waved his hand. A personal guard stepped forward and put away Shi Mei's head. This person bowed. Without pausing, he turned and headed straight for the main camp. In the commander's tent, he was still waiting for the head to be sent to the imperial capital along with General Wu's report. General Jin had died underground. As the commander of the border army, Wu Tongtian had to give an explanation and give the imperial capital a result. This matter could be considered to have come to an end. Even if His Majesty was dissatisfied, it was said that the imperial capital hadn't been stable recently. In addition, the will of the military had always been independent and unyielding. It wasn't that they feared the suppression of the imperial families. The greatest possibility was that His Majesty had tacitly approved of this result. Jiang Qingzi took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. Summon advisor by Su. He had to bring this nephew of the sky-bearing king away as soon as possible. As for how to repair his relationship with the sky-bearing king, he also felt a headache. "Yes, old general." Soon, True Saint by Su rushed over. His eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Qingzi. He bowed respectfully. "Nephew greets Uncle Jiang." There were no outsiders here, so he naturally chose a more intimate form of address. He thought back to the cold treatment and suppression he had received when he entered the border army. Then, when he entered the mine, he was shocked again and again. Shocked. True Saint by Su's emotions fluctuated and his eyes turned red. Jiang Qingzi thought that it was because of his own tragic experiences, and guilt rose in his heart. "By Su, this matter was indeed because I didn't think it through and made you suffer." He took a deep breath and then exhaled. "Don't worry, I came here today to bring you away. Although the curse of the barbarian race is terrifying, it doesn't mean that there is no way to get rid of it." True Saint by Su wiped the corners of his eyes and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Uncle Jiang. I am fine for now. I will wait here for General Jean to come out. Who would have thought that General Jean would die underground? Jiang Qingzi furrowed his eyebrows. He turned and looked over, his white eyebrows gently trembling. Meeting his gaze, True Saint Baisu regained his composure. He smiled and gave him a firm nod. Uncle Jiang, you didn't hear wrong. My general is still alive. The barbarians in the mine have made a mistake. His lips curled up in a cold sneer. These bastards. Once General Jean comes out, they will surely suffer. At this time, he didn't know that she may have been killed. Jiang Qingzi. General Jean Ningqin hadn't died. If this was true, then what were the people in the mine? The border army camp was the real deal. They had made a huge mistake and made a joke of themselves. Nephew Baisu, are you speaking the truth? Do you have a way to determine whether General Jean is alive or dead? True Saint Baisu shook his head. Then, he thought of the seemingly weak little girl in the back courtyard. A chill suddenly surged out from the bottom of his heart. He suddenly felt that there was a gaze that seemed like a smile that wasn't a smile enveloping him. His body shivered and his face paled. He squeezed out a smile. Uncle Jiang, don't ask any more. But I can guarantee that General Jean is still alive. He didn't doubt the words of this little girl. What nonsense. If you were in contact with her, you would also believe her. That feeling was terrifying to the extreme. General Jean had suppressed the demonic sex and snatched her to his side. Perhaps even he didn't know what kind of terrifying existence he had invited back. Jiang Qingzi looked at True Saint Baisu. He could sense the fear and unease in his eyes. He frowned and didn't ask any more questions. He didn't know that he had inadvertently avoided a disaster. Because the little girl in the back courtyard was really looking over here. If he continued asking, he wouldn't be able to leave so easily. Sitting on a chair, Jiang Qingzi fell into deep thought. When he first received the news, he had lost his composure. But now that he had regained his composure, he began to seriously examine this matter. Calculating the time, Shi Mei's head shouldn't have arrived at the camp yet. In other words, the report in the commander's tent hadn't been sent to the capital yet. If Jiang Qingzi wanted to, he had a way to stop this matter. But why should he stop it? Suppressing the matter a little and watching from the sidelines might not be a bad choice. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingzi looked at True Saint Baisu. Nephew Baisu, you never mentioned what you said today to me. General Jean has indeed died underground. True Saint Baisu's eyes flashed and he immediately understood what Jiang Qingzi was planning. Although he didn't know the specifics, thinking about how the border army camp had always been suppressing him, he revealed a cold smile. He bowed. Uncle Jiang is right. I didn't say anything and I don't know anything. Western Wasteland Capital. Military Headquarters. The war between the Western Border Army and the Western Barbarians was intense and the entire country was watching. Since it came from the Border Army camp, no one dared to delay the urgent report from the commander's tent. After it was signed, it was sent to the palace at the fastest speed possible. Holding the military report and the wooden box together, the military headquarters cultivator's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He had worked in the military headquarters for many years and was responsible for sending military reports to the palace. He had experienced similar situations before. This wooden box likely contained a head. The frontline military commander had acted first and then sent a report to the palace. Something major must have occurred. As he thought about the rumors he heard in his daily life, his complexion paled. Jin Wu had placed Ning Qin into the Western Border Army. His Majesty's intentions were self-evident. If it was related to today's report, then, if he wasn't careful, it might trigger a conflict between imperial power and military power. Even if there was only the tiniest bit of strength involved, if it affected him, he feared he would die a horrible death. Entering the imperial palace, he didn't stop until he arrived at the study. A eunuch walked out and received the military report and wooden box with both hands. The military headquarters cultivator's legs softened and he nearly fell to the ground. The eunuch looked at his distressed appearance and then at the wooden box. His expression turned dignified. He hurried into the hall. The eunuch knelt on the ground and raised his hands high. "Your Majesty, the Western Border Army Camp's commander's tent has sent an urgent military report." Chapter 1531. Study Room. With the sky-bearing king in the lead, several officials frowned. Beads of sweat could be seen on their temples. The military report had been read and the wooden box was opened. There was indeed a human head inside. It was a woman. She looked quite beautiful, but no matter how beautiful a woman was, only a head was left. No one would be interested in her. His Majesty sat high above. His figure was blurry behind the bead curtains and his breathing was calm. But everyone could clearly feel the rage in His Majesty's heart. It had been many years since His Majesty had lost his composure like this. What did the military report mention? A light sound came from behind the bead curtains. The Western Wasteland Great Emperor placed the jade slip on the table. He looked up. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he looked at the officials below. Golden General Ning Qin has died. Inside the hall, the air froze and everyone stopped breathing. At this moment, they finally understood why His Majesty was so angry. Wu Tongtian, he actually had the guts to do this. Then, they thought about how His Majesty had gathered them today to discuss the turmoil in the imperial capital. Several of the imperial clan's important officials all felt as if they were in a precarious situation. His Majesty must be furious. Moreover, he was even more furious because even though he could see everything clearly, he could only choose to endure it. The imperial clans would not support a majesty who was about to abdicate and shake the stability of the military. Especially now, the struggle between imperial and military power could not be allowed to happen. "Your Majesty!" The sky-bearing king knelt on the ground. "I am willing to go to the border army." His attitude caused the other important officials of the imperial clans in the hall to reveal looks of surprise. Then, a look of shame and admiration appeared on their faces. His Majesty was about to abdicate and hand over power. They didn't have the courage to argue with the military. Behind the bead curtains, the Western Wasteland Great Emperor's voice was calm. "There is no need. General Wu has already investigated the truth and killed the mastermind. I trust in the decision and judgment of the border army general." A trace of sadness appeared in the sky-bearing king's eyes. His Majesty had backed down. In countless years this was the first time, but since it had started it wouldn't be the last. Perhaps this matter would be the fuse for everything. The elders of the imperial clans had already made all preparations. The abdication was unavoidable. In the end, His Majesty's plan did not come to fruition. Perhaps this was the fate that had long been decided. He and His Majesty were unwilling to accept it. They had fought for so many years, but in the end they still failed. At this moment, the eunuch who had retreated out of the hall came in with sweat on his forehead and cried, "Your Majesty, urgent report from the Xizjiang border army." As the saying goes, a new emperor brings his own courtiers. This was even more accurate and realistic when it came to eunuch. The new emperor would not continue using the old men left behind by the previous emperor. The best outcome waiting for them was to enter the secret place of the imperial palace and guard it for the rest of their lives. The more miserable ones would be exiled, and one day they would be completely purged for some unknown reason. The eunuch cursed in his heart. These border army barbarians had gone too far. They actually dared to threaten His Majesty. While he was sweating and cursing in his mind, the two military cultivators who had delivered the letter outside the imperial study were also staring at each other speechlessly. His Majesty might not casually touch the military commanders stationed at the borders, but the two of them were just insignificant ants in the military headquarters. Any random reason was enough to cause the two of them to fall into a pitiful fate. The silent weight and the torment of an unknown fate caused the robes of the two military cultivators to be soaked in a cold sweat. Their appearance became more and more distressed. After an unknown period of time, their ears began to ring and their vision became dizzy. The two of them were suddenly awakened by a burst of laughter. Their hearts shrank and they immediately revealed bewilderment. They looked at the imperial study in front of them and listened to the carefree laughter coming from within. This laughter was His Majesty. Just what was going on here? The door to the imperial study opened. The eunuch who looked as if he had lost his parents ran out, his face flushed and filled with pride. His Majesty has already given an official reply. Take it back and tell the old lords of the military headquarters that His Majesty's meaning is that the border armies have been increasingly negligent these past years, and it is time to reorganize them. The contents of His Majesty's imperial reply were soon spread out from the military headquarters. What followed was the entire story and the truth. The summary was as follows. In the first military memorial, General Wu of the Western Border Army reported that General Jin Qin was trapped underground in the mine to suppress the sinners' riot and strike. Unfortunately, he died on the spot. After the Border Army camp learned of this matter, they had already caught the culprit behind the scenes. After killing him, they would take his head and send it to the imperial capital. But it didn't take long for the second military memorial of the Western Border Army to arrive. It wasn't in the name of General Wu, but the content was quite interesting. It said that the sinners in the mine had deeply surrendered and stopped the riot. They had even handed over enough ore to produce for a year. No one was stupid, especially the people in the imperial capital. The sinners had surrendered and handed over a large amount of ore. The only explanation was that General Jin Qin had suppressed them. Then, the first urgent military memorial from the General Wu in the tent of the Western Border Army camp naturally became a joke. Or more accurately, it was Wu Tongtian of the Border Army who had become a joke. For a time, everyone in the streets and alleys of the imperial capital was talking about this matter before and after tea. When the famous General Wu, who had outstanding military achievements, was mentioned, they couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Vaguely, everyone seemed to be saying that General Wu was so old that he couldn't even figure out the life and death of the generals in the army. But all this was just on the surface. Through the surface, one could see the essence. In the eyes of those who were observant, it was General Wu of the Border Army who carried out the will of a certain party to test and push His Majesty. But he was defeated and suppressed by a strong force. This caused everyone's gazes to be filled with caution and fear as they looked at the chair. The most direct consequence was that the turbulent situation in the imperial capital in recent days suddenly eased a lot. The military headquarters reprimanded the border army in all directions, and the negative example was naturally the camp of the Western Border Army. The name of Wu Tongtian was not mentioned, but everyone knew that this was a slap to General Wu. It was extremely loud. The mine resumed normal operation. No, to be more precise, it was in a state of super high efficiency. The demi-human barbarian border army stationed here had never seen the sinners underground with such a humble attitude. Therefore, they felt awe and respect from the bottom of their hearts for General Wu Jinwu, whom they had only met once and who was very strange. Although they were half-man barbarians who had been infected by the curse of the barbarians and were a different species in the border army, they still came from the army. The temperament of a soldier flowed in their bones. And soldiers always respected and admired the strong. Jiang Qingzi couldn't help laughing, shook his head, and showed a little helplessness. His plan was not like this. He should wait a little longer. But those underground sinners were really frightened by General Wu Jinwu. They didn't dare to have the slightest delay and directly sent out the oars. His arrangement was ruined. This matter couldn't be hidden. He was clear about General Wu's means. The mine seemed to be a forbidden place, and everyone in the camp avoided it, but he must have made arrangements here. The second military report in the camp must have been sent out. No matter what name was used, it was definitely not General Wu. He had been a general for many years, so he still had a deep understanding of General Wu. Counselor Bai Su, since General Wu Jinwu is safe and sound, I will go back to the camp to report. General, have a safe trip. True Saint Bai Su's face was full of joy. Although he believed what Miss Ro Ro said, he was still happy to have it confirmed. More importantly, he had discovered General Wu Jinwu's secret. To others, the mine was a plague that they couldn't avoid. But in his hands, he might be able to turn it into a flower. For example, the pills that he and Tai Shi ate at the beginning, General Wu Jinwu was safe and sound when he entered the mine, and Wu Jinwu's fall today. It wasn't big, but it was a loss of face. More importantly, this matter would become a sign that General Wu Jinwu would officially gain a foothold in the Western Border Army camp. After watching Jiang Qingzi leave with his men, True Saint Bai Su stood up and smiled. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the future was full of hope. The future is indeed bright and full of hope, but if someone blabbers, they might die. A serious voice sounded in his ear. True Saint Bai Su's body stiffened. He turned his head with difficulty and saw Miss Ro Ro looking at him with an extremely serious expression. She raised her hand and patted his shoulder. Little Bai Su, do you understand? General Wu Jinwu is about to return. True Saint Bai Su desperately nodded. Perhaps it was because the angle of distortion was wrong, but as he moved, there was a loud cracking sound. Good. Little Ro nodded with satisfaction. She held the chicken overlord in her arms and turned to walk into the residence. A chicken head popped out from her flat and round shoulder, its small eyes filled with anxiety. It opened its mouth, but no sound came out. But this didn't prevent it from transmitting the emotions in its heart. Save me, hurry and save me. True Saint Bai Su was expressionless, pretending that he didn't see anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that he didn't dare to. But this didn't prevent him from experiencing the despair in the chicken overlord's heart. He had only been standing on the side and Miss Ro Ro had patted him on the shoulder, and he had felt as if he would die. Moreover, the chicken overlord was currently being held in her arms. That pair of fair and beautiful little hands continuously and gently stroked its feathers. Hiss, just thinking about it made its hair stand on end. If she wanted to, then in the next moment the chicken overlord would explode into a pile of broken bones and flesh and blood splattering everywhere. General, Brother Ning Qin, hurry and return. You were the one who invited this ancestor back. As for how to deal with her, that will depend on you. Deep underground, in a long-abandoned mine, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. He was like a shadow of the night, completely blending into the darkness. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. His entire person was like the shadow of the night, completely blending into the darkness. From head to toe, there wasn't the least bit of breath left in his body. Several chubby bugs slowly crawled past Qin Yu like wriggling pieces of fat. They were called mine bugs by the sinners of the underground world. In essence, they were extremely timid creatures. If they were frightened in the slightest, they would be scared to death. With a loud bang, red corrosive magma shot out in all directions. The power was terrifying. But now, it seemed that in their perception, Qin Yu was a piece of ore. A mine bug crawled onto his body. After wriggling for a moment, it found a comfortable position and soon fell asleep. In the darkness, Qin Yu's eyes opened a slit. He glanced at it, a light smile on his face. In the distance, there was still darkness that covered Qin Yu's eyes. However, in this darkness, there seemed to be a lively aura. The seed had already begun to sprout. Western Frontier Border Army Camp. Commander's Tent. The meeting was held as scheduled. Wu Tongtian's expression was calm, not changing at all. At the very least, no one in the commander's tent noticed anything strange. He was still that domineering, wise, and sharp border army commander-in-chief. Yi Sang sneered inwardly. The more he appeared the same as before, the more it showed that Wu Tongtian's heart wasn't calm. As the number 2 figure of the Western Frontier Border Army, his attitude towards Wu Tongtian was a bit contradictory. He hoped that Wu Tongtian would lose face in order to increase his own influence in the border army camp. But Wu Tongtian himself was a strong supporter of the Yi family in the army. But there were some matters that he couldn't interfere with just his attitude. For instance, Wu Tongtian's loss of face was already a fact. The reprimand issued by the military was a slap to his face. In the imperial palace, His Majesty had used the prestige of trampling on Wu Tongtian to temporarily stabilize the situation and buy himself some time. But the truth was that Yi Sang wasn't optimistic about His Majesty's plans. The Emperor clans ruled the Western wilderness, but His Majesty, who held great power, needed to reincarnate and be replaced. This was a rule set when the Western wilderness was first established, and no one could change it. Even if His Majesty was a great strategist with superb methods, so what if he could stabilize the situation for a while? In the end, there would be more and more voices and more forces that would force him to abdicate. After all, this involved everyone's interests. The meeting ended. The generals stood up and bowed, more respectful than before. They were all old foxes that had been in positions for a long time. No one wanted to be remembered by Wu Tongtian at this time. Moreover, it was just a slap to the face by His Majesty. Wu Tongtian's status was still stable. As long as he was the commander of the Western Border Army, they would never show the slightest bit of contempt or neglect. The tent quietened down. Wu Tongtian rubbed his face hard. This was a habit he had for many years to recover his energy when he was tired. A cup of brewed strong tea was placed in front of him. It was steaming hot and had a slightly bitter fragrance. The tea leaves weren't good. It was only produced by a few wild old tea trees on a barren mountain at the border. But Wu Tongtian was used to drinking it and hadn't changed it for many years. The advisor in the tent who served the tea smiled bitterly. He hesitated for a while and said, "Commander, should we send a memorial to the imperial palace to explain?" This was an experienced and prudent suggestion. After being reprimanded by His Majesty as an official, he had to express his attitude. Although Wu Tongtian wasn't liked by His Majesty, he had a high status. As long as he was willing to lower his head, the imperial capital would have to give him some face. For example, the shock caused by the reprimand of the border army could be quickly eliminated. Wu Tongtian drank a few mouthfuls of hot tea and shook his head. These are all minor details. His eyes were hidden in the water vapor, faintly discernible. However, they gave off an extremely deep feeling. It was like he had crossed through the barriers of space and time, falling far away. "General Jin Wu," Ning Qin Wu Tongtian whispered, a trace of self-deprecation in his eyes. He had to admit that he had underestimated this chess piece of the Emperor Race's army. Someone that could be chosen by His Majesty was indeed unusual. He had been too careless before. After this matter, General Jin Wu had opened up a new situation. At the very least, he had gained a firm foothold in the Western Frontier Army. After this matter, he had revealed enough potential. Even if His Majesty abdicated, the Emperor Race and its successor would fully support General Jin Wu. It could be foreseen that he would have great achievements in the future. But Wu Tongtian coldly sneered. With his understanding of His Majesty, since he was so cautious, how could a chess piece in the army not have a backup plan? General Jin Wu was destined to be a chess piece. He was now, and he would be in the future. Such a life, no matter how glorious and resplendent it was meaningless. Chapter 1532. The west of the Western Wastelands was a land of endless wilderness known as the Western Barbarians. This vast land was occupied and ruled by the barbarians. They lived and multiplied for generations. Although this land was barren, it had never cut off the strong vitality of the barbarians. In the far west there was a great mountain that spanned from north to south. This mountain was so high that it was like a natural chasm that divided the land of the barbarians into two. Now, on this great mountain, in the thick snow, there was a black temple that wasn't too big. From afar, it looked like a black spot in the pure white snow that covered the entire mountain. But when one looked at it, they could easily feel the unyielding will that this black temple gave off. It was like a giant that carried a mountain on its back, standing silently between the heavens and the earth. No matter how the wind blew or how the sun shone, no matter how heavy the rain poured down, nothing could shake its body. Small but great, his scalp was torn. After it healed, it formed a scar that looked like a writhing centipede. The ascetic respectfully knelt on the ground, allowing the snow to cover most of his body. Only the area above his shoulders was exposed. "Teacher, disciple has returned." After saying this, he didn't move again. He only knelt on the snow. Who, between the heavens and the earth, a strong gust of wind blew. It lifted up the dancing snowflakes that circled around him. The mountain was very tall, so the temple built at the peak was also very tall. The temperature was extremely low, causing the snowflakes to not be as soft as the ground. Instead, they were more like a hard ice crystal that had been frozen. With a crackling sound, the snowflakes hit the ascetic's face, breaking his skin and causing traces of blood to seep out. On his head, the wound that had healed began to bleed once more. Scarlet blood slid down his head and face, giving off hot steam in the ice and snow. Then, this hot air gathered above the ascetic's head, gradually forming a symbol. It was simple and vast. It gave off the aura of endless years, as if it had crossed through endless space and time, revealing its strength and value. The ascetic lifted his head. His eyes widened and his body trembled, revealing a look of excitement. But right at this moment, a light "pa" sound rang out, and the talisman shattered and dissipated. All the fog was instantly swept away by the strong wind. The blood that flowed down the ascetic's body solidified and froze. He looked at the black temple, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. "Teacher, what is going on?" As the only remaining great shaman in the western barbarian territory, he believed that his teacher would be able to make a judgment based on the traces he left behind. However, just as everything was about to become clear, it was forcefully dispelled by an external force. In this world, who could have such a method? Even the strongest of the human cultivators on the other side of the sea could not destroy a great shaman's calculations in the berserker's territory. After a short period of silence, a light cough came from within the black temple. Ku Xiu immediately revealed a nervous expression. "Teacher!" His body moved, but he didn't dare to move forward. It was as if the black temple in front of him was a holy land that couldn't be blasphemed. Without permission, he could only kneel outside. He didn't have the qualifications to enter. After a moment, the coughing gradually subsided. A tranquil and gentle voice sounded out from the black temple. "The world is vast and boundless, and we are nothing more than mayflies. How can we truly peer into the mysteries and vastness of this world?" Ascetic Xiu touched his head to the ground, respectfully waiting for his teacher's orders. "Our race's new emperor has indeed descended, but his fate and aura have been concealed by a vast power of the heavens and the earth. This is the best result for our emperor and our people. Keep this a secret and don't try to search for it." The voice paused for a moment before it continued speaking. "The young man you saw in the camp of the Western Desert Border Army is related to our new emperor. If you go and meet him, you will naturally gain something." Ascetic Xiu kowtowed respectfully. After 3 kowtows, he got up and walked down the mountain. He stepped barefoot into the snow. His body was submerged in the snow, and only his head was exposed. He walked through the snow without a trace, as if he had never been there. Silence returned to the black temple, and a pair of eyes slowly opened within it. There was a hint of resignation in them, along with a faint hint of absurd laughter. Who would have thought that the new emperor of the berserkers, the ruler of all the berserkers in the world, would give up his noble status and run to the human race. This was a joke that wasn't very funny. The new emperor hiding among the humans was naturally risky, but compared to being targeted by the human cultivators, this was a better result. Thus, he chose to tacitly agree. He tacitly agreed that his deductions had been interrupted by that strength. He began to cough again. Drops of blood splashed out from his nose and mouth, falling onto the pure white ground, appearing particularly dark red. Mine. General Jin Woo's residence. Luxurious rear courtyard. Although it was underground, after spending a great deal of effort and resources, it was still possible to create a landscape that wasn't inferior to the outside world. Little Meaty lazily sat on a chair, seeming a bit dispirited. She constantly rubbed her chicken head. Little chicken, what do you think Qin Yu is doing? Why hasn't he returned yet? The chicken overlord had long since turned numb. Its body was curled up, and its eyes were dark and filled with despair, without the least bit of light. Luckily, Little Meaty had long since grown accustomed to this. She respectfully remained motionless and didn't feel annoyed because of this. Otherwise, she would only need to gently twist her fingers and the chicken overlord would be able to perform the unique skill of exploding a chicken head. Suddenly, Miss Meaty frowned. Light erupted from her eyes, and she turned her head to look in a certain direction. The chicken overlord felt the air freeze over, as if it had been sealed in ice. It also felt as if there were 10 mountains pressing down on its body. In the next moment, it would be crushed to pieces, turning into a pile of broken bones. Its eyes widened, filled with panic and horror. At this time, there was only a single thought in the chicken overlord's mind: my life is finished. Miss Meaty coldly snorted. She lifted a hand and pointed forwards. Her pale and delicate fingers seemed extremely soft. The moment it touched the void, there was a dull thumping sound. It was as if a huge hammer had hit the surface of a drum. The chicken overlord's eyes rolled back and it fainted from the shock. Little Meaty furrowed her eyebrows. As if she had sensed something, she slowly drew back her hand, a thoughtful look on her face. The Goliath Great Shaman? If it were them, then it could be explained why they had drawn back their hand after feeling her strength and suffered the backlash. Her expression relaxed and her eyebrows relaxed. She licked her lips and said, I never thought that after so many years there would still be a great shaman amongst the Goliath tribes. TSK, the taste of them is really nostalgic. She was a bit hesitant. Should she follow the tracks and do something? Perhaps she would be able to eat a delicious meal. Thinking about it, Little Meaty gave up on this idea. Qin Yu was the new sovereign of the Goliath tribes. If she were to eat a great shaman, he definitely wouldn't be happy. Whatever, food and such wasn't a necessity. She would just have to endure it. Jiang Qingzi frowned. He stood at the entrance of the tent, looking towards the mine in the distance. There was a thoughtful look on his face. The counselor walked over and respectfully said, General, are you still thinking about the matter regarding General Jin Woo? He wanted to remind Jiang Qingzi of something, but as he thought about it, he felt that there was no need to say anything. Jiang Qingzi didn't turn around, as if he could see the counselor's expression. Wu Shuai's wisdom is unparalleled. Although I cleanly removed myself, he is still suspicious of me. But that doesn't matter. Just like how the imperial capital can't easily move against Wu Shuai, it will be difficult for him to move against me. These words were spoken with full confidence. As a true veteran general of the Western Border Army, he had started from slaughtering foot soldiers on the battlefield and had slowly built up his meritorious deeds until today. His various relationships with his former subordinates had already formed a great net that covered the entire Western Border Army. If someone were to move against him, not even Wu Shuai would be willing to bear the consequences. The counselor smiled. General, since you already know this, why are you still acting like this? Jiang Qingzi waved his hand, not saying anything. Although the counselors that followed him around were all trustworthy people, there were some things that only he could know. However, there were some things that only he could know. No one could explain it to him. He looked towards the mine. He wasn't thinking about General Jin Wu or worrying about himself, but was thinking about True Saint Bai Yu. When he first said that General Jin Wu was still alive, there was a hint of fear on his face, as if there were some hidden troubles that he couldn't speak of. At that time, Jiang Qingzi felt a bit restless, so he decisively stopped himself and didn't continue asking. Afterwards, the more he thought about it, the more restless he felt. True Saint Bai Yu's body seemed to be wrapped around by an extremely terrifying aura. Jiang Qingzi didn't know what it was, but he was filled with dread, as if this aura only needed to slightly tremble to kill someone. The one that was killed was True Saint Bai Yu, or perhaps, even he was killed. General Jin Wu really did have some secrets on his body. Qin Yu left seclusion. It was more accurate to say that he was only barely able to conceal the traces of his soul being damaged. It was hard to detect on the surface, but the truth was that he needed time to slowly recover from his injuries. But this was necessary. When it came to matters involving the spirit embryo, one couldn't be too careful. He focused his mind and sensed that the soul planting was progressing smoothly. Everything was developing in a good direction. Perhaps after some more time it would smoothly germinate. He had already been underground for some time. Now that he had taken care of everything, it was time to leave. With a thought, Qin Yu's calm and indifferent voice sounded out in the minds of all the sinner leaders. I will soon leave the underground world. You all behave yourselves. Whoever dares to stir up trouble will die. 2 heads, 3 arms, mountain of flesh, and the other sinner leaders felt their hearts tremble. They fell to their knees and said, "Farewell, General." This terrifying evil star had finally left. They felt their breathing become much easier. But thinking about it, even if Qin Yu left, a single thought from him could determine their life or death. This happy and relaxed feeling quickly vanished. After nearly a month, Qin Yu's figure was bathed in the light of the 9 suns of the Great Desolate. Although darkness was one of his strongest strengths, he was still born as a human and bathed in the light, so his mood was much better. "Greetings, General." Outside the cave entrance, the border army guards hurried over and knelt down. Their expressions were respectful and their eyes revealed awe and reverence. It had to be known that this General Jin in front of them was someone who had caused the military commander of the border army, a great figure that stood above the clouds, to suffer a great loss. Thinking about how General Jin was their direct superior, the border army guards felt a bit of pride and honor. Qin Yu nodded. "Rise." Soon, after Black Scale and the Snake Woman died, the remaining 6 barbarian guards gathered in front of Qin Yu. After greeting him, everyone was respectful. Soon, Qin Yu learned of everything that had happened in the outside world while he had been underground. Wu Tongtian had made a mistake, but he had stumbled upon it by accident and used it to make a name for himself in the Western Border Army. "General, His Majesty has issued a decree. In commendation for suppressing the rebellion of the sinners underground, he has granted you the title of first-class Count." A guard respectfully said, his face full of envy. This was a very high rank in the Empire's military. One had to know that the 4 great border army marshals were only marquises. For example, Wu Shuai was Marquis Zhenshi. Count Zhongwu was just one more step away from being conferred the title of Marquis. A sharp light flashed in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. Suppressing the strike of the sinners was certainly a meritorious deed, but it was absolutely not enough to be conferred such a title. It seemed that the great emperor of the Western Wilderness was using this matter to express his dissatisfaction and unyielding attitude. The military was in the wrong, so they could only pinch their noses and accept it. At the same time, this was also the Western Wasteland Great Emperor's declaration to Qin Yu: "As long as you are outstanding enough, I will not hesitate to reward you. As long as you are loyal and devoted, you will soon become a marquis." If it was someone else, they would probably be incomparably excited and deeply feel the majestic grace of the emperor. From then on, they would be dead set on being ordered around. But if the great emperor wanted to use the title of first-class Earl of Loyalty to win over Qin Yu, he could only say that the great emperor was overthinking things. Got it. I'm going back to rest. You guys go ahead. Qin Yu turned and soared into the skies. Chapter 1533. Mineshaft Residence. After sending away True Saint Bai Yu, who had rushed over, Qin Yu sat down and drank a cup of tea. As he put down the teacup, he frowned. He felt that there was something strange in this fellow's expression, as if he wanted to say something, but there were some misgivings in his heart. After drinking several more mouthfuls of tea, Qin Yu rapped his fingers on the table, a strange feeling growing in his heart. The chicken overlord hadn't come. With Qin Yu's understanding of it, even if it hadn't done anything meritorious, it would cry out. Moreover, after the previous twists and turns, it would definitely come to express its loyalty. This wasn't right. As he thought back to how True Saint Bai Yu hesitated to speak, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He stood up and walked towards the rear residence. The demonic sex Miss Meaty has come from the commander's tent. She has been placed in the rear residence. These were True Saint Bai Yu's original words. Thinking about it carefully, when he said these words, although his expression was calm, there was actually a bit of caution. Along the way, all the maids he met bowed and made way for him. Compared to ordinary women, there was something strange about them. However, these berserker transformations gave them a strange air of elegance. It was said that there was a market for the barbaric women in the mineshaft in the Western Border Army camp. Meaty was already waiting in the courtyard, as if she already knew that Qin Yu would come. She weakly bowed. Greetings, General Jean. Timid, white and tender, she seemed like an easy target to bully. On the side, if it could roll its eyes, then the chicken overlord would definitely make it explode. In front of Qin Yu, this woman's acting was truly good. She had a delicate and pitiful appearance, but when she was facing us, she wasn't like this. Qin Yu, open your eyes wide and look at the true appearance of this woman in front of you. Save me, save me. The chicken overlord's eyes were wet with tears. Just as it was about to say something, it suddenly shivered. Miss Meaty's timid eyes fell on its body, as if she were looking at a tender and fragrant stewed chicken. Hiss! The chicken overlord sucked in a breath of cold air. It no longer dared to move, otherwise it was sure that its premonition would come true. Qin Yu's eyes widened for a moment before he composed himself. He looked at her with a cold expression. Miss Meaty, since you kept your promise and followed me to the mine, I will naturally keep my word. He flipped his hand and took out a pill. Eat this pill, and it will protect you from being corroded by the curse of this place. The chubby girl received the pill with both hands. Thank you, General. Qin Yu nodded. All right. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. As the chicken overlord's eyes gradually filled with despair, he turned and left, soon vanishing from sight. Little chicken, you weren't too obedient just now. A faint smile spread into the chicken overlord's ears. The chicken overlord closed its eyes and fainted. He poked the chicken overlord several times, confirming that it had truly fainted. The chubby girl curled her lip. Little chicken, your courage is really touching. She looked up and looked in the direction that Qin Yu left in. She subconsciously frowned. Although everything in front of her was normal, she still felt that something was wrong. Qin Yu's aura had actually increased by several degrees. She couldn't clearly feel this change. Just what was this boy doing underground? Qin Yu left the rear residence and returned to his residence in the front courtyard. After closing the door, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and the rules of space and time in the room instantly changed. It wasn't too strong, but it was enough to serve as a warning. Any attempt to investigate this place would be directly exposed. After determining that the room wasn't being monitored, Qin Yu let out a deep breath and his complexion paled. Just now, when Qin Yu first saw Meaty, he had seen a giant vortex behind her. Boundless and vast, it slowly revolved. Although there was no sound, it still gave off an extremely terrifying mental pressure. It was like it was the end of all things, like the destruction of all things in the world. Even the world itself could be swallowed up by this vortex. And this was the super-strong perception that Qin Yu had obtained after successfully planting his soul into the spirit embryo and drawing support from its strength. Before this, he had already determined that Miss Meaty Meaty was hiding some secret on her body. But in truth, today's discoveries still far surpassed Qin Yu's expectations. Beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead. It was only at this moment that his heart, having lost control of itself, began to wildly beat. Just now, Qin Yu had only glanced at her. He had decisively cut off his connection with the spirit embryo. Otherwise, if he looked at her for half a breath of time, he feared he would arouse her vigilance. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the chaos in his mind. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He rubbed his temples. At this time, his thoughts coincided with true Saint Baiyu's. He wanted to suppress the demonic sect and steal away Miss Meaty Meaty. He didn't want any hidden dangers to occur to him. But now, it seemed that he had provoked an ancestor for himself. Moreover, what Qin Yu was worried about right now was whether or not Meaty had already discovered his identity. She had followed him on her own initiative, coming to the border army camp and hiding by his side. Just what was she planning? If he couldn't figure this out, Qin Yu wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Indeed, in this world, no one knew when an accident would arrive. He had suppressed the rebellion of the sinners and planted his soul into the spirit embryo. He had also used this opportunity to gain a foothold in the border army camp. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, such a great trouble would occur? Calm down, don't panic. Qin Yu frowned, deep in thought. He thought back to the vortex he had seen before. Without a doubt, this thing was terrifying to the extreme. Whether or not it could swallow the world, it would definitely be easy for it to swallow Qin Yu. In other words, if Meaty wanted to kill him, she could do so at any time. She had been hiding and hadn't done anything. At the very least, this meant that Qin Yu wasn't in any danger for the time being. This was extremely important. Otherwise, what Qin Yu should have done was immediately run away, as far away as he could. What standing in the army, what borrowing the strength of the western wilderness, all of this was built on the premise that Qin Yu was alive. Since there shouldn't be any danger for the time being, then he could think about it a step further. This vortex was terrifying, but vaguely, it seemed a little familiar. Qin Yu's frown deepened. He tapped his fingers on the table, making a rhythmic sound. He first confirmed several times that this familiar feeling wasn't a mistake he had made in his panic. Then, bit by bit, he searched through his memories for a similar feeling. Unfortunately, after 2 hours, Qin Yu's mind was a bit numb and he still hadn't found anything. He felt like there was a film wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to see through it. Qin Yu let out a breath, a helpless look on his face. In truth, this matter was easy to solve. Since he felt it was familiar at first glance, then if he looked at it a few more times, there was a high chance he would be able to find the source of this familiarity. Take another look? Just as this thought rose up, he suppressed it. Slowly, even if he wanted to take a look, now wasn't the time. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he might be discovered. The Commander Tent's message was delivered. Commander Wu invited First Class Earl Loyal Marshal to the Commander Tent to discuss matters. This was the right thing to do. Now that the barbarians' offensive had gradually eased and the war situation had calmed down, everyone could relax a little. Since Qin Yu had opened up the situation, he naturally had the qualifications to go to the Commander Tent to discuss matters. And this time, his appearance was different from before. He didn't enter the Commander Tent with the so-called status of a counselor. He used the status of First-Class Earl Loyal Marshal, a general of the army. This announced that Qin Yu had truly gained a foothold in the border army camp. After Qin Yu received the message, he stood up and went. He was just worrying about what he should do to quietly stay away from the little girl of the devil sect. This was obviously an opportunity. Since he couldn't see clearly and couldn't afford to provoke her, then hiding for now was always the right thing to do. Although he didn't have a good impression of Wu Tongtian and the other generals of the border army, Qin Yu had to admit that staying in the border army camp was a very safe thing to do. The Western Desolate Border Army had 9 divisions, and 4 of them were in the western frontier. This made up nearly 40% of the army of the empire. What a terrifying force it was! Being in the camp, even if an Emperor Realm cultivator attacked, they wouldn't be able to hurt Qin Yu. Bringing Bai Shu, Qin Yu thought for a moment and called Tai Shi, then set off for the camp. The journey was incomparably smooth. When the carriage stopped, the camp was in sight. "Greetings, Earl Loyal Marshal." Outside the camp, the soldiers stationed there bowed, their eyes full of respect. Soldiers worshipped the strong. The news of General Jin Wu suppressing the rebellion of the underground sinners alone had long spread. Moreover, even Commander Wu had suffered a loss in his hands. How would they dare to provoke him? For the first time, Qin Yu truly felt the status and dignity of a general of the military. The journey was unimpeded. He didn't need to report or get permission to arrive at the commander's tent. He turned and glanced at Tai Shi. "I believe you have some friends and family in the camp. I will allow you to rest for a day. You may leave." A complicated look appeared in Tai Shi's eyes. He bowed and left. True Saint Bai Yu stepped forward. "First rank Earl Loyal Marshal, General Jin Wu Ningqin, requests an audience with the commander." Soon, the tent doors opened and several counselors bowed. "Earl Loyal Marshal, Commander Wu invites you in." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Thank you." He stepped into the tent. He was the furthest away from the commander's tent and also the last to arrive. "Ning Qin greets Commander Wu." Wu Tongtian said, "General Jin Wu need not be so courteous. Enter." His expression was calm without the slightest fluctuation. It was hard to tell what his true emotions were. "Yes." Qin Yu turned and walked to his seat. Compared to before, there was a new change in the order of the tent. He moved forward by one position and sat opposite Yi Sang on the left. This position indicated that after being granted the title of first-rank Earl Loyal Marshal, Qin Yu's ranking in the Western Border Army was now third. He was an absolute commander of the Border Army. "Greetings, Earl Loyal Marshal." The Border Army generals stood up and bowed. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "My comrades, there is no need to be so polite. Please sit." He sat down and looked forwards, his eyes meeting Yi Sang's. This number 2 figure of the Border Army, a direct descendant of the Yi family who had been granted the title of Great General, had an extremely cold expression. Everyone had already torn apart all pretense of cordiality, so there was no need to maintain a superficial relationship. "First rank Earl Loyal Marshal." "Humph, His Majesty is truly generous. But, even if he is third, so what?" The commander maintained his composure, but his heart was filled with anger. There was no need to say anything about his attitude. Even if Ning Qin opened up the situation, it was hard to say whether or not he would be able to remain in the border army in the future. "Let's begin," Wu Shui lightly said. He allowed everyone's eyes to sweep over his face. With the war easing up, there was no urgent matter. The discussion in the commander tent soon came to an end. The most important matter today was that General Jin would reappear in the border army. If there is nothing else, then the discussion is over. Wu Tongtian swept his eyes over everyone. "Commander, please wait a moment." Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. In the commander tent, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Countless eyes looked over, thinking that he had arrived. Ever since General Jin entered the border army camp, he had been pushed aside and suppressed. Now that he had stabilized his footing, how could he not express something? In truth, everyone had been waiting for this moment from the very start. Wu Tongtian had a calm expression. General Jin, what is the matter? Qin Yu cupped his hands together. General Wu, my residence in the mine hasn't been repaired yet. I would like to temporarily stay in the camp for some time. That way, I won't have to run back and forth during the discussion. Of course, this was an excuse. He simply didn't want to go back. Qin Yu knew the reason, but others didn't. His heart skipped a beat and he thought that General Jin was indeed General Jin. If he could make Wu Shuai suffer a loss, then his actions were sharp and unexpected. If General Jin stayed in the camp, even if he didn't do anything, just looking at him would make people unconsciously think of the previous blunder. Then, when they looked at the dignified and solemn Wu Shuai, they would think of him as a joke. The human heart was the most marvelous thing in this world. Unless one personally experienced it, it was hard to understand just how terrifying it was. It wouldn't be too long. General Jin only needed to stay in the camp for a month, and the image that Wu Shuai had painstakingly built up over the years would likely be greatly reduced. This was challenging Wu Shuai to his face. In everyone's eyes, this must have come from His Majesty in the imperial palace behind the scenes. With such an unyielding attitude, did His Majesty have a backup plan? Otherwise, why would he be pressuring Wu Shuai like this? That's right, they were overthinking things. Moreover, they couldn't stop themselves from rushing towards the stars. But the truth was that Qin Yu simply wanted to hide in the border army camp for a period of time. He had no choice but to hide. That little girl from the demonic faction was far too terrifying. Before he could figure out what was going on, he didn't want to approach her again. As for the chicken overlord, cough cough, that fellow had always been skilled at begging for a living. He didn't think that he would be killed. As Qin Yu thought of that little girl, his heart sank and his reactions slowed. When he regained his composure, he could feel the shocked gazes around him mixed with awe and admiration. He immediately reacted. These fellows had gone off topic. Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu maintained his composure. Since they wanted to think this way, then he would let them be. He needed a reason to stay in the camp, and he could use one to his advantage. Wu Tongtian remained silent. Yi Sang sneered. This number 2 figure of the border army camp had an icy cold tone. General Jin, according to the rules of the army, a garrison general cannot leave his post without permission. You have been ordered by the commander to guard the mine, so it is best for you to return as soon as possible. Qin Yu glanced at him. Nothing will happen to the mine. If there is an accident, I will bear all the consequences. Humph! Yi Sang sneered, not speaking again. Wu Tongtian said, if that's the case, then General Jin can stay behind. He stood up and left. This was the first time that Wu Shuai had left after the meeting ended. Looking at his back, the border army generals knew that no matter how good his composure was, facing General Jin's direct provocation, Wu Shuai would still be angered. He had used his actions to express his dissatisfaction. Chapter 1534. Outside the commander's tent, Zhao Chong had a friendly smile on his face. After whispering several words to Qin Yu, they agreed to drink tea together in the future and then bid their farewells. Turning around, the smile on his face faded and was replaced by a helpless look. Originally, they thought that Jin Wu would go to the mines and his future would be cut off. After that, there was even news of his death. But who would have thought that all of this was a scheme? Because it was a mine, no one suspected anything. As a result, Wu Shuai and the others fell into the mine. Not only did His Majesty use this as an excuse to make a fuss, but he also humiliated himself. In particular, Wu Shuai's final judgment today was also wrong. Acknowledging the status of the Golden General didn't necessarily have to be discussed in the accounts. The reason why he had chosen this day was to make a killing move. In the end, the source was still the mine and the barbarian's curse. He looked very carefully. But regretfully, General Jin Wu's body really didn't have the slightest trace of being corroded by this curse. Wu Shuai's killing chess piece landed on empty air. General Jin Wu turned around and directly launched a counterattack. Great waves were about to erupt in the border army camp. The reason why the mine was a taboo and everyone avoided it was because of the Berserker curse. If General Jin Wu could solve it, then even an idiot would know that the mine would become his base in the future. No one would be able to shake his position, and the border guards who had turned into berserkers would obey his every command. Sigh, I miscalculated. Zhao Chong sighed, feeling a headache coming on. He had to find a way to repair the barrier that had appeared between him and General Jin. Great General, why did you speak in the commander's tent? The counselor was puzzled and frowned. Jin Wu will stay in the camp. The one who will feel uncomfortable is Commander Wu. Yi Sang said plainly, you don't understand. He did not explain, but his eyes flashed. The Commander Tent's words were directly rebutted by Qin Yu. At most he would lose a little bit of face, but it wasn't a big deal. However, by doing this, he was reminding Wu Shuai that everything in the border army camp could be done with him. As long as Wu Shuai was willing, the number 1 and number 2 figures of the border army could join forces and Qin Yu's current glory would only be temporary. Indeed, in the capital, His Majesty had stabilized the situation and was no longer in a precarious situation like before. But so what? In the end, His Majesty would still abdicate the throne, and the new emperor would definitely hope to have his own voice in the army. The Yi family was willing to make this deal with the new emperor. This was not his decision, nor was it something he had the right to do. It was the will of his cousin from the Fighting Tiger Hall. It was highly likely that this matter had already been approved by Old Master Yi. After all, without his cooperation, it would be very difficult to carry out a transaction between the military and the emperor clans. The corners of Yi Sang-do's mouth curled into a cold arc as a dense aura circulated. Next, all he had to do was suppress General Jin Wu. So what if he managed to gain a foothold? There was not much time left for him. Before His Majesty abdicated the throne, if he could not be fully fledged, he was destined to be doomed. Jiang Qingzi stood in the distance, waiting for Qin Yu to greet everyone and then leave. He went straight to the point. Your tent hasn't been tidied up yet. If you don't mind, you can stay in my tent for the time being. This was an extremely straightforward declaration. Surprise flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He immediately smiled. Then, I won't be polite. The two of them left together. Behind him, the gazes from all directions were filled with shock. Around the commander's tent, the temperature became increasingly cold. The number 4 character of the border army, the extremely dignified Jiang Qingzi, who had his tentacles spread throughout the army, had chosen to join forces with General Jin Wu. This was already a formidable strength that could shake the situation of the border army. One could imagine that many people in the border army camp would find it hard to sleep today. Old General, what rules are these? If you don't explain it clearly, I won't be able to rest easy. Qin Yu smiled, his expression calm. Since Jiang Qingzi had made his intentions clear today, he would definitely give him an answer on this matter. Otherwise, there would be no basis for trust between them. If so, what he did today would be very stupid. Jiang Qingzi said, I am His Majesty's man. In the border army camp, beneath the dim light of night, Qin Yu obtained his answer as the soldiers behind him quietly walked far behind him. It was very direct, without any hesitation or concealment. It seemed that before he made this decision, Jiang Qingzi had already thought of everything. Qin Yu nodded. I should have thought of this earlier. Jiang Qingzi was on good terms with the sky-bearing king, but on the surface he seemed like someone from the later Yi family. When he first saw Yi Xiling in the imperial capital, this was proof enough. As for a two-faced person, it was absolutely impossible for him to sit in such an important position in the Western Border Army. He must have his own true background. Now everything was clear. His Majesty's man, or to be more precise, someone from the Emperor clans. This statement seemed the same on the surface, But the truth was that there was a great deviation. The Western Wasteland Great Emperor was a member of the Emperor clans, but the interests of the entire Emperor clans might not be the same. Why reveal your identity now? Qin Yu was indeed puzzled. Jiang Qingzi had hidden himself well, and even if he wanted to make a move, it shouldn't be now. Jiang Qingzi looked at Qin Yu, a strange look in his eyes. From his eyes, Qin Yu could clearly feel something. How could you say something like this? In other words, it was because of him. His Majesty has passed down an order for me to cooperate with you in the border army. Qin Yu directly challenged Wu Tongtian in the commander's tent. This was a clear signal to attack. Wu Shuai had likely already sensed this and nodded in agreement, not giving Jiang Qingzi a chance to express his opinion. And to Jiang Qingzi, this was an acceptable result. There were also different types of declarations. For instance, right now, no matter what the actual situation was, he didn't directly tear apart any pretense of cordiality with Wu Shuai. So, he jumped out now, clearly showing his support for General Jin. Of course, this was also His Majesty's intention. To have him cooperate, in other words, it was time for him, the chess piece of the Emperor clans, to move. Unless he wanted to escape the control of the Emperor clans, he could only move. The old general felt helpless in his heart. In particular, General Jin's current appearance, as if saying that Qin Yu shouldn't make decisions on his own, left him distressed. Young man, didn't you know that it was easy to be beaten up for sending out a wrong signal? Cough! Qin Yu coughed, figuring out the twists and turns in the situation. This is also good. After all, I fear that Wu Shuai has already guessed it. Jiang Qingzi's heart chilled. He glanced over. He didn't speak, but he understood Qin Yu's meaning. Before, in the mine, he had chosen to play dumb and trick Wu Shuai. Although he had handled things quickly and didn't reveal any flaws, to a big shot like Wu Shuai, there were some things that didn't need evidence. His intuition was the answer. Of course, Jiang Qingzi wouldn't admit it. It was best if General Jin remembered some of his favors. After the negotiations were made clear, they returned to their tents and bid their farewells. When Qin Yu returned to his tent, True Saint Bai Yu bitterly smiled. General, although I am dissatisfied with Wu Shuai in my heart, isn't today's method a bit too crude? After all, he is the commander of the Western Border Army and his status in the Empire's army can be ranked in the top 10. He was already a true super commander of the army. How could he not have his own methods? Qin Yu glanced at him. Do you think that even if I wasn't crude, everything would be fine? True Saint Bai Yu was left speechless. The current situation was clear. Wu Shuai must hate them to the bone. Sooner or later, there would be a reckoning. Then, are we really going to stay here? Yes. Qin Yu waved his hand, sending him away. He rubbed his temples, a bitter smile on his face. Just what was going on? He had just wanted to find a safe place to hide, and yet such a ruckus had occurred. Whatever, in any case, it was already like this. He might as well stay here and think about it later. But this wasn't the way to go. He had to find a way to solve the problem of the demonic sex little girl as soon as possible. He ran away. Qin Yu actually ran away. I thought something was wrong, but he clearly disguised himself so well without any flaws. Little Meaty had a vexed expression. She pulled at her hair, unable to think of a problem. She squatted down and stared at the chicken overlord. Little chicken, tell me the truth. Did you do something in secret? The chicken overlord shivered. It thought that her question was too low level. Even if it really did something, it absolutely wouldn't dare to admit it. Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with it. It desperately shook its head, its attitude firm. Little Meaty nodded. She thought out loud, "That's right, with your courage, it seems I was thinking too much. Could it be that boy by you? That's not right, he didn't have the chance. I was watching the entire time." She sighed, a distressed expression on her face. "I originally wanted to play with him for a while, but it's not fun anymore." Qin Yu hiding from her wasn't the result that little meaty wanted. Cough. The chicken overlord suddenly coughed. When its eyes fell on her, it squeezed out a flattering expression. Miss Little Meaty, perhaps Qin Yu was delayed by some other matter. If one heard the first half of its words, wouldn't they think that it was exonerating Qin Yu? But the truth was that this wasn't the case. The chicken overlord winked. Since Qin Yu can't come back, miss, you still have hands and feet, so you can go look for him. Look for him. Go look for him. What a disloyal and ungrateful bastard. I even gave him something as important as my divine kingdom. What sort of friendship is this? In this world, is there a pet more loyal and devoted than me? He ran away as soon as he said he would, even bringing along 2 passers-by like Bai Yu and Ironstone. How could he just leave me here to suffer this torment? Humph humph. Qin Yu, you were heartless first, so don't blame this overlord for being unjust. If he wanted to suffer, then everyone should suffer together. No one should think about it being good. Little Meaty's eyes brightened and her lips curved up. She reached out a hand and rubbed the chicken overlord's head. Little chicken, I've discovered that sometimes your brain is quite useful. Since she already suspected him, there was no point in continuing to hide. Since Qin Yu was hiding, then she would go over. She wanted to see just what sort of expression this fellow would have when he saw her appear. Picking up the chicken overlord, Little Meaty pushed open the door and left. In the blink of an eye, she had returned to her usual weak and delicate appearance. General Jin Wu wasn't here and Bai Yu wasn't here either. As the only woman in the mansion, and one who was also very beautiful, no one dared to disobey her words. A moment later, a carriage drove out of the mine, heading in the direction of the camp. With no one driving the carriage, the chicken overlord sat in the driver's seat, wiping away its tears. It thought how miserable it was, how pitiful it was. It had actually been reduced to the fate of being a carriage driver. To order such a handsome chicken to do such a rough job like driving a carriage, wouldn't that girl's heart hurt? Chapter 1535. If the mountain doesn't come, then I will. These words sounded very charming. Between the lines, there was a sense of confidence and boldness. But if Qin Yu knew that the mountain that he couldn't avoid was on the way to the camp, he would definitely be in a bad mood. He lowered his head and looked at True Saint Bai Yu. He slowly said, "You don't need to answer my questions. You only need to nod or remain silent." Nodding meant he guessed correctly. Remaining silent meant he denied it. True Saint Bai Yu revealed a bit of unease. But when he saw Qin Yu's gaze, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Qin Yu's first words caused his body to tense up. "You approached the demonic sex, little girl." He used a name to avoid being detected if he mentioned her name. This sort of thing wasn't rare in the world of cultivators. True Saint Bai Yu took a deep breath and nodded. As expected, this boy wanted to speak but hesitated. He must have discovered something. Qin Yu tapped the table and said, "When I was underground, was she the one who told you that I was still alive?" Jiang Chengzi gently waved his hand. For Wu Tongtian to make such a mistake, she must have found out about him. In the mine, the only one who could have done this was her. True Saint Bai Yu nodded. "She threatened you not to speak? Did the little girl reveal any killing intent? Did she do anything strange?" After a series of questions, Qin Yu calmed down. His previous judgment was correct. There was indeed a great terror hidden behind the demonic sex little girl. But towards him there was no clear malice. At least, not yet. Qin Yu looked at True Saint Bai Yu, who was sweating profusely and had a pale face. An apologetic look flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand. "Go and rest." As if he had been pardoned, True Saint Bai Yu bowed and left in a hurry. He was really worried that if he continued like this, who knew when his head would explode with a bang. Qin Yu rubbed his chin. He thought about the demonic sex little girl. She probably knew that he would stay in the camp and not return. He wondered if she would sense something and what she would do next. She probably wouldn't dare to do something as ferocious as barging into the camp, right? Qin Yu's tent was quickly built with the help of some forces. Zhao Chong was the first to congratulate him. Although he only stayed for a while before leaving, the gifts he brought were very generous. Qin Yu could clearly see that he was trying to repair their relationship. Of course, being clear was one thing. Accepting it or not was another. Trying to erase the past with just a generous gift was too cheap. He would have to wait and see. Then, just like that, General Jin Wu settled down quietly in the camp. His duty was to guard the mine. He didn't need to intervene in the affairs of the camp. It could be said that he was extremely idle. Only when the commander's tent held a meeting would his figure be seen. Everyone could clearly sense that Wu Shuai's calm face above the commander's tent grew increasingly indifferent. He was shrewd and unmoving like a mountain, but that didn't mean that he wasn't angry. As long as he waited for the opportunity, the next moment, his monstrous rage would come crashing down. Qin Yu's eyes were focused on his nose was focused on his heart. He sat steadily in the third position, like a clay bodhisattva. Now, even if Wu Tongtian had a falling out with them, he would not leave. The two troops were currently advancing towards the border army camp. One was near and the other was far away. But the closer one was moving very slowly. And what was strange was that the one driving the carriage was a pheasant with beautiful feathers. The farther one was much larger. Moreover, they had an awe-inspiring aura and were rapidly advancing. According to this situation, they would arrive at the camp around the same time. With the pheasant as the driver, it was naturally Meaty. She propped up her chin with her hands, looking out the window. It was clearly just a barren landscape. After all, most of the barbarian region was like this. But Meaty's eyes were bright, as if she were very interested. She would occasionally reach out her hand, waving it in the air. She was like a beautiful little fish. "Little chicken, what do you think about building a wooden house here, planting a green forest, and growing some fruits and vegetables?" The pheasant driver rolled his eyes. He thought that this was an idiot. This was the front line of the war between the Western Desolation and the Western Barbarians, and yet he wanted to settle down here? If they were sucked into the war, who cared if it was a wooden house, a green forest, or fruits? They would all be trampled into mud at any moment. But thinking was just thinking. He forcefully nodded, a flattering expression on his face that said, "Miss, you're right. They would soon arrive at the border army camp. Qin Yu would soon be the scapegoat. As for what happened in the future, he would let this ungrateful fellow worry about it. Thinking of this, the chicken overlord skillfully cracked his whip. With a loud crack, the carriage sped up even more. I really am a genius. I learn everything so quickly, and even driving a carriage is so handsome and elegant." In the commander's tent, Wu Tongtian laid down the jade slip, his eyebrows furrowed together. The sky-bearing monarch had arrived. He couldn't figure out just what His Majesty wanted to do. He had already paid the price for what happened in the mine, so could he still continue to be unforgiving? Did His Majesty really think that he was weak and easy to bully? In the tent, the atmosphere was heavy, as if the air had frozen. The counselors and subordinates all looked at the commander's figure with dignified expressions. In this situation, if they weren't careful, they would stir up a great commotion. How could the great figures of the imperial capital's military allow something like this to happen? The elders of the emperor races wouldn't allow His Majesty to stir up great waves, especially at this sensitive time. The sky-bearing king was expressionless. This time, he was ordered by the emperor to come to the western border army camp, but the process wasn't smooth. The elders of the military and the emperor races jumped out one after another to stop him. His lips curled up, revealing a mocking and cold smile. What a bunch of old fools! How could they understand His Majesty's great talent and strategy? The silence of the old Yi family was such a clear signal, but they couldn't even see this? Or, even if they did, they didn't care. Did they think that His Majesty was about to abdicate and didn't have the power to control the empire? What a bunch of idiots! If His Majesty wanted to, he could beat these clowns into the dust at any time. But now was far from the time. What His Majesty wanted was not a moment of happiness, but a foundation that would never change. He wanted to lead the Western wilderness to become stronger, and finally become the strongest empire in the desolate region, even to step on the central wilderness. And to achieve this, His Majesty needed to establish great merit. Only then could he break the old rules. This was the reason why he had come to the Western Desolation Barrack. To be honest, things were progressing faster than expected. His Majesty was a bit anxious, but the sky-bearing king could understand. The great emperor had always been strong, but after General Jin Wu's death, this was the first time he felt tired and powerless. His Majesty didn't want to feel this again. He had to complete his plan as soon as possible. Raising his head, a bright light flashed in the sky-bearing king's eyes. In the border army camp, he already knew that Qin Yu had made things difficult for Wu Tongtian. He had done very well in this matter. This was the attitude that His Majesty wanted. The reward from the first-class Earl Zhongwu was also a reward for his merit. Suppressing the underground sinners wasn't much. What he did was humiliate General Wu and help His Majesty stabilize the situation. This was the true merit. Seeing True Saint Baitu's pale face, Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. His intuition clearly told him that something had happened. As expected, reality proved Qin Yu's outstanding intuition. "General, Miss Meaty is here." True Saint Baitu wanted to cry. When Qin Yu asked him, he didn't say a word. But in reality, he had already revealed everything he knew. Now that the main character was here, would he let him go? Perhaps he had come today to kill him. Even if he followed at Qin Yu's side and stayed in the border army camp, he still couldn't feel any sense of security. It was because the feeling that Miss Meaty gave him was too terrifying. It was like a loach rolling in mud facing a divine eagle soaring in the heavens. The difference between the two was too great. There was no chance of resisting at all. Qin Yu's face was ashen and his heartbeat sped up. He didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. "Tell Miss Meaty that I have something to discuss with her. Ask her to come to General Wu's tent." Since he had already caught up, he couldn't hide anymore. He could only lay everything out in the open. Who was the strongest in the border army camp? Although Wu Tongtian hadn't revealed the slightest bit of his aura from start to finish, since he was able to sit so firmly in the position of commander, then he was undoubtedly the strongest person in the Western Border Army. Moreover, there were also the incomparably tyrannical guards hiding around the commander's tent. True Saint Baitu's lips trembled. "General!" he shouted out, a mournful expression on his face. "I don't dare to go." Qin Yu's footsteps paused. He turned his head, but there was no ridicule in his eyes. He was afraid of losing face, otherwise he wouldn't have hidden himself in the border army camp. "Find someone to inform. Zhao Chong, find his personal guard." True Saint Baitu turned and left. General Golden Wu Ningqin was absolutely the person that everyone in the commander's tent disliked the most. But no matter how much they disliked him, they still pinched their noses and bowed. They had to respect the status of a first-class Earl Zhongwu. "Greetings, General Golden Wu." The commander's tent guard bowed. Qin Yu nodded, his expression calm. "I have an important matter to discuss with General Wu." The guard originally wanted to say something, but as he looked at Qin Yu's complexion, his throat bobbed several times before he swallowed it back down. "General Golden Wu, please wait a moment." He went in to report and soon returned. "The commander is handling an important matter. If General Golden Wu does not have," Qin Yu frowned. He walked straight towards the commander's tent. "I want to see the commander now." Schwa, his eyes were as heavy as water, as heavy as a stone falling down. Qin Yu bowed. "Greetings, General Wu." Wu Tongtian frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes and his voice was as clear as water, without the least bit of fluctuation. General Golden Wu, I want to know what matter you have. He already knew that the sky-bearing monarch was about to arrive. And at this critical juncture, General Golden Wu had suddenly rushed into the commander's tent. Was this a coincidence? Or was this the prelude to some plan? Humph! Over and over again, did they really think that as the dignified commander of the Western Border Army, he wouldn't dare to kill them? Chapter 1536. Today, if there was no explanation, he would let General Jin Wu and the sky-bearing king know what it meant to be a big shot in the military. Qin Yu could sense the icy coldness in Wu Shuai's words. Today wasn't the day to fall out with him. No matter what, he had to stabilize the situation first. He thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "Marshal, please calm down. I do have something important to do, and have no intention of offending you." These words were very sincere. Wu Tongtian frowned. Qin Yu's current performance was a bit unexpected. If he wanted to cooperate with the sky-bearing monarch, he shouldn't have such an attitude. After some thought, he waved his hand. "Sit down and talk." "Thank you, Commander." Qin Yu sat down and looked around. Wu Tongtian said indifferently, "Everyone in the commander's tent is someone I trust." This was his standard. Just one sentence was enough to make everyone stand up straight. Qin Yu said, "If that's the case, then I'll get straight to the point." He took a deep breath. "General Wu, my background isn't a secret, so I'm sure you already know. To suddenly ascend to a high position and become a general of the army, although this is something that countless people yearn for in their dreams, I am still terrified. I have no intention of making things difficult for Commander Wu, but sometimes I have no choice. After all, I am only a chess piece. I hope that Commander Wu can understand." Was he here to lower his head and make peace? Everyone in the tent widened their eyes in shock, unable to figure out what was going on. A glint flashed across Wu Tongtian's eyes before he calmed down. "General Jinwu's words are too serious. You and I are both imperial great generals, and it is our duty to serve His Majesty and the Western Wilderness." Qin Yu sighed, revealing just the right amount of helplessness and heaviness. "It's normal for Commander Wu not to believe me. In the future, I will use my actions to prove myself." "Stop talking nonsense, why aren't they here yet?" If he continued to stay, he didn't know how to continue stalling for time. At this moment, a report came from outside the tent. Lady Ro Ro of the Devil Sect requests to see the Grand Marshal. Qin Yu's heart chilled. He thought to himself, "It's here." Wu Tongtian looked over and frowned. He didn't know what General Jin Wu was planning today. Of course, he did not believe a single word that General Jin Wu had said. "Invite her in." The commander's tent was opened and little Meaty walked in. She had a timid expression as she bowed. "Greetings, Commander." She bit her lip. "I'm here to look for my general." He suddenly left. "I'm scared." His acting skills were at the pinnacle. That expression, that tone of voice, that gaze, it was simply amazing. Wu Tongtian glanced at Qin Yu. At this moment, his heart was filled with confusion. He was really a little dizzy. He couldn't figure out what was going on. But at this time, Qin Yu couldn't care about what Wu Shuai was feeling. The opportunity was right in front of him. He had to see clearly the background of the little girl from the Devil Doctrine. With a thought, a connection appeared between him and the spirit embryo. A halo of light flashed deep in his eyes. He turned and looked up, his eyes falling onto little Meaty. The quiet whirlpool spun slowly behind her. It seemed to be right in front of her, but at the same time, it seemed to be far away. It was terrifying and vast. Even though he had already experienced it, as his eyes fell upon her, he still felt a great sense of panic and unease. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. However, he did not withdraw his gaze. Instead, he looked even more intently. This was the safest moment that Qin Yu could find. He had tied up Wu Tongtian and the entire commander's tent as a guarantee of his safety. All of this was to take another look at this whirlpool. A faint sense of familiarity quickly gushed out from the depths of his heart. The feeling of being wrapped in a barrier was rapidly fading away. Suddenly, in the depths of Qin Yu's mind, a bolt of thunder seemed to pierce through the clouds. Countless fragmented images flashed in front of his eyes. There was a small and red mouth, a straight and round nose, and white and delicate fingers. The truth had appeared. So, she was him. Little Meaty sighed inwardly. Her eyes swept over Qin Yu. She didn't understand why this fellow's eyes suddenly became so useful. It seemed like it had only happened after he left the mine. His thoughts quietly turned, but his expression didn't reveal anything. Little Meaty still looked like that timid and cowardly little girl from the Devil Doctrine. Being shrouded by General Jin's eyes, her face revealed unease. She lowered her head slightly, giving off the feeling of a curled-up little animal. It immediately made one want to protect her. Wu Shuai's will would not be so easily touched by the outside world. He expressionlessly opened his mouth. General Jin. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He stood up and bowed. My apologies, I have some trivial matters to attend to. I won't disturb General Wu any longer. Farewell. Little Meaty stood up and followed behind. Watching the two leave, Wu Tongtian's eyebrows gradually furrowed together. He felt that everything that had happened today was strange. General Jin, just what was he doing? After leaving the commander's tent, Qin Yu and Little Meaty walked one behind the other, neither of them speaking. True Saint Bai Su's complexion paled. He bowed from afar, not daring to approach. His heart was filled with apprehension. Outside the tent, Qin Yu's eyes swept around. All of you leave. Without my orders, no one is allowed to approach. Yes, General. He entered the tent and turned to look at Little Meaty who had followed him in. Little Meaty blinked her eyes, her face filled with fear. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He took a deep breath and bowed. Before this, I didn't know that you had arrived. If I have offended you, please forgive me. There was silence. Qin Yu stood up. He glanced at her, a puzzled expression on his face. If you want to continue acting, I can pretend that I don't know and continue to cooperate with you, but that would be meaningless. Little Meaty looked up and rolled her eyes. Qin Yu, you really are boring. You clearly know that there's no meaning in revealing it, yet you still insist on doing it. Her voice changed, becoming a bit more coquettish. She was still weak and timid, and when combined with her smiling face, it was truly moving. Qin Yu looked at her, his aura as steady as a mountain. I need an explanation. Why had this mysterious existence hidden in space-time suddenly transformed into the demonic sex Little Meaty? The explanation is that this is a coincidence. Little Meaty walked over and sat down. Before this, didn't you go to the demonic sect? I inadvertently sensed a special aura. She lifted a hand and pointed to the bridge of her small and cute nose. That's right, it was this girl. Although her cultivation is a bit weak, she was just barely enough to be my medium for descending. You probably don't know, but for an existence like me, although I have a bit of strength, there are far too many restrictions. It is difficult for me to easily descend into the world, and I haven't had a chance to wander around for many years. So, I ran over here and thought of it as a vacation. I never thought that I would be discovered by you so quickly. As she finished speaking, Little Meaty blinked her eyes, a helpless expression on her face. Qin Yu frowned, deep in thought. He didn't know whether or not he should believe her words. Little Meaty rolled her eyes. Don't let your imagination run wild. If I wanted to harm you, would I need to go through so much trouble? Moreover, don't forget that it is only because I am helping you that you can live so peacefully. Humph humph. If you aren't happy then I will leave right now. As for your own matters, you can solve them yourself. I won't wait on you. Qin Yu lifted a hand. I have 3 conditions. Little Meaty clapped her hands and smiled. I knew that you weren't an ungrateful brat. Speak. First, while you are by my side, you cannot act on your own and provoke other troubles. Fine. Second, if there is an accident, you must help me. I can, but let me say this first. In my current state, there isn't much strength I can use. You have to be careful when you do things. Qin Yu glanced at her. Third, I haven't thought about it yet. We'll talk about it later. Little Meaty rolled her eyes. Qin Yu, you can't always rely on the fact that I like you to take a yard after taking an inch. She sneered again and again. Let me tell you, when I am angry, even I am afraid of myself. Qin Yu ignored her. Then it's settled. He stood up and left. Where are you going? To pick someone up. Qin Yu suddenly stopped. He looked back. Just like that, you chased me all the way to the commander's tent? Aren't you afraid? She wasn't afraid that he wouldn't recognize her, or that he would set up a killing trap in the commander's tent. Little Meaty revealed a puzzled expression. What am I afraid of? The little chicken said that I should come, so I came. The chicken overlord was cautious. It hid in a corner and peeked at the commander's tent, its small eyes filled with nervousness. Although, in a moment of anger, it had decided to drag Qin Yu into the water without a care for anything else. But now that things had truly been accomplished, it finally realized what it had done and began to feel fear. That evil star Qin Yu wasn't someone to be provoked. If he were to discover something, then the consequences would be hiss. It didn't dare to think, it didn't dare to think. Just thinking about it made it feel as if its heart would explode. At this time, a single thought tumbled in its heart. Should it take advantage of the fact that this matter hadn't been exposed to the world and quickly run away? Suddenly, Qin Yu lifted the tent from the inside and stepped out. It was unknown, but perhaps it was because of telepathy. He turned his head and quietly looked at the chicken overlord. With just a single glance, Qin Yu left. He didn't say a single word, nor did he express his stance. The chicken overlord's body stiffened. It fell to the ground like a block of wood. Its mouth was crooked and its eyes glazed over. It was over, it was completely finished. It had received the warning in Qin Yu's eyes: if you dare to run, you will die. He knew. At this moment, the chicken overlord's heart turned to ash. Its intestines turned blue with regret. But it didn't dare to run. Overlord, the general told me to pass on a message. From now on, you can follow beside Miss Meaty. True Saint Bai Yu couldn't help but reach out and touch the chicken overlord's stiff body, his face full of sympathy. Kakik, a series of difficult sounds came from its throat. Then, the chicken overlord's eyes rolled back and it fainted. Qin Yu wasn't lying. He really was going to pick someone up. Wu Shuai knew that the sky-bearing king was coming. As the person chosen by the Western Wasteland Great Emperor, he naturally knew of this matter. Before, because of the problem with Miss Meaty, Qin Yu was filled with anxiety and didn't have the mood to think about it. Now that the clouds had been dispelled, he began to wonder what was the sky-bearing king doing here. Although Wu Shuai had lost face due to the fake death incident, he was still able to maintain his composure. But it was impossible for him to topple a border army general with just this. As his thoughts raced, a scout reported that the sky-bearing king's troops would arrive soon. At this moment, Qin Yu could clearly feel the eyes of the people around him. It was clear that the border army generals hoped to obtain some information through observing Qin Yu. But unfortunately, Qin Yu was still confused. Naturally, he couldn't give them any hints. Chapter 1537. The sky-bearing monarch had arrived. The carriage stopped and Yi Sang was the first to greet him. As the second in command of the Western Border Army, he was naturally the leader in the absence of Wu Shuai. The Border Army welcomes the sky-bearing monarch. Behind him, Jiang Chengzi, Zhao Chong and the other generals all revealed smiles. The sky-bearing monarch had a wide circle of friends in the court. In addition, he was deeply trusted by His Majesty and was an important official in the court. Although these generals had military power, if they wanted to live a peaceful life, It was best to be on good terms with the officials. Moreover, the status of a king should be respected. The carriage door opened and the sky-bearing monarch stepped out with a warm smile. "Generals, there is no need to be so polite. Please rise." He took a few steps forward. "General Yi, I haven't received the good tea you promised me. Don't forget about it." Yi Sang smiled. "Don't worry, sky-bearing monarch. I always do what I say. I've been looking for some tea and I just found some 2 days ago." "Then I'll be waiting." Zhou Qingtian laughed and turned to greet the others. Qin Yu discovered that the sky-bearing monarch's social skills were off the charts. Aside from Jiang Qingzi, he was able to exchange a few pleasantries with all of the generals in the Xizjiang border army. His tone was intimate. It was as if they had some sort of friendship. Intentionally or unintentionally, the sky-bearing monarch left Qin Yu at the back. "General Jin, I was shocked when I heard of your death in the imperial capital. Luckily, it was soon proven to be a rumor." Outside the camp, the laughter in the air had yet to dissipate. However, as soon as those words left his mouth, the crowd all felt an invisible pressure. At the same time, they all had the same thought: His Majesty was very dissatisfied with Wu Shuai. The sky-bearing monarch was highly regarded by His Majesty and would not casually express his opinion. From his words, one could feel His Majesty's thoughts. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Greetings, sky-bearing monarch. No need for formalities." Zhou Qingtian reached out and patted his shoulder. "That brat Bai Yu, did he give you any trouble? I didn't want him to come with you, but he insisted. I couldn't dissuade him, so I had to trouble you." Qin Yu said, "Bai Yu has helped me a lot during this time." These words, more or less, did not mean what he said. But just like what the sky-bearing king had said, he would be a fool if he believed it. Wasn't the world of adults like this? "That's good," King Qingtian said. "I still have to pay a visit to Marshal Wu and tell Bai Su to wait for me in the tent tomorrow. I have something for him." After saying that, he cupped his hands towards the crowd. "Generals, this prince will take his leave first. I'll come back for a chat after I'm done with my business." After exchanging pleasantries, the sky-bearing monarch entered the camp to meet Wu Tongtian. That's right, this was the status of a border army's commander-in-chief. Even an existence conferred the title of king from an imperial clan would be inferior in status. From this, one could see how much power the military held. Yi Sang glanced at Qin Yu. "Disperse." He turned around and was the first to leave. Jiang Qingzi's expression was calm, but within that calmness, there was a hint of hesitation. The sky-bearing monarch arrived at the border army. Even though he didn't say anything, everyone knew that he was here for General Jin. The problem was that he didn't receive any hint from start to finish and didn't know what the sky-bearing monarch had seen. As a general of the imperial clan, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled by this discovery. Qin Yu didn't say anything. He glanced at Jiang Qingzi and could roughly guess what he was thinking. But before he could say anything, Zhao Chong walked over with a friendly smile. The sky-bearing monarch was here and His Majesty might be making a move. Of course he was anxious and wanted to ease his relationship with General Jin. After saying a few words, Zhao Chong's smile faded and Jiang Qingzi had already left. Qin Yu wanted to explain. After all, this old general would be of great help to him in the future. But thinking about it, he didn't even know why the sky-bearing monarch was here. How could he explain it to others? The commander's tent was cleared. No one knew what the sky-bearing monarch and Marshal Wu had discussed in private. He only knew that the two of them had a secret discussion for close to 6 hours. When the sky-bearing monarch left, Marshal Wu personally sent him off with a smile on his face. This situation was different from what everyone expected. What was His Majesty's intention? Didn't the sky-bearing king come to the border army to support General Jin Wu and help him seize more power? "Marshal Wu, please wait." The sky-bearing monarch smiled. "Our dynasty is busy and there are many things that need to be dealt with. I can't stay in the border army for long. I must complete His Majesty's arrangements as soon as possible. Wu Tongtian nodded. If the sky-bearing monarch needs any help, just say the word. Of course. The sky-bearing monarch cupped his hands and left. He didn't avoid the eyes of others and went straight to Jiang Qingzi's tent. An hour later, Qin Yu was invited to the entrance of the tent. Sky-bearing monarch, General Jin is here. Zhou Qingtian's voice came from the tent. Invite him in. Qin Yu entered the tent. The first thing he saw was Jiang Qingzi's smiling face. The gloominess on his face had disappeared. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The sky-bearing monarch's methods were indeed superb. General Jin, I have already ordered for some food and wine. You and I will accompany the sky-bearing king and have a few drinks. Jiang Qingzi smiled and spoke. His tone was more intimate than before. Qin Yu glanced at the smiling sky-bearing monarch. Since the sky-bearing monarch and general are in the mood to drink, I will accompany you. He turned and sat down. However, I must restrain myself during the banquet. I don't want to be reprimanded by Marshal Wu. The sky-bearing monarch laughed. He looked at Qin Yu with a satisfied expression. This brat was indeed smart. With just a few words, he had pulled the two of them closer. His arrangements had not been in vain. Although Jiang Qingzi was arranged by the imperial family and wasn't completely under His Majesty's control, his background determined his position. He would eventually lean towards His Majesty. Appeasing him and cooperating with General Jin was the key to the smooth progress of the plan. That was why he was summoned. But what kind of explanation or promise did the sky-bearing monarch give to make Jiang Qingzi so excited? Qin Yu remained calm. Although he was confused, since he was asked to do something, he naturally had to give an explanation. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to wait patiently. Jiang Qingzi clapped his hands. The table, chairs, and cutlery were quickly set up. It was true that the border army was poor, but that was only limited to the ordinary generals. As the oldest general in the Western Border Army, he held real power. In terms of enjoyment, he wasn't inferior to those in the imperial capital. There were no singers, but there were a few female generals who changed into long dresses and thin blouses. It was enough to enchant one's mind. This was something that was tacitly agreed upon. Although it was against military rules, no one would take it seriously. After all, the great generals spent most of their lives guarding the border. They were already taking great risks to protect the empire. Who would dare to say anything when playing with women? The sky-bearing monarch sat on the main seat with two valiant beauties on his left and right. After a few cups of wine, his cheeks were flushed red and his beauty was unparalleled. From time to time, he would approach them and make intimate gestures. However, he didn't seem dissolute. Instead, he was full of elegance and charm. Jiang Qingzi laughed. General Jin Wu might not know this, but when the sky-bearing monarch was young, he was a frequent customer of the famous brothels in the imperial capital. There are still stories about him in the brothels of the imperial capital. From this sentence, it could be seen that he and the sky-bearing monarch were close and understood each other well. The sky-bearing monarch smiled and pointed at him. "Old general, you've said too much. Come, drink with me." Qin Yu felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. It wasn't because he couldn't do something like putting on a show. It was because, for some reason, he felt that there was a pair of eyes on him. As a result, Qin Yu had a strong intuition from the bottom of his heart. If he really reached out and hugged the two daughters of the army, there would definitely be trouble. After thinking about it, Qin Yu smiled bitterly. He guessed that this intuition most likely had something to do with Meat. She was her. In other words, it was that person's intention. Although he didn't know the reason, he had received a warning. There was no need to go against the wind. Jiang Qingzi finished the wine in his cup and looked over with a frown. "General Jin Wu, are you not satisfied with my arrangements? No matter, I still have many beauties in my tent. Call them over for General Jin Wu to choose." Qin Yu cupped his hands. Old General, you misunderstood. It's really. He was a little speechless. He hesitated and gritted his teeth. It's because my heart already belongs to someone. Moreover, she is waiting for me in my tent. I really don't want her to be sad. You threatened me not to put on a show, so I'll use it as an excuse to refuse. It's a fair deal. Jiang Qingzi thought for a moment. Is it that lady meat from the devil sect? Qin Yu nodded. The old general was a little uncertain. According to the news he heard, General Jin Wu led 100,000 troops to suppress the devil sect and snatch her away. But later on, General Jin Wu was sent to guard the mine. It was an indisputable fact that Meat asked to see the general. Qin Yu stood up and raised his cup. Today, I'm willing to drink with the sky-bearing monarch and old general. However, the grace of a beauty is hard to bear. A light flashed in the sky-bearing monarch's eyes, but he immediately calmed down. All right, since General Jin Wu has concerns, let's not make things difficult for him. It's his loss, it has nothing to do with us. Jiang Qingzi smiled and nodded. Qin Yu pretended not to see the sad eyes of the two beauties on his left and right. He only allowed them to pour wine and bring food. During this banquet, even though he restrained himself, he still drank a great deal. The sky-bearing monarch laughed and tossed aside his cup. He hugged the two beauties. I'm tired from the long journey and will go rest first. Farewell, farewell. After drinking his fill, he left with the two beauties. This scene was enough to make others envious. Jiang Qingzi looked at Qin Yu, a faint smile on his face. General Jin Wu, it's not too late to change your mind. Qin Yu forced a smile and cupped his hands together. I thank the old general for his good intentions. I bid my farewells. Behind him, Jiang Qingzi's loud laughter echoed out. There was a saying that those who enjoyed together were incomparably close. After this banquet, it was clear that the relationship between the two sides had become much closer. As he left the tent, the wind blew past him and Qin Yu felt a little dizzy. He subconsciously recalled the sad eyes of the two beauties and their curvaceous bodies beneath their thin clothes. He couldn't help but feel his heart stir. Then, he felt a burning heat drill through his body. He took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. With a bitter smile, Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He wiped away the drunkenness in his body and quickly walked out. He didn't stop until he returned to his own tent. He poured himself a cup of cold tea and drank it all in one gulp. Only then did he let out a long breath. This was the so-called disturbing thoughts. Even if one had great self-control, they still needed time to calm down. The door was suddenly pushed open and little Meaty walked in. Her eyes swept over Qin Yu and she snorted. Ha men! Qin Yu was a bit embarrassed. He looked at her and said, The sky-bearing monarch is a subordinate of the Western Wasteland Great Emperor and his strength is unfathomably deep. You should be careful lest you provoke trouble. Little Meaty coldly sneered. Don't be in such a hurry to change the topic. Qin Yu, your courage isn't small. You actually dare to use me as a shield. Her eyes widened and she stared at Qin Yu. Or do you really have some improper thoughts towards me in your heart? Qin Yu, what the hell is this? If I didn't know your identity, pooey, even if I didn't know, I wouldn't be that kind of person. He shook his head. His words were decisive and decisive. Little Meaty suddenly leaned over and a delicate fragrance drilled into his nostrils. The more you deny it, the more guilty you are. Qin Yu, tell me the truth. As long as you admit it, perhaps my heart will soften and I'll let you take advantage of me. After all, this body isn't mine, so there's no harm in letting you use it. Chapter 1538. Looking at this face and hearing these words, Qin Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. But, his mind still subconsciously turned several times. On the other side, a sneer sounded. Heh men! Little Meaty's face was filled with disdain. I was just saying, but you actually took it seriously. Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, I never thought you would be such a person. There was an awkward silence. But Qin Yu definitely wouldn't admit it. He had only thought about it and hadn't put it into action yet, so how could he possibly chop off his head to verify it? Fortunately, this situation did not last for too long. Ro snorted, "I'll deal with you in the future." He turned around and pushed the door open. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. Then, he sensed a strange fluctuation. Several breaths of time later, the space in front of him began to fluctuate. A shadow squeezed out from within. As soon as it came into contact with the air, it quickly solidified. It was the sky-bearing king who they had just separated from in Jiangqing Zi's tent. Thinking about it, Little Meaty must have sensed something ahead of time and thus let Qin Yu go. "Greetings, sky-bearing monarch. Get up." Zhou Qingtian nodded. "The border army barracks are extraordinary. It's not impossible for this king's projection to not be detected. So, let's get straight to the point." Qin Yu had a solemn expression. "Skyspan King, please speak. After the mausoleum of the Western barbarians, do you still remember that you, Zhou Qingshan, Yi Xiling, and the Night Demon Sect Master left the Western barbarians?" Qin Yu thought for a moment. "World-breaking token?" Zhou Qingtian said, "That's right." His eyes lit up. "Next, your task is to enter the Western barbarians' territory and continue to build the boundary-breaking order." Before Qin Yu could ask, he raised a hand to stop him. "I don't know much about this matter, so I cannot tell you everything. But before you left the imperial capital, His Majesty personally promised that as long as you can complete this task, in the future, there will be a third Hingshan Ning family in the Empire's military besides the two great Yi families." Qin Yu's heart shook. Now that he had a lot of knowledge about the Empire's military, he naturally understood how powerful the two Yi families were. Although the Western Wasteland Great Emperor was the ruler of the Empire, his will alone wasn't enough to raise Qin Yu to such a high position. By making such a promise, it meant that the matter of the world-breaking medallion was bound to have great implications. In fact, it might even change the situation that the Western Wasteland Grand Emperor was facing. Regarding the replacement of the throne and the abdication of His Majesty, Qin Yu knew about it. For the Break World Order to be able to do this, one could only imagine the significance of it. He didn't hide his thoughts and revealed his expression. He looked at the sky-bearing king and opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. King Sky-bearing said, "Don't ask too much, just do your job seriously." He took a step forward and stared straight at Jin Wu. "General Jin Wu, remember this. Do not allow anyone to know about the world-breaking order. If any of this is leaked, you will be a sinner of the Western Baron, and you will be stuck between life and death." Sure enough, his previous actions were somewhat effective. The Heavenly King's refusal was straightforward, but his words still conveyed some information. The world-breaking order was a grand scheme by Western Wastelands, and it involved the Western barbarians. In fact, there was a high possibility that it was the key to suppressing and destroying the berserkers. After confirming this, Qin Yu's heart was filled with complex emotions. It had to be said that having the new Berserker Emperor carry out the plan to destroy the berserkers was indeed something that would make people feel ridiculed. Thinking back to what happened in the Western Wasteland's imperial capital, Qin Yu could faintly guess what the Western Wasteland was planning. He took a deep breath and respectfully bowed. "Ning Qin obeys." The sky-bearing king smiled. "General Jin Wu, there is no need to be so polite. There are many arrangements for this matter, so I will explain them to you in detail. You must remember them clearly." 2 hours later, the sky-bearing king's projection left and the tent returned to silence. Qin Yu was silent for a moment. His thoughts stirred and the space and time rules in the tent slightly twisted. When he didn't sense anything wrong, he let out a breath and a sharp light shined in his eyes. The sky-bearing king's words were in line with his speculations, and the fact that he was sent to guard the mine made this plan even more perfect. No wonder the imperial capital was so anxious for him to act as soon as possible. Of course, this was also related to the current situation the Western Wasteland Great Emperor was facing. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu lifted a hand and a lantern appeared. He could feel a terrifying aura hidden within this lantern. Once it erupted, it would be like a bolt of thunder, enough to instantly destroy him. And this was the Western Wasteland Great Emperor's method. He wanted to completely control Qin Yu. But what the Great Emperor didn't know was that this lantern of the barbarians was a counterfeit. The original was in Qin Yu's hands. That was why he was able to cut off the Great Emperor's surveillance on him without making a sound. Of course, isolation wasn't the right word, but what the Western Wasteland Great Emperor could sense was what Qin Yu wanted him to see. As for when news of Qin Yu's death was spread when he suppressed the sinners underground, he didn't know that the Western Wasteland Great Emperor had deliberately plotted against Wu Tongtian. Or perhaps it was the power of the barbarian's curse that isolated the Western Wasteland Great Emperor's perception. But Qin Yu guessed that it should be the former for the Western Wasteland Great Emperor who controlled a super-divine kingdom. No matter how unfathomably deep he was, it was normal. However, since he had to do proper business, especially when it involved the barbarians, accidents could happen at any time. As for the lantern, he had to make some precautions. Blinding one's perception wasn't difficult, but sealing away the methods left behind by the Great Emperor was much more difficult. Qin Yu had to ensure that even if he fell out with the Western Wasteland in the future, he would still be safe. He tapped his fingers on the table and smiled. This was because there was a ready-made candidate in front of him. If he took action, it shouldn't be difficult to accomplish this. Mine. Extremely deep underground. This was the place that the sinners called the Ghost Fog Grotto. Suddenly, a wisp of fog that flew out from the cave entrance shattered and dissipated. It was as if he had been heavily hit by something. The inside of the grotto was still filled with fog. But at this time, an extremely strange scene appeared. The fog was like water, constantly parting to the sides and then automatically closing up. Soon, it passed through the invisible imprisonment formed by the laws of space and time. It came to the top of the grotto, next to the stone bead that hung down in the shape of a water droplet. What was even more astonishing was that none of this had been detected at all. Heaven and Earth Spirit Embryo. A light sigh suddenly sounded out from the fog. It was filled with emotion and also a bit of enlightenment. No wonder that fellow's eyes had suddenly become so sharp. The root cause was here. Planting a soul, spirit embryo, sharing the nourishment of the world, this was an exquisite method. Moreover, this sort of luck was truly enviable. After all, this was a heaven and earth spirit embryo. This was something that was rarely seen even in the 3000 worlds. Gulp, listening to the sound, it seemed to be swallowing saliva. The spirit embryo trembled. It instinctively felt some intense threat. Schwar, the fog was restored to its original state. The empty space that had been pushed open vanished from sight. Within the tent, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. Just now, he had felt an abnormal fluctuation coming from the spirit embryo, but as he carefully sensed it, he discovered nothing. After hesitating for a while, Qin Yu suppressed all his thoughts. He only quietly increased the intensity of the space and time rules within the Ghost Fog Grotto. For countless years, no one knew the secret of the Ghost Fog Grotto. The sinners underground regarded it as an abyss of destruction and no one dared to enter. Thus, maintaining the status quo was the best choice. If he really did make a big show of sealing off the Ghost Fog Grotto and protecting it, then problems would arise. After all, there were many sinners underground and no one could be sure whether or not there were spies planted among them. Even if Qin Yu obtained the complete loyalty of the sinner leaders, there was no guarantee that news wouldn't leak out. The soul seed was about to germinate. He had to wait a little longer. If similar abnormal fluctuations continued to appear, then he could deal with it. Of course, the fundamental reason Qin Yu made this decision was because he didn't feel too restless. Heaven and Earth Spirit Embryo. Little Meaty bit her finger. Sparkling drops of saliva dripped down her fingertip. She was hungry. She was hungry because she had eaten it before, and the taste was so explosive that it made one scream out loud. Over the endless years, it was hard to count the good things she had eaten. There were all sorts of heaven and earth treasures, powerful cultivators of various races, strange creatures from the phantom world, and even existences that walked out of the Joss Flame Grand Tao. But in terms of taste, in terms of being fresh in one's memory, the spirit embryo was number one. Without any doubt, without any challenge, this thing was far too rare. Little Meaty's eyes revealed a bit of hesitation. But in the end, she forcefully wiped away her saliva and suppressed her desire to eat. Chin Yu, you bastard, just who are you? Why is it that when I face you, I have this kind of mentality? Investigate clearly, I must investigate clearly. For you, I can even give up on the spirit embryo. This is simply illogical. No, she couldn't think about it. It was too uncomfortable. Hungry. Little Meaty cried out in anguish. She turned and threw herself onto the bed, grabbing the pillow and smashing it. The next day, the sky-bearing king came to see True Saint Bai Yu and had a conversation with General Jin Wu. After that, he declined Wu Tongtian's invitation and left the border army around noon. This time, General Wu personally saw him off, and all the generals of the border army were present. Seeing this scene, everyone had different expressions. They had originally thought that the sky-bearing king came with ill intentions and wanted to support General Jin Wu and stir up some trouble in the border army. But who would have thought that the sky-bearing king came and left in a hurry and only stayed for a day before returning to the capital to report? And General Wu personally saw him off. This attitude in itself showed many things. Qin Yu stood among the generals and felt the gazes sweeping over him. He looked down and pretended not to see anything. He didn't care how the sky-bearing king communicated with Wu Tongtian. But since he left like this, he must have made arrangements. As expected, after watching the sky-bearing king's troops leave, Wu Tongtian turned and said, "General Jin Wu, here." Qin Yu cupped his hands and bowed. Wu Tongtian said, "Just do as the sky-bearing king says. If you need me, you can come and see me at any time." "Thank you, General." Wu Tongtian turned and returned to the camp. The generals followed behind, but there was more surprise in their eyes. They thought that the world had changed too quickly. Not long ago, General Wu and General Jin Wu were at loggerheads. How did they end up like this in just a day's time? Zhao Chong came over and probed. "General Jin Wu, I have a few jars of good wine in my tent. The new cook is pretty good as well. Why don't we have a few drinks tonight?" Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. "No thanks. I still have some matters to attend to and will be returning to the mine soon. I'll drink with General Zhao next time." He cupped his hands and left. General Jin Wu left the camp an hour later. Not long after Qin Yu's group left, a small piece of news came from Jiangqingzi. General Jin Wu, Ning Qin, would be in charge of smuggling for the imperial clans at the border.